vaccine, the patient cannot get bad result. If they get positive, but they need not need to get ventilation or oxygen bed.
Yes.
Only symptoms are like a COVID.
Yes.
But they cannot face any type of emergency over there.
I imagine that you are preoccupied.
Yes.
But you are. What is the situation with your family?
I'm taking care of my family and my patients also, but it's very worst condition over here.
Yes.
Last 5 days, I am suffering from like vertigo, mild fever. It's very bad situation in our place.
Dangerous.
शर्ट घालणे ना. एक मिनिट, तुमची ओळख करून देतो. शर्ट घाल नाही लवकर शर्ट घाल.
Yeah. Dr. Kulkarni, we start in 20 minutes. You have
Okay.
time to relax. Relax.
Sir, Amadio sir,
Yes.
if you permit me, then I introduce my father to you in 1 minute.
Yes. Yes.
Yes.
With pleasure.
Yeah, he want to talk to you something.
Okay. Okay.
Namaste.
Namaste. Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning. How are you?
Fine, thank you. Fine. I was hearing Dr. Kulkarni about the situation there in Maharashtra. That is so bad.
Very, very bad situation here.
Yeah.
But we are facing all our government and all the NGOs also facing the problem. They are trying their level as good as best. We are also supporting to the government.
Yes.
Our both government, central government and state government are working very nicely.
Okay. Okay. But you too, you are doctor as Kulkarni?
Yeah.
No, he is not doctor. He is a
agriculturist.
He is an agriculturist.
Okay.
Yeah.
I was working in the state agriculture department.
Okay. Okay.
Government officer. Now I am retired. What crops are in your countries?
Now it's better here.
Which crops?
You know, we divide the country in zone with the color. Red is the maximum.
Reddish.
But now we are orange. Is a little better. And we think this next week be yellow. That is better again. And the situation, when the situation is correct, is white. But we was for many time red. We was in difficulty.
Yeah.
Very, very strong here, because I am in the north of Italy in one region that was the best, the bad situation here. Start from here.
Take care of yourself.
Take care of yourself and your family.
Thank you. Thank you to you. A great pleasure to know you, to meet you.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much.
Thank you to you.
Buongiorno.
Namaste.
Ciao Cristina tesoro, ciao. Dr. Kulkarni.
Yes.
The nation Zoom is only for speakers, but transmission is on YouTube and Facebook. Yesterday we had, before yesterday, we have 1,200 people follow.
Okay, it's good.
Yesterday, how many? 1,200 people yesterday too.
Okay.
But is not now in Italy, 8 o'clock in the morning is Sunday. So
Okay.
present, not too much people, but we record everything, and number go high when the hour passed, they go to see. So now we have 1,200 people that see yesterday, and you too,
Yes.
no? Tomorrow, and then we promote for many days the record.
Yes. Yes. Yes.
Okay.
You will be seen and noticed, Dr. Kulkarni. Hello, namaste.
Namaste. Namaste, ma'am. Namaste. How are you?
Fine, thank you. How is India? Where are
India.
you from? India?
I am from Aurangabad, Maharashtra. It's near to Pune.
Okay. Yes. Okay. Nice. I have not been to Pune though. I've been to
Okay.
like only in the
You are
area,
from
but
Italy?
not exactly.
You are from Italy?
No, I'm from Germany.
You are from Germany. Okay. How's condition in Germany?
Yes.
Germany
It's
is safe
beautiful
now?
weather today.
Okay.
Right at the
COVID-19.
moment, it's good. But with COVID, well, it's a problem also. Yeah, like nearly everywhere.
We are all
Unfortunately.
suffering due to this pandemic situation.
Yes, all the globe, all
All
the
the globe.
world.
Yeah, a pandemic. That's what it is. Okay.
I think
I
it's
hope
due
you
to China. I think.
Yeah.
Yeah. Start from China, no? Start from China.
Start up from China.
But in the first time, you also so quiet, no problem in India till now.
Ciao, Sara.
And now start in
Now
India.
start in this
Yes,
March.
yes.
It was difficulty. In this second wave, it's very difficult.
Yes.
Yes.
Don't worry, you have 15 minutes again. Huh?
Yes. Say hello. Namaste.
Oh, namaste.
Hello.
Good
Namaste.
morning. Good morning.
Hi.
Hello.
He is Vinayak.
Who are you?
Namaste.
Vinayak.
What's your name?
Vinayak.
Yeah. Okay, I didn't get it. And how are you this morning? How are you? Are you fine?
I'm fine.
You're very cute.
What time is in India now?
It's 9:50. 11:50.
11:15.
Okay, thank you.
11:15. Okay.
Gotta play.
Say thank you.
Bye.
Bye.
Thank you.
Take care all of you. आता जाऊ दे ना.
You don't go at school this morning? No
Saturday.
school, huh?
No school.
No school.
No school, as in Italy.
Online classes.
Online classes.
Okay.
Oh yeah. Okay, sure. Cool. I'm good. He's so cute. I'm going to get myself a tea. Just 1 second.
Dr. Kulkarni, is an interview. During the interview, I speak in Italian because we have many Italian people connected.
Okay.
I
No
speak Italian and Amelia translate.
Okay.
And your speech go in one channel where we have two people that translate. So Italian people is not on YouTube, have a channel and translate there. Okay, from there.
Can I get this link after the speech?
What?
Can I get this recording to me?
Yes, no problem, Dr. Kulkarni.
Yes.
But as I told you, record is all the time my Facebook page. You can
Okay.
go there. You can.
Yeah.
Is on YouTube, online, everywhere.
Yes, sir.
So
Thank
you can go. I give you the link. You can go. If you go in my Facebook pages, you know that I have 3 pages.
Yes.
All three pages has a link
Mhm.
for YouTube. Okay?
Okay. Hello, Daniela. Hello. Namaste.
Namaste. Namaste.
How are you? How are
I'm
you?
fine, thanks. And you?
I'm fine. I'm fine.
Lovely
I'm fine.
to see you here. It's a
Thank you.
pleasure.
Same to you. Same to you.
Daniela.
Pleasure. Thank you.
Tesoro, sei splendida stamattina, cosa hai fatto? Sei
Niente.
meravigliosa, che bella.
Ho dormito.
Splendida, no? Ma come ti sei vestita e come sei? Mi piace da morire. Carina che sei, bene, fa piacere tanto. È l'unica che vedo che rispondeva già stamattina presto, perché io mi sveglio molto presto. Dov'è la nostra Ami? È una
Aspetta, le
macchina.
scrivo.
Stava
Siamo già
facendo un po' di
online?
pratica.
Sì.
Ami adesso.
Dove? Ah, sta arrivando?
Ha detto faceva un po' di pratica, poi arrivava.
Mamma mia, ma chi la ferma, Amelia? Alle 6:30, 7 di mattina rispondeva già alle persone.
Sì.
Che cosa? Comunque, insomma, un grazie a voi, Pietro, che sta all'ombra, che sta lì dietro, e non avete idea la maestria e il lavoro che fa. Ci inventiamo le cose a volte, come ieri, 2 di fila, che abbiamo avuto problemi su 2 di fila, ci siamo inventati un modo per uscirne.
Ma poi il problema con Zoom a un certo punto.
Sì,
Non
ci
è bene.
stiamo, si è inventato lui.
Sì, a confronto quello che è successo a me era niente ieri.
Beh, ma cos'era cos'era? Solo un calo di linea, ma è normale, guarda, di questi tempi.
È successo
Sì,
anche a Sukadev, quindi dai,
Ma se ti
No,
dico
vabbè,
che,
se è successo anche a Sukadev,
è a posto.
sì, che sai che i tedeschi sono così
Sì,
precisi,
infatti.
bravi, così, niente, può succedere, cioè le linee del mondo sono in crisi.
Mm.
No, cosa
Comunque,
credi?
maestro, lo presenta Daniela, che io mi sto impamperando con i termini indiani, scusa.
Va bene.
Stamattina sono...
Allora lo presenti
Solo
tu,
lui, poi continuo io.
Daniela.
Ok,
E
Sara,
poi
allora poi ti passo il testimone. Io faccio solamente la signorina.
Grazie.
La vedi?
No,
oggi
è da ieri che prova a pronunciarlo, sono solo una...
guarda che c'è un'altra, guarda che il dottor
che
Cuccardi ha
bellina!
una bambina.
Hi!
Ciao.
Bellina!
How are you?
Namaste!
Myself Siddhi.
Siddhi.
Siddhi.
Siddhi.
Siddhi.
Siddhi. What
Nice
does
to
it
meet you.
mean?
Siddhi Ganpati, name of
Name of Ganpati.
Ganesha.
The name?
Name of Ganesha.
Wow!
Ah, yes.
Nice.
Uno dei nomi di Ganesha.
Sì.
Però non ho capito bene il nome com'è.
No, nemmeno io.
Eh?
Can you repeat your name, please? So
Siddhi.
She is Siddhi and he is Vinayak. Siddhi Vinayak. So my
Vinayak.
hospital name is Sri Siddhi Vinayak Ayurveda.
Ah, okay.
Siddhi and he is Vinayak. The Lord Ganesha, name of Lord Ganesha, Siddhi Vinayak.
Ah, beautiful.
Yeah, same.
I decided my hospital name first, and thereafter they born. So she is Siddhi and he is Vinayak.
Siddhi Vinaya. Fantastic. And both are names of Ganesha.
Yes, yes.
Sì.
Lovely. You are so sweet.
Namaste, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
You are studying Sangham.
Che carini, stanno facendo lezione online anche loro.
Sì.
Che bellini.
Sì.
I'm studying
Amelia.
class.
Ciao Amelia.
Buongiorno.
Dove l'avete visto Amelia?
È arrivata anche
Vanessa.
Amelia.
Ah, sì.
Hi.
Aspetta che vado a vedere, mi accerto perché non lo so se c'è Amelia.
Hariom, here I am.
Bonjour Amelia Devi Rozzi.
Bonjour.
Comment ça va?
Ça va très bien, merci. Et
Très
vous?
bien, dottor Kulkarni.
I want to see Italy.
Oh,
Ah,
namaste.
you can come with your father here in my house with your father. So
Eat
you
pizza. and eat original pizza.
Thank
can
you.
job with the other.
I like pizza.
I like pizza too. It's fantastic. It's one of the best food. Yeah, I as well.
I like Italian pizza.
And I
Yeah,
love
Italian
Indian
pizza.
food.
Both
Thank
is
you.
both is beautiful. Both is great. Italian pizza and Indian food. I love both.
Yeah.
Allora, vediamo se siete capaci di dire qualche nome di qualche cibo indiano a questi bambini qua.
We
Carrie.
will come with my father to Italy after COVID.
Yes, you must come. Yeah. And we will be here for you. Do you like ice cream?
Yes.
Which
It's
which
fantastic.
flavor?
I love ice cream too.
In Italy, they have the best ice cream and the best, just the best.
Thank you.
Il gelato è fantastico in Italia.
We have still 4 minutes.
4 minutes, yes.
Ma è un'invenzione italiana il gelato,
4
immagino.
minutes start
Sì, da Venezia.
the promo.
You want this? No?
Ah, ecco perché le gelaterie si chiamano sempre
You like this ice cream?
Ecco perché.
Perché ti
Let
dato
me
gli
see.
ice cream?
Wow,
Che
look at
And
that.
me?
No, it's Italian.
Il cornetto.
Eh sì.
Wow,
Cornetto chocolate ice cream.
cornetto, hai visto?
Great.
Oh,
So you can come to
enjoy.
Italy. You already speak Italian. If you know pizza and gelato, which is cornetto, it's okay.
You're all set.
You invite us, we will come.
Yeah.
Vediamo.
Che carini.
Sì.
E così però non vi siete ricordati i nomi dei cibi indiani, per esempio il
Il
dal,
dal,
Io solo il dal.
naan,
naan,
chapati. I do
Chapati.
chapati at home every day, nearly.
Yes, yes.
e
You
poi,
like
e poi
chapati?
vai avanti.
Allo gobi,
Aloo gobi.
Gobi,
Aloo gobi.
brava.
dal makhani.
Dal
Huh?
makhani, right?
Uh,
You like Indian food?
yeah, I do. I adore it.
You welcome my home in
Oh, yeah.
Aurangabad, Maharashtra.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Dr. Kulkarni, in Italy we have many Indian restaurants.
Oh, very good.
Many,
Very good.
many. In Milan, I think here 20 Indian restaurants.
Oh.
In Milan. Yes.
In London is the English food.
Okay.
Harry is English food.
So it is not difficult when I come Italy. So Indian food is available over here.
Yes.
Everywhere.
But, Kulkarni, you was in Italy sometime or not?
No, no, no.
I invite you. When COVID finish, you come here, give some lessons. We organize some seminar with you.
Definitely, sir. Definitely. Thank you. I'm waiting this
Absolutely. Yes.
opportunity.
Yes, yes.
Can I ask one question to Dr. Kulkarni?
Yes, please.
What is the correct pronunciation? Just to be, is it Jashwantrao? Chavan?
Yeah.
Okay, okay.
No, my designation is I'm a director of Sri Siddhi Vinayak Ayurveda Panchakarma Center.
Can you please send me a WhatsApp with that sentence?
Yeah.
Good morning,
I just
Yadranko.
WhatsApp you.
Yes.
I just WhatsApp
Oh,
you.
yeah,
Good
Dranko.
morning,
Thank you.
Tanya. Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning. Fine.
1 minute, and Dr. Kulkarni.
Yes,
Dr.
sir.
Kulkarni,
Yes.
1 minute. Start the promo. Dure 5 minutes, and after we start.
Okay, sir.
Okay, 8 o'clock. Start the promo. 5 minutes, and then are you okay?
Okay.
I traduttori sono a posto, anche mi sa. Sì.
Tutti a posto, anche loro?
Sì.
Io che organizzazione però, ragazzi, ma mettiamo su
I have
un'impresa
Ganesha here.
internazionale.
You see, I have Ganesha here.
Start, pronto, vai. The European Yoga Federation was founded 15 years ago. Since then, our motto is unity in diversity. Please listen to the main key points.
Connect, bringing together European yoga teachers and establishing delegates and representatives for each country, considering the social differences in various countries and support the needs, equality regardless of gender, origin, sexual orientation, social class and religion, overcoming dogmatism, fundamentalism to promote universal understanding.
Vai.
Promote, encouraging a yogic lifestyle and a holistic approach to life as a tool for physical and mental wellness, a more spiritually elevated, peaceful, happy and physically fit society.
Integrate and unify, integrating science and the art of yogic living, modern knowledges with ancient wisdoms for betterment of the world and global development. Recognizing, accepting, and integrating the many different paths that lead to the same final goal, making sure that yoga will maintain its original purpose. Namaste.
Provide study of secular knowledge, philosophy, and ancient text, Bhagavad Gita, Yoga Sutra, and Veda. Study of techniques, modern developments in teaching techniques, incorporating scientific findings in medicine, psychology, etc. To guarantee a certain standard, an established graduation system to provide a minimum standard for yoga teachers training.
Anche questa mattina, con immenso piacere, apro questa piattaforma internazionale,
And
aprendo così i lavori di questo simposio.
And also this morning, I'm here to open a new day on this international platform and start to work together on this symposium.
Abbiamo avuto tutta una serie di ospiti meravigliosi.
We had the honor to host a series of special guests, very amazing guests.
Questa mattina vi presento un medico che vive nel Maharashtra in India.
This morning I will introduce you a doctor that lives in Maharashtra in India.
Per favore, Daniela, leggi chi è il dottor Kulkarni.
Yes, with pleasure and honor. Dr. Bhairav Kulkarni is the director of the Sri Siddhivinayak Ayurveda Panchakarma Center in Aurangabad. He is a member of the advisory board of Hungarian Ayurveda Medical Foundation in Budapest, Hungary. He participated as a key speaker to several congresses and international conferences. He has an intense research activity and many research papers publication. Since 2013, he received numerous awards and achievements for his appreciated work and study.
Dottor Kulkarni, benvenuto. Io ho un bel ricordo di quando ci siamo incontrati a Dubai in occasione di un congresso e poi ci siamo stimati, apprezzati e siamo rimasti amici fino ad ora.
Dr. Kulkarni, welcome to you. I have a great memory of our first meeting. It was in a conference in Dubai. And since then, we had the pleasure and we've been honorating each other for such a long time.
Da allora abbiamo partecipato spesso insieme a dei congressi con altri cari amici e medici.
And since then, we've been participating together to other conferences and congresses all over the world with for other friends of ours.
Dottor Kulkarni, io sono un ammiratore di Gandhiji e a tutti i nostri ospiti abbiamo rivolto una domanda che farò anche a te.
Dr. Kulkarni, I'm a very esteemed admirer of Gandhiji, and I'm going to ask you the same question that I made to all the previous guests.
La coerenza nella vita è veramente qualcosa di veramente bello in una persona.
Coherence in life is something really amazing and beautiful.
Gandhi diceva: la mia vita è un esempio, ci ha lasciato questo messaggio, la mia vita è un esempio.
Gandhi left us with the message, my life is an example.
E a te chiedo di raccontarci come tu ti sei approcciato alla Ayurveda, in quale modo. Questa mattina mi hai presentato, prima che aprissimo la trasmissione, mi hai presentato tuo padre e la tua famiglia, e nella tua famiglia tuo padre non è medico, e quindi ero curioso di sapere come tu sei arrivato a scegliere di frequentare una formazione in medicina, soprattutto nella Ayurveda.
Okay, it will be very interesting if you could share with us your life, the way you approached Ayurveda, and tell us a little bit of your story. Just before the program started, you introduced us your father, and your father is not a doctor, is not specialized in Ayurveda. So it's very interesting to know, how did you decide to enter to become a doctor, and mainly why did you decide to choose Ayurveda?
Raccontaci un po' la tua storia, da questo momento lascio la parola a te, ma raccontaci un po' come ti sei approcciato, un po' come è andata la tua vita fino ad ora e che progetti hai per il futuro.
So please let us know a little bit of your story, the way you started, how it's carry on now, and what are the projects for the future. I'll leave you the stage.
Okay, thank you so much. First of all, I thank you, Amadio Bianchi sir, who invited me as a guest over in this platform. And I also thank you all the team who join and connect with me since last some years. Thank you very much. So first of all, I thank you. I'm here because of my parents. My father, I already introduced him with Amadio sir now. Because of him, I'm here, and I just graduate in 2005. I completed my BAMS, Bachelor of Ayurvedic Medicine and Surgery. Can I continue or you can translate?
Continue, please.
Yeah.
Don't worry, translation is automatic in one channel.
Okay.
Don't worry, you speak.
Yeah,
Don't worry.
Yeah. And I completed my graduation in 2005. After my graduation, my father and mother wants to me become a postgraduate. So I start my journey towards postgraduate. There is a MD, medicine, master in doctorate, MD. I did my MD in Kaya Chikitsa, known as MD medicine. So I did my PG on 2010 with support of my teacher, support of my parents, and in that period, I I had engaged with someone, and her name is Dr. Yashasri. She is with me. She is with me.
Wow. Good morning. Namaste. Welcome in our program.
Thank you so much. Good morning to all.
Good morning.
And she is also MD in Ayurveda. She is a doctor, and she supports me a lot. And after that, I make my hospital in Ayurveda. And so in that period, I started my hospital, Sri Siddhi Vinayak Ayurveda Panchakarma Center. And I started this after I started my hospital, and the patient support was lot. Most of the chronic cases I treated through pure Ayurvedic medicine, pure Ayurvedic Panchakarma treatment, and I get lot of feedback. After that, I started a Panchakarma center in my own uh, own place. So this success of my career due to my honorable gurus, my parents, support of my wives. And in 2010, I bless one child. Her name is Siddhi. After she came, then my life become changed. After in 2011, I first visited in Sri Lanka. Sri Lankan government had invited me for discussion between Indian Panchakarma and Sri Lankan Panchakarma. This is my first international visit. In 2011, they invited me, and 2012, I was visited at Sri Lanka. This was my first visit, and this is due to my lucky child, my Siddhi. And I visited over there, and I rest over there for up to 5 days. I did Indian Panchakarma over there, and I just discussion regarding what is difference between Indian Panchakarma and Sri Lankan Panchakarma. So I started my journey from Sri Lanka. After that, I visited at Dubai Dr. Amadio sir, Dr. Jose Ruge sir, Dr. Subhashji Ranade sir was meet me over there, and my journey was started in successful manner.
Yes.
And after in 2013, I work in Maharashtra. I get a job as an assistant professor in Ayurvedic college. I doing my job. Also, I getting lots of international opportunities. I did my research work in that period. Up till now, I did 29 research paper. I also get international board membership, member of World Research Council. This due to my research work. After that, I was visited Malaysia, then Indonesia, then I present my paper in Japan, then China. I also visited in Thailand. I get awarded at Thailand. It's international award I get in Thailand. Then I get 9 national awards in India for best Ayurveda practitioner, as a best researcher, as a best academician. I get these type of awards up till now. And after that, I also visited in Spain. Dr. Mr. Bolfa Mimon sir was invited me, and you, my dear Amadio sir was there. Dr. Ruge sir is there. Dr. Mr. Nestor sir is there. And our team, Dr. Gaurang sir, Dr. Perak sir, Dr. Mandar Bedekar sir, both all team were present, and we celebrate a Dhanvantari Day over there in Spain. Also, this is my particular now I am working in Aurangabad as a dean principal in one of the Ayurvedic college in Aurangabad. Also, I am a professor in a Kaya Chikitsa department. So this is my little bit journey in my place. And also last year I invited Amayur in Portugal, but due to COVID situation, unable to get this opportunity. So they did my presentation online. I did my presentation online in the month of June. They also arranged my presentation in 30th of June. So I am also connected with Amayur also. And in 1st of May, Mr. Nestor Sisarni sir, Vasudeva, our Vasudeva sir, who invited me on 1st of May for my presentation in Argentina also. So this is my regular curricular activities. This is my progress report in front of you. I'm not a big achiever, but I'm getting a lot of success due to all of your support, like my parents, my gurus, and all of like your supporter, your like friend, your like gurus, and all these things.
Thank you. Thank you,
And
Dr.
it's all
Kulkarni.
happened due to only of Ayurveda, because
Yes.
Ayurveda is a key for my success.
Yes, yes, yes. And what quali saranno i suoi progetti futuri, futuro, come si sta proiettando nel futuro con l'Ayurveda? Che cosa pensa dell'Ayurveda? Come si può affermare nel mondo l'Ayurveda?
So what will be your future programs regarding to Ayurveda, and how you see that Ayurveda can be positioned in the world?
Yes, definitely. I'm trying to build Ayurveda networking in worldwide. I started from last 7 years to make a network, and I regularly contact with Amadio sir, Jos Ruge sir, Mr. Nesari sir, Nestor Sisarni sir, all of the masters in out of India. And I need a support of that type of person who are really respect Ayurveda and faith on Ayurveda. So my plan to move all the countries and to promote my Ayurveda, how to Ayurveda is a higher, all Ayurveda is holistic, one of the oldest branch of medicine that implied complete knowledge about one's health. And this science of life include everything that life depend upon the like food, well balanced diet, exercise, and yoga, and a specific lifestyle, various health condition, and their available treatment options in Ayurveda. So I am trying to display all these things in front of you. I'm master in Panchakarma, so I treated my patient in chronic cases like osteoarthritis, like rheumatoid arthritis. I treated lots of things by Ayurveda. Also in diabetes mellitus, in anxiety, in depression, in mental retardedness, these type of situations will treat by Ayurveda. And this is my future planning, to do some chronic diseases, work on some chronic diseases to treat by Ayurveda. This is my future goal. And my future goal is to meet the people who want, who faith on Ayurveda, who believes in Ayurveda.
Good.
I will come there and to share my knowledge with them. I give some practical demonstration, then do some my lectures, and pure Ayurvedic knowledge, not for marketing, not for business. It's just a life science. If you follow this, you will get success. You will get good life. This is the Ayurveda.
Good, good, dottor Kulkarni.
Thank you.
Prima che aprissimo questa trasmissione, stavamo parlando con lui. In questo momento in India, soprattutto nella regione, soprattutto nel Maharashtra, c'è una situazione un po' difficile, e lui mi stava dicendo che stava curando numerosi pazienti con l'Ayurveda, stava assistendo queste persone in difficoltà, perché lo sappiamo, per questa pandemia che adesso è un po' esplosa in India, e stava esercitando queste cure. Volevo sapere qualche cosa riguardo a queste cure che lui sta facendo a queste persone come ultima cosa.
Dr. Kulkarni ji, just another last question for you. Just before the program started, you were talking about the difficult, delicate moments around India and mainly in Maharashtra because of the pandemic situation. Now, you were saying also that you were close to people in needs thanks to Ayurveda. You were treating people with Ayurvedic treatments. So please, would you like to share with us wherever are this situation about?
Yes. In this pandemic situation, we all know there are 3 or 4 situations. First is asymptomatic patient treatment, then mild symptomatic treatment, and then moderate symptoms treatment. So we concentrate on which type of condition and which type of patient is suffering from. Some patient get positive, but they are symptoms mild symptomatic. Some patient get positive, but they are moderate. So we get categories and do treatment like this. In current pandemic situation, I treated more than 100 of patients will get good result, where get good result in by Ayurveda. And Ayurveda medicine are not harmful, but still they are effective when you get better diagnosis. So if you permit me, then I just give some name of the medicine or just herbs. So you can use in your daily practice, your daily life. It will be good to maintain your immunity properly. If you permit, then I will tell you how to use.
Yes, please. Yes, please. We have
Yeah.
4 minutes, but you can suggest something to the people that in future hear you.
Okay. You can use ashwagandha. Ashwagandha is one of the good medicine in current pandemic situation. Ashwagandha is very nervous stimulant medicine, and it maintain to good immunity. Also, you can use curcuma longa haridra, one of the best antibiotic medicine. You can use this medicine with milk. You can prepare a golden milk at the bedtime with milk and haldi powder. Means curcuma longa, you mix it and you can use it in the evening. This is the one of the safest medicine to prevent from cough and any type of allergic disorders. From also piper longum, one of the good medicine to prevent cough disorders. Also, you can use tulsi, one of the immunity booster and antioxidant medicine. So this type of medicine you can regularly use. Also, you can use the chavanprash, all the medicine, amla, goodwell, one of the good medicine to rehabilitate your life. And it was the best result in my patients. And patient who was suffering from moderate disorder, who get back in this type of situation, you can use Mahalakshmi Vilasaras, one of the Ayurvedic preparation. You can use Suvarna Basma, means gold preparation medicine, was good result in the patient of COVID-19 situation. So all the respected dais, I again request you, please protect yourself from the COVID-19. It is very, very dangerous diseases. All the world, all the globe had suffer from this disease. So only my Ayurveda will prevent us. So you please faith on Ayurveda, stay healthy and safe. It's my request to you all. If any requirement regarding medicine, regarding any type of help, I will definitely help you. You all know my email ID, my contact number. You definitely, I will courier my medicine to you also. But you take care yourself. And again, I request you all, the entire dignitaries who here on this platform. So take care of yourself. Ayurveda will definitely help you to protect in this current pandemic situation. Thank you.
Dottor Kulkarni, sei stato molto gentile Una grossa parte delle medicine che tu ci hai citato le ritroviamo anche in Europa, fortunatamente. Sei stato un gradito ospite qui e speriamo di incontrarci ancora di persona, soprattutto perché significherebbe che la situazione è migliorata. Ti auguro ogni bene e mi auguro che anche voi riusciate a superare questa crisi. Ti mando un grande abbraccio e spero di rivederti presto.
Thank you very much, Dr. Kulkarni, for you being here and for your sharing knowledge with us. Most of the medicine, Ayurvedic medicine you were talking about, fortunately, luckily we can find them here in Europe too. And we really hope to meet again personally, because also this will mean that this pandemic situation will be over. Please do stay healthy and safe too, and we hope that the situation is going to get better. Thank you very much for your help, your support, and your presence.
Thank you, thank you, thank you, entire team.
Namaste,
Thank you, Amadio,
namaste,
sir.
namaste,
Namaste.
namaste.
Jai Dhanvantari. Namaste.
Jai Dhanvantari. Jai Dhanvantari.
Can I leave with your permission? Can I leave? Thank you.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you.
Benissimo, grazie davvero al dottor Kulkarni e a tutti gli ospiti che abbiamo avuto fino ad ora. Ne sono davvero felice. Immediatamente i medici ayurvedici, come tu li chiami, si prestano subito, prestano senza timore, ti danno la conoscenza senza volerla conservare per loro stessi, e sono persone che io amo molto, molto coerenti in generale, perché non solo parlano di Ayurveda, ma in generale la praticano, la applicano nella loro vita privata.
I'm very honored and grateful for all the guests we had in these days on this platform. I'm very honored and glad to receive all of you, and mainly I'm very happy because whenever you call an Ayurvedic doctor, as soon as you call them, they are here to run and they present whenever they are requested to. And the grateful thing that they share their knowledge without keeping anything for them. They share, they spread the knowledge, and the coherence is fantastic because they do not just teach Ayurveda, they do practice Ayurveda in every single moment of their life.
Benissimo, adesso abbiamo il piacere di presentare la nostra rappresentante della Bosnia.
Now we have a great pleasure to present, to introduce the representative from Bosnia.
Amrat Kubat. E volevo chiedere a Sara che ci raccontasse, prima che lei incominci la sua conferenza, e ci raccontasse un po' chi è Amrat Kubat.
Sure, I'm honored. Amra was born in 1979 in Sarajevo, in Bosnia and Herzegovina. She's yoga and meditation teacher, and she's continuously developing in these areas as much as in others. She's attending different yoga schools, workshops, and seminars related to yoga and personal development in many countries and in India as well. She has been practicing yoga for the last 10 years, and during that time, she has been acquainted with different styles and methods of it. She likes to combine Hatha Yoga, Vinyasa, and flow. She works with group and individual clients as well. She continued yoga education with the teacher Yogachari Yadranko Miklet. Amra graduated in economics after doing work as a manager in different companies. In the year 2015, she opened Center Transformasha in Sarajevo, and yoga became her basic activity. In the meanwhile, she organized and conducts yoga school in Bosnia and Herzegovina. Currently, she is the owner and director of Center Transformasha in Sarajevo. Please welcome.
Welcome, welcome, Amrat Kubat. Now the stage is yours.
Thank you. Namaste.
Namaste.
Good morning, everybody, and welcome to my presentation about Ahimsa. Um, I will share presentation now. Yes. Okay, great. So, as Sarah told, my name is Andra Kubat and I'm representative of Bosnia and Herzegovina. My personal motto in life is to love unconditionally, and I'm trying to remember first myself and then others, to love in every moment of our lives, because love is the essence of the universe. Today I will present you Ahimsa as the first and very important chapter of Yoga Path, for which you will see that is very related with love. The presented material in this presentation is taken from several books about yoga, and it includes my comments on it. Okay, so let's start. Patanjali's Yoga Sutras is a collection of texts that forms the foundation of classical yoga philosophy. Written about 400 years before Christ, the Sutras, a Sanskrit word that means treats, are organized into 4 chapters, and there is in total 196 sutras, which are short verses or pieces of wisdom. The Yoga Sutras begin with the Samadhi Pada, which describes what yoga is, followed by Sadhana Pada, which describes spiritual practice, and continue with Vibhuti Pada, that describes the benefits of yoga, and Kevalya Pada, that explains the concept of liberation or freedom from suffering. The philosophical text, the Yoga Sutras of Patanjali, constitutes the foundations of yoga, essentially providing us with a guide to reach samadhi, the state of bliss. I will focus only on Sadhana Pada, as Ahimsa is part of it. So, Sadhana Pada is the second chapter of Yoga Sutras. Sadhana means spiritual practice, so this second chapter focuses on the steps the yogi should take to reach a state of union with the divine of higher self. Sadhana Pada describes Kriya Yoga, yoga of action, and the steps to eliminate worldly suffering and reach yogic state, a process known as the 8 limbs of yoga, or the 8-fold path known also as Ashtanga Yoga. So, in order to eliminate the suffering and reach the yogic state, one should apply all 8 limbs introduced in Sadhana Pada. They are Yama, means ethical standards. Niyama means self-discipline. Asana means poses. Pranayama means breathing techniques. Pratyahara means withdrawal of senses. Dharana means concentration. Dhyana means meditation. And Samadhi, absorption in the object of focus. So, the word Yama originally means bridle or rein and refers to the restraining nature of the yamas. A yama is a duty or observance recommended by yogic philosophy and teaching as part of the 8-limbed path of yoga. In Patanjali's Sutras, he outlines five yamas as the first limb of yoga. and they are Ahimsa, Satya, Asteya, Brahmacharya, and Aparigraha. The yamas are practices that are considered to be outer observances. They are a way of applying the behavioral codes of yoga to the way the yogi relates to the world. They are considered to be a valuable and highly relevant guide to help yogis live an ethical life. Practicing the yamas is said to give the yogi opportunity to live in a way that is healthier and more peaceful. They can improve relationships with others, strengthen character, and help the yogi progress on his or her spiritual path. It is also believed to reduce or even prevent the accumulation of bad karma, which can be gettered when one lives without awarenesses or honesty. The yamas describe the restraints needed to live in ethical life. There are believed to be at least 60 ancient sacred texts that describes the yamas, many of which are written in Sanskrit. This includes variations of Patanjali's list of 5 yamas, with some texts listing up to 10 yamas. The other versions order the yamas differently and emphasize different aspects. Today, we will focus on the first yama and its importance. It is called Ahimsa. But before I start with Ahimsa, we will do some short meditation. So please, I please you to sit in meditative position with your spine straight. Close your eyes and focus on the level of your heart. Take a few deep breaths and relax your shoulders, stomach, and legs. Breathe deeply and slowly. Relax your eyes and tongue. Focus on your breathing. Deep inhale and slow exhale. Now imagine yourself on your yoga mat doing your daily practice, or in the studio practicing with other yogis. You start doing asana, which you would like to improve, and you decide to stay in it for a little bit longer than usual. Become aware of how do you feel while trying to stay longer in the asana. Are you pushing yourself above your limits? Do you feel pain in any part of your body? Are you overthinking about it, or you are still focused on your breath? Do you have any negative thoughts leading you to give up? Just note what is happening and breathe. Just note what is happening. Now, bring your consciousness back into your room. Take a few deep breaths, and when you are ready, open your eyes. I hope that you became aware a little bit deeper. How do you feel when you are trying to improve yourself and your asana? Let's now consider this from the perspective of ahimsa. Ahimsa means love, harmlessness, non-killing, non-violence. It means absence of enmity, hostility, and harm. For the spiritual aspirant, it should mean absence of any harmful intention whatsoever. Physical, mental, and emotional violence are all to be avoided, and ahimsa is often considered to guide yogis to practice compassion and non-judgment as a tool for cultivating non-violence. When one is established in ahimsa, it develops a kind of magnetism around one that influences anybody who approaches. One becomes free of a very dangerous and evil state of violence and hostility. Practicing the art of ahimsa, non-violence, the very first yama of Patanjali Yoga Sutras, involves refraining from the intention of causing physical and psychological pain to any living being, and the conscious integration of compassion into every aspect of daily life. It is not merely a passive state of refraining from violence. Ahimsa implies the active expression of compassion. It not only encompasses our philosophical attitudes towards war and killing, but directly impacts our daily interactions with family, friends, colleagues, and neighbors, the way we earn a living and how we spend our money, the kind of food we eat, our relationships with the environment, how we treat animals and other species, and how we view politics, business, and education. It is very easy to say that we should be nonviolent, that we should love each other, but the concept of love is too great for us to understand. But often, for us, love means security of defense against the fear of death and nothing more. It is a psychological necessity, but love is actually something much greater. The most important thing is not to oppose even violent people. That is also ahimsa, and if the whole thing is discussed more deeply, then it means that you practice elimination of the complex of enmity, disapproval. In India, such a person is called Ayata Shatru, which means war without an enemy. The yogis, of the past practiced ahimsa as part of their spiritual development. Practicing ahimsa takes courage and skill and challenges us on both the physical and mental level, refraining from thoughts and words that can cause pain to others, and refraining from reacting when insulted or unjustly criticized are some common examples of ahimsa. Therefore, it means that when the aspirant is firmly established in ahimsa, when even the last traces of hostility are finished, the soul unfolds itself from within in a magnetic form, and the magnetic form is called Vairagya, which is a complete abandonment of hostility. Thus, even the killing of animals should be given up. In the following part, I will list and describe some of the main postulates of how to practice ahimsa in your daily life, everyday life. Start with yourself. Start with yourself because how we treat ourselves is in truth how we treat these around us. So, love yourself first. Second, letting go of all judgment for yourself and others. When you catch yourself judging the other person or yourself, for that matter, stop yourself and just say thank you. Third, have a forgiving attitude. If you are light-hearted and forgiving with yourself, others will feel the ease and joy of being with you. Inspire others to believe that they can find love and forgiveness for themselves at the same time. Fourth, practice unconditional love for yourself and others. Fear is root of all violence and attacks. A life without fear is life full of love. When things are difficult, you have two choices. First, to choose the path of resistance, and the second, to choose the path of love. So choose path of love every time. Fifth, Eat a healthy and plant-based vegetarian diet. Treat your body as a holy place that doesn't thrive on unhealthy or junk food and the deaths of other creatures. If cutting out certain things from your diet cause you harm, then it's important to consider what works best for your unique body. Don't feel guilty, because that is also one form of violence. Try your best to follow ahimsa as much as you can. Sixth, cultivate the seeds of positive and loving thoughts. The mind is the most powerful tool in our possession. Everything begins from this point. The way we think and feel is proven to be considered even to our immunity, our brain, and our cells and genes. If we have bad, negative thoughts, it means that we commit violence against our mind, which affects our communication and the action we take our whole life. Guru Dev Sri Ravi Shankar explains, often useless weeds grow without any cultivation. You don't have to make any effort, they just grow. But a useful plant needs some attention. All the unwanted, unnecessary doubts, thoughts which are there don't need to be sown, they just come up by themselves. By swadhyaya, self-study, by attention, you can weed them out and keep only those which are essential. Seventh, care for the Mother Earth and our ecosystem. By simply deciding to perform small acts of kindness, you are influencing the new vibration for the world around you and for planet Earth. For example, you can volunteer in your local community and plant new trees for new generations, or do something similar by your choice for the sake of the Earth. Be the change you want to see in the world. 8. Use your own mat yoga practice for practice. From complete beginners to the most experienced yogi, we can all feel frustrated when our physical yoga practice doesn't progress as quickly as we'd like. Remembering ahimsa throughout our yoga practice guides us to let go of thinking negatively about body, accepting ourselves completely, no matter how strong or flexible we are at this moment. Non-violence in the physical sense here means we don't push ourselves over the edge. Of course, we challenge ourselves in order to grow, leaning into the sometimes scary edge, but never pushing ourselves to the pain of harm. 9. Resolve conflicts by peaceful measures. As far as handling stressful situations that arise, you are calmer in situations making other people calmer. Then you are more peaceful and less impacted if something challenging arises. And 10. Practice meditation and the art of presence and listening. Meditation will give you a quiet heart mind, and where around others, you will see that this can calm them too. meditation is solution for everything. So, to understand how nonviolence can manifest in our lives each day, we must first learn how subtle daily actions and responses contain elements of violence. This often happens against ourselves. When our thoughts contain negative responses like disappointment, anger, or guilt, when we feel shame, we are subtle creating violence. If you can't forgive someone for something they've done against you, or if you can't forgive yourself for something you've done, this is an act of violence because it pushes love away. Expecting too much of yourself and putting all responsibilities in your own hands is a type of violence too, as is expecting that the world will run according to your design. You're being violent towards yourself and the world with these kinds of mindsets. Acting out of our fears is a form of violence to the self. We inflict violence on others daily in subtle ways, but this is simply an outward expression of the war that goes on inside everybody. For instance, when we dislike others, it creates a negative atmosphere. Finding inner peace through ahimsa will in turn allow us to come to peace in interactions with others. This may come as a surprise if you consider yourself as a non-violent person. Consider how violence can function in the subtlest of ways. Violence discusses itself well. It manifests in words, actions, and even inner thoughts. Yoga is a great way to access ahimsa in our daily interactions. Yoga creates the avenue to getting in touch with any violence you hold inside of you through non-violent means, and therefore to express negativity without hurting anyone, yourself included. Releasing negative energy through positive intentions transcends the negative aspects of yourself, creating peace in the world around you. Besides the highest benefit at the personal level, practicing ahimsa radiates vibrations of love and peace, increases willpower and acceptance, generates mental fortitude, cultivates courage and confidence, helps to overcome anger, fears, and insecurities, expands our sense of belonging, improves our relationships with the self and with others, increase assertiveness, passion, and communication, reduce stress, and helps to achieve peace of mind. In short, practicing ahimsa helps us create a positive, peaceful, and harmonious world for ourselves and others. Well, it is easier to consider ahimsa in our yoga practice and then try to translate it to our life. So if you want, you can take your paper and pens and write down these questions and ask yourself when practicing yoga. Do you do your sadhana practice in disciplined manner or as per your mood? It is important to leave your moods out of your yoga mat and be always 100% focused on your practice. Do you harm yourself in any way by either being too pushy or being too lazy? Always be gentle with yourself. Accept your limits and keep the discipline. Do you deny your body rest when needed? Relaxation is the most important part of any practice, and performing Shavasana after each practice is crucial. Do you pay attention to your breath? Conscious breathing keeps us connected with our inner being. Do you glance at the other students in the yoga studio and compare yourself to them? Never compare yourself with others, as well are all on different paths and levels. Do you base your self-worth on whether you can do a certain pose or not? Regular practice is the only safe path to the improvement. If you can do it today, it is okay. You will be able to do it tomorrow. Do you think how ugly your toes look when you are doing a forward bend? Or roll your eyes in sarcasm at your love handles in a side bend? The ego always tries to keep us away from the essence of practice. Do you get mad at yourselves for your chittering mind in a shavasana or in a meditation? Becoming aware of your breath stops your thoughts and keep you present in the moment. These are good questions to observe ourselves on the mat and bring some ahimsa into our yoga practice. Soon it will start oozing out into other parts of your life as well. And just keep on your mind that love is the most important part in life. So start right now by loving yourself first. Thank you for attention. Namaste.
Dear Amra, thank to you. Thank for your lecture. Per favore, Amelia, se ci sei,
sì.
Volevo dire una cosa ad Amrat, alla nostra rappresentante della Bosnia, che sono proprio davvero felice che sia con noi.
Amra, we would like to tell you that I'm very happy you are here with us.
E che lei, per come è, per quel sorriso che ha, per quella dolcezza che ha, lei rappresenta quello che dice, lei rappresenta la non violenza.
And regarding your smiley face, your sweet voice and sweet attitude, you really are what you said, you really represent ahimsa.
Thank you so much.
Perché chi pratica la ahimsa, uno dei punti di arrivo è proprio la dolcezza con cui una persona si rivolge agli altri, la dolcezza del suo comportamento. È veramente, glielo voglio dire proprio, è splendida, sono felice davvero che sia con noi. Grazie, grazie.
I would like to point out and then express that whoever really practice ahimsa, one of the point that you can realize that is the kind and sweet attitude with the words, with the smile, with the way of doing, and that's what you represented. So I'm really I really wanted to express this to you.
E ascolta, siccome lei ha terminato 5 minuti prima, e anche questo, la sua attenzione, il suo rispetto verso gli altri mi è piaciuto tantissimo. Approfittiamone per farle, se non le dispiace, le facciamo qualche domanda. Chiedi se ha piacere.
As you finished about 5 minutes earlier, it is very, we really appreciate it because it means you really take care about the next speakers. But as we have still 5 minutes, would you like to answer to some of question? I would like to make a question to you. Would you like to?
Yes.
Voglio sapere come anche lei è arrivata allo yoga, che cosa l'ha portata allo yoga?
We would like to know what led you towards yoga? What made you choose yoga?
I can say that it was accidentally a long time ago, but now I'm really enjoying yoga because it's make me calmer and peaceful in daily life. In every moment, I have progression in being much calmer and understandable in every situation during the day and everyday life, actually.
Adesso? Sì.
Yes. I'm a little bit confused.
Grazie Amrat. Speriamo prima o dopo altre cose insieme.
Thank you very much, dear Amra. We hope to do many other things together in the future.
Yes, I'm looking forward to that, and I'm so happy that I'm part of this community. Thank you so much. Namaste.
Namaste, namaste. See you soon. Passiamo adesso a presentare la
Maestro, non ti sento.
la conosco da tanto tempo e che ho sempre apprezzato.
Now I would like to introduce a lady who I know her since a long time and I always appreciated her and her work.
Si tratta di Françoise Barbira Friedman. Sara, per favore, dici chi è Françoise Barbira Friedman, per favore.
Sure. She's got a special place on my heart, so I'm really pleased to do this. Françoise Freeman is the founder of Birthlight, a UK-centered charity that uses Yoga Foundation to enhance well-being for pregnancy, birth, and beyond in the life of women and new families. She did her PhD in social anthropology at Cambridge, where she developed her research and teaching career while starting to teach yoga to groups of pregnant women and new mothers and babies. Long periods of field works in the Upper Amazon impacted a transition to motherhood and inspired her to use her yoga and swimming skill toward the creation of embodied practices for maternity and early parenting. As a senior yoga teacher, she has depended her skill as a yoga therapist to promote women wellness through a life circle. As a mother of 4 grown-up children and now a grandmother, caring for a family has been a constant main inspiration. You're welcome.
Maestro, non ti sentiamo, hai l'audio spento.
Françoise Barbira Friedman è la nostra rappresentante nazionale dell'Inghilterra.
Françoise Barbira Friedman is the national representative for England in the European Yoga Federation.
Per cortesia, Françoise, parti pure, raccontaci pure, tieni pure la tua conferenza che ti ascoltiamo con tanto interesse.
Please, Françoise, take the scene, and we are here to listen to your voice and to your interesting speech.
Do I need to pin myself?
I think we can hear you already. So
Yes.
whenever you feel like, you can go.
Yes, it's okay. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Perfectly.
Great. So I just want to say that it's a great pleasure and an honor to be part of the Be Yoga Beyond Symposium. And I am very grateful to Amadio and the whole team for the last 2 days. And my small contribution today is we'll be talking about should there be a special yoga for women? And I was introduced to yoga very early in my life. My father was a young pilot injured in the Second World War. He was shot, his plane was shot down, and he was sent to rehabilitation in a hospital where there were experiments on yoga. That took him to Sweden, to Rishikesh, and he became a student of Krishnamacharya. He went to Rishikesh every 2 years during my childhood, and every time we were happy, he came back as a beautiful yogi. And that inspired me to learn yoga from him, and then later from his friend Andre van Liesbeth. But then I became a swimmer and I forgot about yoga until I went to the Amazon and I was pregnant with my first child. And during my pregnancy, I realized that yoga was still in my body. And it's not easy to do yoga in the rainforest, but I found other ways to renew my relationship with yoga. So I would like to do a small presentation to you about the state of yoga for women now and make a claim for this special yoga. So I will share my screen and share my screen. And yes. Can you see my screen now?
Not
No,
yet.
not yet.
Okay, fai tu, Sara.
Can you see my screen?
No, not yet. Let me check. Just a second.
All right, let me see. Why is it not sharing?
Just give us 2 seconds.
It's okay. I've just changed my operating system, so I was not prepared for this problem.
You can share it. You are the host, so you should share it in the thread. Where it says share screen, you should press one, and then click the presentation you want to share.
Okay, so is it sharing now?
Let me see. We don't see on the screen.
Can you see now?
No.
Oh, okay.
Let me check with it.
I just don't understand why it's not sharing. Just try again.
There is the green button where it says share screen.
Yeah. I know that. Yes. Desktop.
Oh, I've been asked, do you have a Mac or a normal computer?
Yes, I have a Mac, yes. I think it's to do with my new operating system. So I don't know why I can't share. I will just speak if I can't share my screen. It's fine.
I don't know if the Mac works differently. That's what they're asking me.
I have had no problem all the last few days.
While you speak, you want to send it to us and then we share it for you.
Yes.
Are you sending me via email or WhatsApp?
It's quite large, so
email. Okay.
Yeah, send it to you.
Okay. So while you speak, we're trying to put it on. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Amelia.
Eccomi.
Amelia.
Sì, dimmi maestro.
Facciamo una chiacchierata con Françoise intanto che cercano di risolvere questo problema.
Okay. Dear Françoise, while they are picking up your slides and put them on, Amadio G would like to have a chat with you, very informal.
Yes. Just a minute. I send the presentation to Sarah.
Perfect.
Si sta riuscendo a spedire? Perché glielo facciamo noi da qua,
Sì,
anche se lo manda a Sara.
Sta spedendo a Sara.
I mean, I teach on Zoom, so I just changed my operating system 2 days ago, and that seems to have made a problem.
It can happen, and sometimes it seems that the computers and the operating system, they go on their own way.
Yeah. Okay, I attach this. Right.
Non preoccuparti, Françoise, vedrai che lo risolviamo. Basta che tu
Yeah.
riesci a mandarci, basta che tu riesci a mandarci.
It's going to be sent by a Google link. Is that all right, Sarah?
Yes.
Okay, so it's attaching the file. There are videos on it, so it's quite heavy. Okay, so it's happening.
Yeah, don't worry, we'll do it.
It's happening. I just don't know where I can't share my screen with you. This is weird. I'll try once more. Try once more. Share screen. It should be sharing now.
Probably, if you change the system, the system is waiting for new agreements in contract and whatever. That's why probably it doesn't share because of privacy.
Yes.
Might be.
Yeah, I go on privacy and
But in the meantime, Sarah is already sending it to Pietro.
Accessibility.
So don't worry.
I can't see the privacy system preferences. Yes. Sharing. Screen sharing on. So let's see if it works now.
Nope.
I share my screen. Oh, this is quite terrible. Screen sharing. Visibility. It's frozen now, so I can't do anything. No. Quit Firefox.
Maestro.
I'm so sorry here to be the only speaker with problems.
No, it can happen.
I've been told that you probably need to restart the system, but
Okay.
and then you can start. You can have a conversation with Amadeo, and then we try to do the
Okay,
sharing.
I restart. Yeah.
Did you send the link to me, to my email address?
I have. Yeah. Yeah. Well, I have to restart because my computer is frozen. So I restart.
Françoise, se vuoi ci puoi raccontare un po' quello che fai, che stai facendo.
So
yeah, I can start speaking. Sarah, did you receive my link?
Sì. Intanto
Okay. I can try speaking without restarting, and I will speak instead of having slides, I will just speak, and we'll start by saying that 72% of the yoga practitioners are women.
Yes.
And 94% of people who start yoga today start for wellness reasons rather than for fitness or just for doing yoga. They do yoga for a reason in their lives, which is quite recent. The wellness revolution is only 10 years old. And I started doing yoga of pregnancy in the 80s, which was very new. And I've followed the whole evolution. So I'm very happy to speak with Amadio about this evolution and what has come from it.
Yes, yes, yes.
So what I have seen is that there was an evolution from modifying asanas for safety during pregnancy, so that women were not doing asanas that were dangerous for their fetus and also for their well-being, to a focus on breathing and relaxation. And once we started yoga of pregnancy, it was logical to continue with the mothers and the babies. And there came mother and baby yoga, toddler yoga. And then the mothers were, the postnatal yoga led to help women who had chronic ailments resulting from menstruation or childbirth. And we created this Well Woman Yoga to help women all the way to the menopause, because sometimes they still had not resolved their issues during menopause, and they had to start again. So my talk was about the fact that women, unlike men, have portals of transformation in their lives. And that's menarche, the onset of menstruation, then pregnancy if they get pregnant, or if they choose not to have children, a different path. But then they are invited again when they get to the menopause to self-transform. So each of these portals is like a natural rasayana. And this is different from men's bodies who don't have these natural cycles. So the question that I'm asking is, should women adapt to yoga or yoga adapt to women? Because very often women do strong yoga during their menstruation, or they start their yoga practice too early after birth, and they combine yoga with states of chronic depression or anxiety, which are not conducive to good results. So instead of women adapting to yoga, we've adapted yoga to women. And this is not yoga therapy per se, but it's therapeutic yoga for women. And we use integrated yoga practices, so mantra, mudra, asana, relaxation, meditation, all in one, integrated, to role model for the fact that wellness is an integrated process, and that it can open the way from Prakriti to Atman as these portals open in women's lives. So many women start yoga of pregnancy and then they continue yoga. And sometimes women start yoga in menopause and they continue yoga for the rest of their lives. So we take advantage of these transformation cycles to help women. This doesn't mean that we don't think about men. In fact, we think about men all the time. And the women, by nurturing their Shakti, the women nurture all the men in their lives around them. And we get a Shiva Shakti integration from a feminine point of view. So this is really crucial to let the integration of the masculine and the feminine from the women's point of view to radiate around in their lives. I don't know if Sarah received my slides or maybe not.
No,
No.
no,
Okay.
Françoise. But don't
So,
worry, you are going so well. For us, it's interesting your life, your attitude to assist the women all the life. Please continue. It's very, very good.
yes, it started from pregnancy and then continued because the need is there. The need is there for women who don't get this attention from medicine, from biomedicine. So Ayurveda and yoga together are the answer to this, and the medicalization of these portals in women's lives. So when girls have difficult periods, they are given contraception to help their menstrual cycle. When they are pregnant, they are given maybe anti-anxiety drugs, or when they have postnatal depression, they are told that if they can have medicines, but then they can't breastfeed, so they are losing an important benefit. So yoga fills this gap in our lives. These are natural processes. They should not be medicalized unless there is a need. And the Ayurveda for prevention and for alleviation of ailments as well. So you have the two sides. But if a woman starts yoga before pregnancy, she can then prevent the troubles that are not yet come, as the scriptures say, and then they avoid the problems down the line. So we avoid a cascade of difficulties, but we at Birthlight we say it's never too late. There is always a way. So if women have not done yoga of pregnancy, we catch them up after birth with their babies, and the interaction between the women and babies, also including the fathers at this time, because fathers are now very widespread birth partners, and fathers need to be included, whether they are male or a father figure. And they take part in this relaxation process. And then the women can go to specialized yoga to treat prolapses or pelvic floor troubles or pelvic pain that arises from sometimes the violent treatment that they received in obstetric care. And ahimsa, from as we heard on the last talk, is our central principle in Birthlight, because there is a lot of violence made to women, done to women, and recently we have seen that women, Black women and women from minority groups are suffering more from this violence. But all women around the world are not treated with ahimsa at the crucial periods of their lives, when they have babies and later when they have health troubles. They are discarded because they are aging women. So we need to honor this feminine dimension with yoga and give it a special place, a special practice to restore this nurture that has been thrown away out of the equation in the medicalization of women's lives. So this is what I'm trying to do, and I'm not alone. We are a large team of trainers, and I want to honor the 20 odd people, including 2 men who are our training tutors of Birthlight in many countries. around the world, and who have embraced this mission of restoring nurture at all levels, so that society benefits from this feminine Shakti. And for mature women, we use Ma Durga as a role model. She's in her power, and she is an advocate of peace and serenity, but she sits on her lion, and she knows that this is important.
Bene, Françoise, hai proprio tutta la vita dedicata al femminile, a questa realtà femminile. Io so che tu che tu capisci bene l'italiano, ma aspettiamo che qualcuno, o Amelia oppure Sara, traducano, perché il nostro pubblico è principalmente di lingua inglese oggi. Prego.
Okay, dear Françoise, we know that all your life is completely dedicated to the women life, to the Shakti life, and even though we know that you do understand Italian, you're so also kind to wait that the girls they do the translation.
Well, I hope that my presentation will reach you. It speaks for itself, and the videos also show the practice. So I would like to share a little practice with you that we use in all our life cycle practice, and this is a mudra of transformation. It's very simple, but by doing it, women learn to embody the sankalpa of rasana, of self-transformation. So if you can you see my hands?
Yes,
Okay.
we do.
So we open the hands like the mudra of giving and receiving, and then we turn so that the thumbs link. And then we keep turning so that the back of the hands are together, and then we open. So you inhale as you do this, and you exhale your intention. Inhale, take the intention of transformation. Exhale, there it is. And if you keep doing that, you know that you can transform everything in your life. Inhale and exhale. Inhale and exhale. So this is one of the mudras that we use. We also use Ganesha mudra when there is a need for strength, and we change the fingers. So you put the fingertips inside the base of the other hand, and you press. So this is an isometric practice. And you breathe again, you inhale, and then you exhale and you pull on both sides in front of your heart. And you feel, I am as strong as Ganesha, the elephant, that removes all the obstacles. So this is another mudra we use for transformation, for getting the strength we need in transformation. And then we also use Hakini mudra to connect with all the tattvas, the elements. So we link all our fingertips together one by one, starting with the water element, the earth, the fire, and we finally join our thumbs, and we press all the fingertips, again focusing on our heart and feeling, I am connected, I am one, I am united. Nothing can split me, I am connected. And when women feel disconnected from themselves, from their babies, from their loved ones, this mudra is quite powerful in its simplicity to reconnect. And because the fingertips are related to our microcosm and we embody all the tattvas, this little mudra is actually far more powerful than it seems. And you can do it anytime off the mat because it's not very visible that what you're doing. And it gives you reconnection anytime when you need it. And then you just open and you're there. So these are 3 small practices that can be used by women at any time. We use it through the life cycle. Since we don't have the slides, I can perhaps show you some physical practices that might illustrate what we do. So I will do this and show you how we can teach Western women to squat at any age without danger for their pelvis integrity, and that it's also a very classic pose. It's Utkatasana, and I have a chair here because we often use chair yoga to help women who are deconditioned and cannot sit easily on the floor. So you are in front of the chair and you ground your 4 corners of your feet in a very stable way. And then you raise your arms and you extend forward so that you are in Utkatasana, you're in an imaginary chair until you reach the actual chair. And then you place your hands above your knees and you press as you exhale. This is another isometric practice that actually gives a lot of strength to the core. So let's do it again. Inhale, bring your arms back. So that's like a very mini back bend. Inhale up. Exhale down in Utkatasana. You reach the chair and then your knees are stable and you press above your knees in an isometric practice to engage your core as you breathe. So this teaches diaphragmatic breathing without any need to have long explanations. You can encourage women to do diaphragmatic breathing in this way without long words. So these are small practices that reach far and that can be used at any time. Every time a woman sits on a chair, she actually gets the benefit of a squat. And squats, then she can move in a progression to full squats. So this is safe and very beneficial. Another small practice that we use that is a response to a lot of pelvic pain in women's lives. More and more women have pelvic instability, and yoga actually aggravates this pelvic instability. So what we do is we teach women how to transit from the floor to standing in a safe way. And in order to do this, we use Mahamudra, which is, we call it as a joke, rolling cat. because it's like cat-cow, but in a dynamic way. So what you do is you kneel on the floor, you are in tabletop pose, and then you roll your cat. So you go all the way down and then up. Inhale, exhale. So you have a little vinyasa of inhaling and exhaling. You could go to dog if you want to, but many women cannot do that. So what we do is as we go forward, we turn our toes under, we walk down, and then we unroll our carpet and come up. So inhale, go down, down, down, down, knees together to save the integrity of the pelvis. And then we are on all fours, we roll the cat with the breath, which is called Mahamudra. And it's a cure-all in Ayurveda, this practice. It's like, it activates every vertebra in the spine. And then to come up, to avoid this horrible coming up in that way, we unroll our body carpet, turn the toes under, walk the hands, and we are up. So this little practice saves so many women from pelvic instability. So Mahamudra, a cure-all practice, is good for everyone, but particularly good for pregnant women and new mothers. So I have shared a few small practices with you to, and I hope that this gives you an idea of what we do. What I show on the presentation is that there are many rhythms and alignments that we use, including adaptations of Indian dance. So we use low country dancing from Sri Lanka, introduced to us by an obstetrician who came to my classes on crutches in a taxi because she had so great pelvic instability that she couldn't walk. And then I said to her, well, why don't you cross your feet, and that will stabilize your pelvis. And she started getting into a beautiful dance of her childhood in Sri Lanka. And this inspired us to do a series of low country dances that are on YouTube. So you can see these dances on the Birthlight YouTube. You just Google Birthlight YouTube. And these are dances that women who are told that they need to tie their knees together because their pelvic pain is so great can do, because with the cross-leg and the aligned pelvis, all these movements become possible, and they restore the joy in women's lives when they are told that they cannot move. So we have many answers to the nose of the medical system when women have ailments. Also restorative poses after surgery.
Dear Françoise, so pretty, so pretty.
Yeah, this gives you an idea of,
yes.
It was shown much better on the videos and the slides. And
very good, very good. This is è il comportamento che deve avere uno yogi o una yogini, la nostra capacità di adattarci, abbiamo apprezzato molto la sua capacità di adattamento. Traduci pure a me.
Io?
Sì.
Okay.
Tu Sara, vai,
that's
vai.
fine. Thank you so much for being part of this, and also you show us as a yogin and a yogi person is able to adapt to the new situation. That's for yoga teachers, to adapt to a different way and using.
Ho una domanda da farle che mi interessa moltissimo.
There is a question that Madhyaji want to ask you that is really interesting.
Prima del Covid ero a conoscenza che Françoise stava facendo qualcosa con i medici a Roma per assistere le donne che avevano sofferto, per esempio, di cancro al seno. Ce ne vuole parlare? Mancano 5-6 minuti. Se gentilmente ci parla di quell'iniziativa lì che secondo me interesserà a molte persone.
Before the COVID, Amadeo was invited to a conference that you had in Rome regarding women who had cancer, so how yoga can rehabilitate in women who had cancer. So if you've got a few minutes, 5-6 minutes, where you can actually talk about it if you want, about this new treatment, the new way of doing yoga with women and cancer.
Yes, we have continued all our activities during COVID by Zoom, and it's really terrible that I cannot share my screen today because I've been teaching on Zoom, including this breast cancer recovery for the last year. So this is a new initiative because many people came to our Well Woman classes with either histories of breast cancer that had not been fully recovered or anticipation of surgery. And we're a little group together. We've decided to develop sequences for these women, and we always test our sequences carefully before teaching them. So we pilot them with volunteers, and then the women reported that it helped them a lot. Some of our teachers did case studies with breast cancer sufferers who had just had surgery and felt that they needed a different rehabilitation after surgery. So we tried sequences pre-surgery, during surgery, intra-surgery, and then post-surgery. And we had women with double mastectomy or single mastectomy, or women who have breast implants, which make them suffer a lot because of the weight, and they have lost the muscle support to carry these heavy breasts after surgery, because there is a delay of months between the mastectomy and the implants, and their muscle mass and their fascia get impaired, and then they are placed, their breasts are replaced, but the supporting muscles are not there. So faithful to Ayurveda, we always support the supporting structures, and the breasts by themselves need these supporting structures, all the pectoralis muscles, the muscles of the back, all the thoracic muscles, and this impacts women's breathing a great deal. So the women who have done our practices report that they breathe better as well, which is a great achievement because breast cancer always weakens women's breathing capacity.
Françoise, sei deliziosa e non ti preoccupare per le diapositive. Si è creata in noi una grande curiosità in più, per cui ti dobbiamo organizzare per forza qualche cosa per poter vedere queste diapositive che abbiamo tanta voglia di vedere a questo punto.
So thank you so much, François. You're fantastic, and don't worry about the slide. You actually we actually more curious about this slide, so we need to do another event or another meeting. We need to organize something to see these slides now.
Quindi felicissimo di averti avuto qua. Credimi, François, basta la tua presenza.
Yeah. Thank you so
Happy to
much
see you here. Sorry.
for understanding. I'm so sorry to let you down in this beautiful Congress.
Don't worry. You are so happy that you are here with us. Thank you so much. And in future, we organize something for you. Ok?
Thank you.
Namaste.
So much. Thank you. Namaste.
Namaste. Bene, abbiamo il nostro meraviglioso momento musicale per tutto l'andamento del nostro simposio. Ha avuto questo ritmo. Prego, Amelia.
So now we do have our music time. As you noticed during the whole symposium, we had the same, we followed the same type of rhythm.
Che facevamo 2 conferenze e poi un momento musicale.
We had 2 conferences and a musical time.
Gli artisti che vi presento ora li avete già visti per 2 volte, già il giorno dell'inaugurazione e poi ieri. Adesso abbiamo un grandissimo, enorme piacere di averli qua in presenza e di parlare con loro. È ancora una cosa molto emozionante avere gli artisti in presenza.
And the artists we are about to present, you had already the chance and the honor to listen to their performances the first day at the beginning, the ceremonial celebration, and the second day. But today is so special. We have them in present here. We're about to listen to them in presence through the music and through their talk too.
Siamo ospiti di uno studio che è quello di Barbara Zoletto, Roberta Righetti e i suoi ospiti, e aspettiamo che loro ci parlino della loro attività, ci spieghino un po' anche degli strumenti indiani che stanno usando.
We are guests in the studio of Barbara Zoletto and Roberta Righetti, and their guests. And they're about to talk about the music and the instruments, the typical instruments.
Buongiorno Barbara, buongiorno Roberto. Roberta,
Buongiorno.
Ciao a tutti, ciao. Vedo il Santur, vedo il Pakwaj. Per favore vi cedo questi 15 minuti perché voi possiate parlare della vostra attività, dei vostri strumenti. Io sono qui che vi ascolto con tanto interesse.
Grazie a tutti.
Grazie, buongiorno.
Ci dite anzi come si sente, ci date subito un feedback, magari tu traduci, Giorgio.
Sì, si sente bene. Ecco, il pubblico per la maggior parte, noi abbiamo un canale di traduttori italiani e poi però la maggior parte del pubblico ha bisogno dell'inglese che ci sta seguendo perché l'European Yoga Federation e ci sono tutti i rappresentanti appunto dell'Europa, perciò è meglio usare l'inglese. Grazie.
Allora parlerò in italiano e Giorgio mi traduce subito.
Va benissimo, vi sentiamo bene.
Ok. Bene. Allora,
prego.
Già anticipato, siamo Eva Omdeva, Barbara e Roberta.
We are Eva Omdeva, Barbara and Roberta.
Ci occupiamo di musica sacra occidentale di varie tradizioni del mondo.
We play sacred and holy music from the West and the East.
In particolare Indian music. Questa che vedete e che avete sentito negli altri video.
This instrument that you already saw in the previous videos
is
called Dilruba.
Dilruba, che in hindi significa ti ruba il cuore.
In Hindi it means it stole your heart.
Ecco, perché ha un suono come sentirete, avete già sentito appunto ieri, così aperto, così pieno di armonici.
Because it has a very wide sound and full of harmonics.
E si chiamano, grazie proprio a queste, vedete che ci sono tutte queste corde, ma io ne suono 3. Queste sono corde dette di simpatia, sono simpatetiche si dice, perché risuonano.
It
proprio.
has many chords, but in particular it has these chords, strings called sympathetic strings, strings, and they gives this harmonic sounds
Ecco,
and
infatti
rich and wide sound.
io non so adesso come sarà la qualità dell'audio con il computer, ma vediamo se... It's like a cathedral. Ecco, e questo è questo strumento appunto indiano e che appunto assomiglia anche al sitar, però la differenza è che si suona con l'archetto.
This is a typical Indian instrument, and is very similar to sitar, which is also another Indian instrument. The difference is we play this instrument with
Archetto. Archetto. Ecco, come già anticipato da Amadio, per l'occasione oggi c'è Valerio Bruni e la citazione, Giorgio Cutini. Grazie a loro abbiamo formato proprio da 2 anni questo nuovo gruppo che si chiama Anam Ensemble, ma ci parleranno più tardi loro.
Allora, this Anam Ensemble is it made from Evam Deva and Tirsenia. So it the union from 2 different group.
Okay. And okay, Barbara Gioletto.
Namaste.
Dopo lei la voce.
Yes, I study Indian music since 30 years, and I started in India, and then I continued in Italy also, and then in India, Italy both. I study Drupad. Drupad is very ancient style of music. It was born in the temple, and then they took in the court, the Maharaja in the 14th century, but it continues to have these sacred characters. And Drupad has the root in the Nada yoga of the sound. For this is very meditative and very healthy too, because all Indian music comes from the Veda. Most of you know what is Veda, and once it was Samaveda, it was cantilinato, chant. Shaklam Varadaram Vishnum Sashi Varnam Chaturbhujam Prasannavadanam Jaya Sarva Vigno Pashantaya. So like this, then it will become in the form of raga. Raga is the model of Indian music, and comes from the word from ranj. It means paint. So the music that can paint the soul, and there is raga of the morning, of the evening, every kind of raga in every part of the moment of the day, and also in the season. And also this music is like a meditation or like a yoga. For me, is very important. Is the practice. Is also spiritual practice. So it's a way for liberation, moksha. And when I met this music, I fell in love, and I recognized what was my vision, and I take this like a purpose of my life. So I want to spread this music sacred, but not only this music sacred. I like all the sacred music because I chant a lot of in the choir, Bach, Mozart, Western music. Then I found Indian music. So that project what want to unire, make a union of okay, now start to speak Valerio. This is Tampura. This is Tampura. Is the basic instrument of all Indian music that make a bordone, like a carpet, sound carpet, and all the sounds can stay in this carpet. Tampura.
Grazie. Io sono Valerio Bruni, piacere. Chiederò aiuto al mio amico Giorgio per la traduzione, così da sentirmi più libero.
I am Valerio Bruni, and I will ask to Giorgio to translate what I want to say.
Ho iniziato a studiare la musica indiana a Varanasi nel 2016, cioè in realtà avevo iniziato già precedentemente, ma ho incontrato questo strumento nel 2016 e dopo aver ascoltato una performance live di Pandit Shiv Kumar Sharma Ji in un tempio dell'Orissa.
I began to study Santur in Varanasi in 2016, and I met this instrument. I fell in love with this instrument after attended the concert, the live concert of
Pandit Shiv Kumar Sharma, e dopodiché ho continuato a studiare, sto continuando a studiare col mio maestro Gianni Ricchizzi a Sarasvati House in Italia, Assisi.
And then I continue to study this instrument with my actual teacher Gianni Ricchizzi in Sarasvati House in Assisi.
E il santur è uno strumento molto antico che proviene dal Kashmir, ancora prima dalla Persia.
Santur is a very old instrument and it came from originally from Kashmir and Persia.
Originariamente nell'antichità era chiamato Shatatantrivina, ovvero lo strumento dalle 100 corde.
At the beginning it was called Shatatantra Vina, the instrument of 100 strings.
E dopo è stato usato in antichità negli inni vedici e poi dopo nella musica Sufi.
In the ancient time it was used in the Vedic hymns and also in the Sufi music, traditional music.
Grazie.
Puoi parlare di Anam.
Parla tu. Sei più bravo.
So this my instrument is called Pagavaj. It's a very old instrument from India. It came from the older instrument called Mridangam. It has a barrel shape, wood shape, with two head skin made with goat skin. This instrument is typical from Drupad music style, which is the oldest Indian style, mostly for meditation and devotional music, but is also used for entertainment, for dance and other kind of entertainments. I met this instrument in 2018 because I used to like a lot Indian music, but in 2018 when I went with my friend Valerio in Varanasi, he already started to play Indian music. We went together to Drupad Mela in Varanasi, and then when I listened the sound of this instrument, I fell in love. I told to Valerio, oh, this instrument is amazing. What is this instrument? And he started to tell me about Pacavage, and immediately he found for me a teacher in Varanasi, and I start to study, and then now we are here.
With Hanam.
With
Anam
Hanam.
ensemble, Anam.
And also me and Valerio, after, because I also make electronic music, we create our project called Tirtsenia, which is electronic music with Indian instruments. And then we met this amazing women.
So also one thing I want to say before we finish, the Conservatory of Vicenza, because Valerio came to study to the conservatory, and also I teach there for this year. Maybe I will finish, but because life go on, and so now they are in Padova. 15 days ago, we went to Bolsena because they are from Bolsena Lake, a wonderful place. Wow. And for that occasion, we went there and we stayed very good. So that is Anam. It means without name, because Terzani, that all we know, he likes this name, no? So.
But our music purpose is also to combine different style of music, not only Indian music, but Sufi, Arabic, Mediterranean music. So our purpose is to have the devotional and sacred music, mystic music from the traditions.
And then we have also Project Maya, about Maya. That's it.
We are working
for
a new album, concept album, for
the concert of Maya.
Concert of Maya.
Illusion. With the many
actual.
Quello is going to be a musical journey about the cosmic illusion. So how the concept of Maya, it has been translated the music and all different traditions from the east to west.
Io considero questo un regalo grande, è sempre un piacere andare dietro le quinte, conoscere gli artisti, parlare con gli artisti, è sempre un'emozione bellissima. Siete bravissimi, vi abbiamo sentito e vi vorremmo sentire ancora in futuro. Grazie, grazie. Io credo che il nostro, le persone che... Ma le persone che ci stanno seguendo sicuramente avranno apprezzato molto questo momento particolare, speciale di incontro con voi. A presto, lo considero un regalo.
So I consider this. Thank you. Namaste. Thank you. I consider this as a real present, as it is always so interesting and so amazing to see behind the scenes, behind the curtains, and the way you explain and all the information. We appreciate it so much. We hope to see you again and to listen to your performances again. Thank you very much. Namaste.
Passiamo adesso a presentare la prossima ospite che rappresenta per noi nell'Europea la Slovacchia. Devo ringraziare Daniela Laudani che mi ha fatto conoscere questa persona straordinaria, che mi ha fatto partecipare a un congresso in Slovacchia dove ho potuto apprezzarla, conoscerla. Per favore, Daniela, dici chi è Anka Galovikova, per favore.
Thank you, Amadeo. It's really a pleasure to introduce to all of you Dr. Anna Galovichova. As you know, I am especially linked with Slovakia, so I'm very happy to see this small country in the European Union be represented by such a nice and active and generous person like is Dr. Anna Galovichova. She is the founder and chairman of Slovak Indian Friendship Society and the coordinator of the projects. For more than 50 years, she has been investigating and applying yoga into mental and spiritual development of humans. As a director of Mental Health Center in Liptov, Jakubani, she has been leading training for the psychophysical and psychospiritual awareness, and she develops and quality enhances the relaxation and stress management training methods. She's also the team responsible for implementing preventive health projects and restart projects during pandemics COVID-19. Dr. Anna Galovichova is a yoga teacher. She has been running yoga courses in many towns in Czechoslovakia for the last 52 years. She has been coordinating the European Health projects and training courses focused on healthy lifestyles, psychohygiene, protection of life and nature in more than 10 countries to educate trainers. The countries are Czech Republic, Netherlands, Germany, Egypt, France, Turkey, Italy, India, Lithuania, and Finland.
Please, Anna Galovichova, the stage is yours now.
You have to unmute.
Move on.
Can you please turn up the volume? Anka, I think that it's not connected with the microphone because we cannot hear you.
Now you hear me?
Yeah, now it's better. Yes, now it's okay.
Now you.
Yes, and now the volume is correct. Anna?
Hello, I don't know what to do.
You just have to start speaking.
Okay, thank you very much.
Just
excuse that I began silent, but maybe it is a great sign of positive sign that we should more become silent and not too much talk. But now is my stage, so I am asked to talk, and I am very happy to participate on this conference. And I am very happy that I met Amandio Bianchi and you, Daniela, and that Slovakia is part of European Yoga Federation. And I wish very much, as you mentioned, that I am also involved in poverty. I wish very much that one day, and not too far, but soon, we can meet as usually we meet in Brussels, that there is translation in all European languages, and what we speak immediately it is translated, and we can speak mother language. And it is a meeting not of prime ministers, not of president, not of ministers, but meeting of people experiencing poverty every year. So 19th anniversary will be this year, and it thanks to Netherlands anti-poverty network. They work hardly 10 years that we will be, and people experiencing poverty also in Brussels, having such kind of symposium in Egmont Palace with all these translators. And so I wish very much that under the guidance of European Yoga Federation, one day we will also have such comfort and such possibility, because as is title of my lecture, for yoga in daily life, for the psychic development of the human, I can tell you, I am listening carefully all 2 days, and as we told that beyond yoga, title of this conference, Be Beyond Yoga, beyond can be deeper and deeper. So deeper and deeper means that our cognitive development is strengthened, and we know more and more deeper. Now, our knowledge is more and more stronger, and we are wiser and wiser. So I can tell that also this conference helped to all of us for psychic development. Be better and be more active and be more wiser and self-confident, and all these attributes and traits which are linked with psychic development. That's why it's very important, this title, because it is not easy understand how to do that we progress and we develop mentally. We know physical development, physical grow, that when child receive enough food, so child is really growing and taller till age 18 and then stop. About psychic development, it is not so fluently. It doesn't mean that the oldest person who is listening to this conference is the wisest and the most developed, enlightened. No, in psychic development, it is quite another process. And I am very happy that I met all of your team, because I see that you are also looking how we should be identify and be one, all in one, one in all, and how we should be unity, united consciousness, how we should be helping each other. So this all is also my whole life focus, and I would like to share some knowledge during these minutes. Move on. Param Yogeshwar Shri Dev Puriji. He is from the lineage Alak Puriji. It is yoga lineage. Alak Puriji lived in Himalaya, yoga lineage from Himalaya, but Param Yogeshwar Shri Dev Puriji, he settled to Rajasthan. Move on. He met Bhagavan Sri Divnarayan Mahaprabhuji. That time he was young, and he became his guru. And Mahaprabhuji, Sri Mahaprabhuji, he is very famous in Rajasthan because, though he's not alive, because he reached age 135 years, and he died very good physical and mental condition in such age. And 1 year before ago his death, he forecasted that 5th of December 1963, 1 year before, he told to his disciples he will pass Mahasamadhi, that who could come to his ashram in Katu will come. And it happened as he forecasted. He sit in such position, we see him, ask everybody to ask some, about to create sankalpa, some wish, and he, with the sound of Om, pass to Mahanirvana or Mahasamadhi. Mahaprabhu, next is, yes, move on. Next is his disciple, Dharam Paramahaswami Madhavananda, who died few years ago and twice was in Slovakia, in Czechoslovakia, also in Slovakia. And 2 weeks I had the chance to take care of him in Piešťany, my town where I live. And Swami Madhavananda, he dedicated his life, whole his life, to serve to Sri Mahaprabhuji. And he traveled with him everywhere. He noticed all his deeds and all his speech. And what happened with Mahaprabhuji, everything was registered. And finally, usually he asked Mahaprabhuji if he can print book, his biography, that the people in West also know about Mahaprabhuji. But usually Mahaprabhuji told him, don't be afraid. It comes next, move on. Next reincarnated our beloved, that time he was alive as Maheshwara, Mangilal Maheshwara. He will reincarnate as Swami Maheshwarananda, and he will he will spread teaching all over the world. And he mentioned also Czechoslovakia that time, Mahaprabhuji. I remember his Mahasamadhi was 1963. So there are still people who lived and know him very good. Swami Maheshwarananda reincarnated, and as a young boy, he is a nephew of Madhavananda, his Guruji. And he asked his Guruji, his uncle, to initiate him into Swami order. And it happened that because of sister of Madhavanandaji, she didn't want that her son become Swami and sannyasi. So he used refuse his wish, but finally, as a small boy, he was initiated into Swami order, and it is order which is linked with Alak Puriji, Mahaprabhuji, Dev Puriji order, and it is order which is very strong, and till his lineage is very strong. Why I speak about this lineage? Because previous Czechoslovakia, Slovakia were influenced by two great yoga systems. One was this lineage, which was brought to Czechoslovakia by Swami Maheshwarananda. And second was Ramana Maharishi. Here is my first yoga teachers, Eduard and Mila Tomashovi. They lived in Prague, and that time I was 17, and I became study psychology in Charles University. So I met them, became their disciple, though they never wished to call them gurus, but I felt that they are my spiritual parents, and I am very thankful that I can introduce them, because they brought to Czechoslovakia wisdom of Ramana Maharishi moved. Here is Rudolf Skarnitzel, a psychologist who became a disciple of Ramana Ashram, followers of Ramana Maharishi, his disciples. Ramana Maharishi at that time didn't, already died. So he met his disciples, and he became so trustful to this school, Atma Vichara, who am I, this kind of meditation school, that he is now in Ramana Ashram in Tirunavalai under Arunachala, holy mountain. He is called as Brahma Acharya, man who reached Brahma, and he was very active in as a psychologist, especially in researching three gunas, sattva, tamas, rajas, and he also was very active in Charles University. So now in Charles University, you can study new topics, new subject. It is yoga therapy, and yoga, not only physiotherapy. Physiotherapy is spread all over the Europe and world, but yoga therapy is new subject. And so now are also many disciples they stay as a stage in Ramana Ashram in India. So Prague students go to India for stage, 1 month or 3 weeks stage, direct living in Ramana Ashram and learning. So Mr. Dr. Skarnitzel died a few years ago, but my colleagues and me were very happy to meet him. Move on. Ramana Maharishi, as you see, he's in no costume, monk costume. Usually he's very simple dressed, because he reached Mahasamadhi at the age of 17, 18 years, without any guru, without any order. And it was through the self, it was such a way that he passed through self-inquiry, who am I? He had feeling, though he was healthy, that he died. And during this process of dying, he was afraid, so he lied on the carpet and observed what is going inside him, how he became deaf person, but he overcome this state, this process, and he reached Mahasamadhi. So from that moment, he settled in Tirunamalai under or in the cave of Arunachala, in great temple there in Tirunamalai, and he was Muniji. such Mona Swami who didn't speak, who didn't travel a whole life, he dedicated to one place, to Arunachala, Holy Arunachala, and to living in Ramana ashram, in his ashram. This school, why I mentioned this school also in Czechoslovakia, because the first book of Ramana Maharishi was translated in Czech language, and we find that it is great blessing for Czechoslovakia to that in Czech language, not in English, not in Spain or French language, but in Czech. Why? It is known that he was Mona, not speaking. So, but his power was very strong. So many Indian benefit from his power, sitting near him and meditating with him. So great scholar of India visited Tiru and his cave and his ashram, and he wrote 25 questions and asked him, give him pen if he can answer. He didn't speak, but he answered this 25 question, and it is his first book, Who Am I? This book is now translated to many, many languages, also in Slovak language, and people never, though later he spoke and read what he wrote, he never changed any word in his answers. And so he was declared as Maharishi. It means that he was reincarnated Rishi who was in India. He was one of author of Vedas in previous life, so as a Rishi. And that's why he knew everything from young age, and that's why he didn't need any master, any guru. Move on. Here we are in Ramana ashram, you see mountain, holy mountain, Arunachala. Here is Hamsananda Swami, one of his disciples who is head of Atiti ashram. Many sadhus and swamis usually stay in this ashram. We also stayed there, and it is a wonderful program and very, very pure teaching. So this ashram is very active, Ramana ashram, and we are very much blessed that we could pass through Atma Vichara, self-inquiry, meditation, who am I? I plan to practice with you Atma Vichara a little bit, several minutes, but I am very happy that during 2 days, many speakers mentioned Atma Vichara, that we are not body, that we are not mind, feelings, memory, etc. So it is very good that this school, this self-inquiry meditation spreading all over the world. Next, move on. In Czechoslovakia, now we see stupa near Piešťany, because in Czechoslovakia, in Slovakia, in Czech country, there is many followers of Buddhism also. And one is lineage of 14th Dalai Lama of Tibet. And we see Samdong Rinpoche, who is a very close friend and collaborator of Dalai Lama, and he was prime minister of Tibetan government in exile in Dharamsala. I met our society, Slovak Indian Friendship Society, invited him to Slovakia, and we had nice seminar with him, and we communicate with Dharamsala office and with His Holiness Dalai Lama many years, because our president Havel, after fall down totalitarian regime, he invited him as first president officially, not only as friend, but officially as head of Tibetan government to Prague. And I was blessed to be in this meeting. And since that time, several times I passed through teaching guided by His Holiness. Why? Because as psychologist, I understood that parts of yoga or limbs of yoga are very powerful. But when we combine and we focus on mental development, not only on some health profit and benefit, but the whole development, that we can succeed. So I passed through several main schools, spiritual schools, which are focused on self-realization and psychic development. And one this school was also Tibetan Buddhism. Move on. Our Slovak Indian Friendship Society is the first NGO after fall down totalitarian regime. And we published first book of His Holiness Dalai Lama in Middle Europe called Opening of the Inner Eye. His Holiness personally signed our book and asked me that I should publish it not in Czech language, but Slovak language. So we are very thankful that we have this book. Move on. Here is Docent Vele. It is very good to know that in previous Czechoslovakia, under totalitarian regime, yoga was not allowed officially. You could practice yoga really only secretly, personally, and don't speak that you practice yoga because of your professional career. Dr. Vele, he helped many ill people through yoga that time, and he also inspired me. Now he died also, but I was young when I met him, and he inspired me in one congress in Brno that when we should do progress, the yoga for people in previous Czechoslovakia, we could do it only on the academic level. That we should not through media, mass media and like this, but we should face critics and people who don't respect the effect of yoga, a good effect of positive effect of yoga. We should face them on academic level. That's why I again felt how important it is to do conferences, symposium, and in my life I helped to organize many yoga conferences, especially for health resort, thanks with the help of Swami Maheshwarananda and docent Jarka Motajova. Yoga was and is still today part of innovation of rehabilitation in Slovak spas. We have many spas. So now, since that time, it was 1988. Since that time, yoga was allowed to be practiced in yoga in Slovak spa as a healing procedure. Move. On. We see Nikolai and Helena Rerich. They are founder of Rerich, they settled, they are Russian couple, but Nicola, he was painter. Helena, she was Indologist. And they had 2 children, son who was also Indologist and Tibetologist, and second son was painter as father, but father was also philosopher. And we met because of Slovak, Alenka Adamková, she was also Indologist, so they had no grandchildren, so all this foundation, Rerich Foundation in Nagar, Himachal Pradesh, guided 20 years, Alenka Adamková from Slovakia. We met her and we were good informed about all this teaching, Rerich, because Rerich, after Marco Polo, was first who organized the expedition to East, it means to India, to China, to Tibet, and all other countries. And during this expedition with 150 scholars and experts, all kinds of experts, they recognized many wisdom, spirituality, and they brought it to Europe, and through Alenka Adamková also to Slovakia. And the best friend of Rerich was Albert Einstein. And together they prepared system how to psychic development accelerate, and it was model of this system as Olympic Games has 4 or 5 circle. They model has 3 red circle on white background, and this red circle linked means art, science, spirituality. And during all these days, I listening to all lectures, somehow I found out that also European Yoga Federation somehow is very close to this model, because I like very much that all program is together, also science, also art and spirituality in a nice way, that we are all very happy and not frustrated that we are from small country or other country speaking English, not speaking so good English, or we are English people with very good English. So I am very happy that we lose all barriers, language barriers, and all this move on. Sri Aurobindo, when I was in Tiru, Arunachala, it is a really very special moment in my life, because when I was 18, I read, though that time I don't read so much newspaper, but we had one newspaper and I read article, small article, that in few days will be open basic stone for the building of Auroville near Pondicherry. Author was of this project, Mira, partner or colleague of Sri Aurobindo, and because he lived that time in Pondicherry. And Sri Aurobindo was a very strong personality behind how to say, independence of India from Great Britain. Colonization was also Sri Aurobindo, who studied in London, and with his good English, he was able to write a very, how to say, open eye articles to British colonizers, and they understood very good that it is not nice to colonize other country. And he was in prison in a very famous prison. And during that time, Mahatma Gandhi continued in his work, open eye to Indians, to colonizers. And when he returned, thanks to Swami Vivekananda, who visited that time this prison on one island in Indian Ocean, when he visited Sri Aurobindo, because usually nobody left prison alive, so he gave him breathing exercises and other yoga practice tools, and he didn't die. And when he returned from the prison, so he settled in Pondicherry, and no more political work, but continue in spiritual work, and created eco-village, Auroville, and big in Pondicherry, also nice yoga ashrams and so on. And when I was 18, I wished very much participate at the opening ceremony of Auroville. It was article what I read at that time in our newspaper, and it was told all people from all world are welcome, and they can stay here and implement this project. But that time was impossible for Eastern Bloc countries travel and have money and permission to travel and all this. So, but it happened that maybe after 50 years, I met this Auroville, I visited, and I became a cooperation, multicultural education. And I am very happy that I had chance to bring there many Slovaks and many friends. And we began during European Anti-Poverty Network and European Commission. We are preparing some project, European Eco-Village Network, as a pattern or model of Auroville or Pindhorn. They both became part of a global Eco-Village Network, because many school followers of middle school and leavers from middle school and university are without job, and it is very, we speak about lost generation. And now after pandemic or during pandemic COVID, many people lost job, and new school leavers, they will have no chance to reach job. Some of them, of course, not all. Slovakia belonged third country with Portugal and Greece with the most students which are unemployed. So through such project, we wish help young people, also from minorities, also immigrant children and students from immigrant families and all, that they can begin their adult life after 18 years old in such eco-villages and work there, reach housing there, have housing and work and meeting nice people, spiritual education, supporting psychic development, and also their path up Utan that we should develop and growing up. Move on. Now we see Utan, right side Christian model of Utan, way up on the top of the hill. It means that there is psychic development step by step. In the middle boy, in our center, because we work also and practice yoga with children. So you see Patanjali steps, Ashtanga Yoga, 8 steps, final step, Samadhi. And the left side, we see ancient game of self-knowledge, Lila. And this is also upliftment of mankind, but of human. But as we see, there are some snakes, and when they swallow you, again you are down. So there is not easy to climb up, but all world religions tried to find a solution for more and more people to climb up on the top of mountain. It means top of our psychic development to enlightenment. Move on. Here we are in India, in it is Lonavle, and we met in Lonavle wonderful people and the wonderful yoga research center, Kuvalyananda. Move on. Move on, yes. Here I will continue with Lonavle, but now is Dr. Schulz, famous German psychiatrist who brought autogenic training and helped yoga to reach respect among Western scholars and psychologists and psychiatrists, because his autogenic training, it is autogenic means inner training, inner relaxation. So this is now part of psychotherapy without tablets, pills, without pharmacotherapy, through deep relaxation. And my school professor was his close friend and supporter from Charles University. And somehow I was, thanks to my class professor, Eduard Urban, who is one of founder of psychotherapy in previous Czechoslovakia, I had chance dedicated all my study to yoga, because when I passed through exam in Charles University in my age 18, so it was question, what you read? And I answered that I read also yoga. And he, before declaration of results, who passed through exam, who not, he met me and told me that he chose me, but I must promise him that I will be also good in biology and statistics. And he told me, because yoga is top of psychology. That time,
it has been really a good review, and it's very interesting that you met so many personalities in that field. Really, when I had a look at all these main, let's say, VIP of yoga world, I think that it's really amazing to have you here to share with us this knowledge. And because the time is strict and the program is very packed up, I let the floor to Amadio Bianchi. Amadio,
Thank
please.
you very much. Thank you very much.
Thanks to you. It
No.
has been really a pleasure. Thanks.
Thank you.
Maestro, il tuo audio.
Grazie Anna Galicciova, grazie di essere stata con noi. Avremo tante altre occasioni per conoscere meglio te, la tua attività, la tua vita.
Thank you very much for having been here with us. I'm sure we will have so many other times to meet more in depth you and all the many interesting things that you did.
Teniamoci per mano, Anna Galicciova, e teniamoci per mano e camminiamo insieme e andiamo insieme a formare questa bella iniziativa europea.
So let's keep hand to hand together, dear Anka, and let's hand to hand construct this beautiful, beautiful organization that is in Europe.
Ancora grazie per essere stata con noi. Ti apprezzo tanto, ti ho sentito in Slovacchia, sono felice di averti conosciuto e sono davvero felice che tu sei con noi.
I really appreciate all your work. I appreciate you. When I was in Slovakia, I managed to heard about you and your work, and I'm very much appreciated and happy and glad that you are with us.
Ora passo a presentare un amico, una persona con la quale vivo da circa 78 anni.
Now I would like to pass to present a dear friend of mine, a person who I have been knowing since 78 years now.
Non posso dire che lo conosco perché non ho ancora avuto la possibilità di conoscerlo proprio bene fino in fondo per poter dichiarare io conosco questa persona.
I can't really tell I know that person so much in depth. Still, I need some time to know him a little bit better.
Cerco di mantenere un buon rapporto con lui, anche con il suo corpo, perché è un agglomerato, diciamo, il suo corpo, che poi sarebbe il mio corpo, è la rappresentazione di questa intelligenza universale che impermea tutto questo universo.
I keep on try to get in a good harmony, also him and his body, and for his body I mean also my body, as it is the representation of the infinite intelligence that permeates all.
L'unica cosa che ho capito con certezza è che non mi appartiene e che quando me ne andrò non mi appartiene, quindi lo devo lasciare qua.
The only thing I'm quite sure about it, and I realize, is that this body does not belong to me. And when I'm about to leave, and then when I will go, this body will not come with me. I have to leave it.
Da alcuni anni sto utilizzando internet e grazie invece alla internet sono riuscito a capire quel poco che ho potuto capire nella vita con un po' di risveglio della consapevolezza.
During the last few years, I've been using internet to connect to the world. But I must say that I'm getting more in touch with the inner net. That is the one that really keeps me ongoing.
Vi devo parlare di due cose che ritengo fondamentali, importanti nella vita.
I have to speak about two fundamental things in life.
Sto parlando di due cose pratiche come il respiro e il fuoco.
I'm talking about two practical things. I'm talking about breath and the fire.
Prima del Covid, come molti di voi sanno, io giravo il mondo e prendevo circa 2-3 aerei alla settimana per portare questa mia umile conoscenza come dovere, come dharma, il mio dharma di portare questa umile conoscenza in giro per il mondo.
Just pre-COVID, before the COVID, as many of you know, I used to be on flights all the time. I used to take and jump on 2-3 flights during the week. And in order to spread this knowledge that I found fundamental.
E quando mi presentavo a parlare di respiro, io sempre mi rivolgevo al pubblico con una domanda.
And when I was meant to talk about the breath, I started my convention with a question to the public.
Per favore, mi dite e alzate la mano quanti di voi ieri hanno pensato al loro respiro?
Please, could you let me know? And please raise your hand, whoever yesterday thought about the breath.
Magari di fronte a 300, 400, 500 persone, raramente qualcuno alzava la mano.
Maybe in front of 300, 400, 500 people, rarely somebody raised their hand.
In quel momento io mi sono reso conto che qualcosa nella nostra civiltà non stava funzionando.
In that precise moment, I realized that something in our society was not really working.
Se ascoltate le persone oggi, io spero veramente che qualcosa sia cambiato con il dono che ci ha fatto il Covid, che ci ha messo a riflettere. Ma se ascoltavate le persone anche prima del Covid, sembrava che gli obiettivi più importanti della vita fossero il lavoro, il successo, ed eravamo completamente identificati in questo.
And if just before COVID, if you would have asked somebody about the most important things, they would have maybe thought about their work, their activities. Maybe during the COVID, we have changed our perspective, and some of you might have changed their position, but most of the people still would answer that the most important thing is jobs, activity, and so on.
Cioè l'uomo aveva, spero di poter dire aveva, e non vorrei che tornassimo invece nella stessa situazione, aveva perso la capacità di formare un vero elenco delle cose importanti della vita.
The mankind had, and I hope I could say in the past had, and that now things are starting to change and they will remain changed. Before then, the COVID, people had a real difficulty in have a list of priorities in life.
E nella mia scala io rispetto al lavoro prima ho sempre messo la salute.
And in my personal scale, my personal priorities, before work, I used to put health.
Della salute fa parte il respiro.
Regarding health, we're concerned about breath.
Il respiro è proprio la base della vita, è l'azione che supporta l'intera nostra vita.
The breath is the substratum of whatever is held in life.
Per fare capire al mio pubblico perché il respiro era così importante, in maniera semplice facevo verso di loro alcune considerazioni.
And to let the public understood what I meant, I used to make with them some consideration.
E cercavo di tenere le persone coinvolte anche attraverso delle domande.
And I used to engage people into questions.
Quanto puoi vivere senza mangiare?
How long can you survive without eating food.
Dopo un po' di riflessione, soprattutto gli esperti potevano dire più di 40 giorni.
Maybe after a little of considerations, some of the experts might have said, maybe 40 days.
E continuavo. Quanto puoi vivere senza bere?
And then I was carrying on. And then how long can you survive without drinking water?
Quanto puoi vivere senza bere? E gli esperti rispondevano 3, 4, 5 giorni, altrimenti i reni ne hanno dei danni.
And then how long can you survive without drinking? Then the experts, they might have said, well, 3, 4, 5 days. Otherwise, after all, the kidneys would suffer.
E io continuavo, e quanto puoi vivere senza respirare?
And how long can you survive without breathing?
E mi rispondevano, maestro, qualche minuto.
Well, master, just a few minutes.
E allora incomincia a diventare razionale, fai una scala e metti il respiro in cima alle cose importanti dell'esistenza.
So start to become rational and logic, and then put your breath on top of the scale of priorities.
Respiro e vita sono la stessa cosa.
Breath and life are the same thing.
Mi piace molto anche quell'immagine occidentale dove si mostra che Dio fa un fantoccio di fango e poi soffia nella sua bocca per dargli la vita.
I like a lot the Western image, this image of God that prepares a mud sort of doll, and then it goes next to it, it goes into the mouth, and then it breathes inside.
Ed è una bella immagine proprio per fare capire che il respiro e la vita sono la stessa cosa.
And this is a beautiful image that shows how breath and life are the same thing.
Quando le persone vengono da me e mi chiedono aiuto perché perdono la salute, prego.
When people come to me and they're about to lose their health,
e sono disorientati, a volte disperati alla ricerca di una soluzione, mi dicono, maestro, da dove devo cominciare?
And they are lost and they're looking for a solution. And so they ask me, dear master, where do I have to start from?
Io gli rispondo sempre una cosa sola, da qualsiasi patologia, indisposizione abbiano contratto, gli dico sempre che è così semplice la vita, perché essendo la vita respiro, io gli rispondo sempre, va bene, ricominciamo dal tuo respiro.
And my answer is always the same. Doesn't matter how difficult is the problem. The answer where to start with is start from your breath.
Nel respiro c'è tutto quello che siamo.
In the breath, you find everything that we are.
Se siamo degli esperti e stiamo vicino a una persona e ascoltiamo il suo respiro, noi potremmo già capire il suo stato emozionale e per esempio se uno fosse avaro potremmo già capirlo anche solo da come respira.
And for instance, if we are an expertise person, and we stand close to somebody, we can start to realize how that person is. We can start to know that person out of the breath. For instance, if a person is a mean person, we can realize it out of his breath.
E adesso voi sareste curiosi, avreste voglia di chiedermi, come respira un avaro?
And maybe now you get a little bit curious about it and you would love to ask me, And then how a mean person breathes.
È così semplice. L'avaro respira così.
And it's so simple. This is a way a mean person is breathing.
Inspira a lungo ed espira molto corto.
Breathing long and exhale very short.
Perché la sua posizione è di prendere e di lasciare poco.
Because its position is to take a lot and to release very little.
È così che le persone diventano anche ricche.
And that's the way how people, they also become rich people.
Ma non sanno che a volte questo è segno di uno squilibrio.
But they do not realize that these may also be a sign of a disharmony.
Perché l'armonia è fatta di un equilibrio fra il prendere e il lasciare.
Because harmony is done out of an equilibrium point between take and release.
Pertanto, io dico questo. Secondo voi ci dobbiamo occupare del respiro o no?
Therefore, I say this, I ask you this. In your opinion, is it important to take care about our breath?
Siccome lo yoga e l'Ayurveda sono alla ricerca e ci fanno trovare di nuovo il gusto della qualità,
As in yoga and Ayurveda, we are able to find back the quality of life.
allora incominciamo a portare qualità nel respiro attraverso un risveglio della consapevolezza.
And so let's start to bring quality into our life, taking care about our breath.
Nella Bhagavad Gita c'è scritto yoga karma sukhaushalam.
In the Bhagavad Gita, it is stated yoga karma sukhaushalam.
Che significa lo yoga è abilità nell'azione, lo yoga è qualità nell'azione.
Yoga is ability into action. Yoga is the quality of action.
Se il respiro sta alla base della vita, pochi sanno che respiriamo da 16.000 a 22.000 volte al giorno.
And if we know that breath is at the base of our life, and we manage to breathe 16,000 to 22,000 times a day,
riflettete, se noi portiamo un difetto nel respiro,
so please start to think about if we bring into our breath a defected part,
lo ripetiamo fra 16 e 22.000 volte al giorno,
we do repeat it in between 16,000 to 22,000 times per day,
andando a creare una memoria che potrebbe diventare insuperabile nel caso di una patologia.
creating a base for a memory, and this will become difficult to get rid of illness.
E la mia intenzione non è né quella di spaventarvi né quella di farvi preoccupare, ma la mia intenzione è quella di risvegliare la vostra attenzione fra le cose importanti della vita, nelle quali io metto anche il respiro.
My intention is neither to scare you, neither to make you worry about it. But my intention here is to let you become aware how important is the breath in our everyday life.
Ogni cosa che io vivo senza la presenza della consapevolezza è come non aver vissuto quella cosa.
Everything I do live without awareness, without consciousness in that specific time is just like as if I did not live these things that moment.
Pertanto portiamo la nostra consapevolezza nel respiro per poter dire che stiamo vivendo quell'aspetto così importante come il respiro.
Therefore, let's bring our awareness to our breath to say that we are living that particular breath.
Potrei parlarvi di respiro, poiché lo ritengo così importante, per giorni, portandovi prove, portandovi esperienza per farvi capire che se vi dimenticate del respiro, vi dimenticate della vita.
I could talk for days about our breath, bringing examples and studies about it, researches to show how important is breathing in our life.
Per esempio, non so se avete già pensato o capito che il respiro è la forma più sottile di alimentazione, è una forma di alimentazione. La prima forma di alimentazione, la prima forma che sostiene la vita, perché noi mangiamo per sostenerci, in questo caso respiriamo per sostenerci. Il respiro non è solo ossigeno, non è solo aria, ma è una miscela che contiene tante cose che a noi servono.
I don't know if you ever realized yet that the breath is our first way of feeding the body. Feeding the food is not just what we eat or what we drink, it's out of whatever comes to sustain life in our body. And I don't know if you realize breath is all about it, about feeding the body.
Vi faccio notare un'altra cosa, specialmente qui siamo tutti praticanti di yoga.
I would let you notice also, well, we know that here we are all yoga practitioners.
Molti di noi sono preoccupati del funzionamento della loro mente.
Most of you might be preoccupied, worried about the functioning of the mind.
Non so se avete già scoperto che ci sono 3 cose che funzionano all'unisono nel medesimo tempo.
I don't know if you already noticed that there are 3 main things that they work simultaneously.
C'è una connessione strettissima fra respiro, mente e battito cardiaco.
There is a very tight and strict connection between breath, mind, and heart beating.
Riflettete, se in questo momento sto pensando alla mia amata, il ritmo del mio battito cardiaco cambia, il ritmo del mio respiro cambia.
Let's do an example. Let's think about something. If I'm thinking about a beloved one, all of a sudden I realize that my heart beating is changed and my breathing is changed.
Allora forse abbiamo trovato un'altra strada per ottenere anche il controllo della mente.
And maybe we found another way to get in touch and control our mind.
Se io penso positivo, se io penso con calma, pensieri calmi, il mio battito cardiaco è calmo, il mio respiro è calmo.
If I start to think positively in a calm way, my heart becomes calm, my breathing becomes calm.
Pensate a questa triade strettamente connessa per cui io per il controllo della mente potrei tranquillamente partire dal respiro, anche come diceva mia nonna.
And so if we start to think about it, to control the mind, I could start from the breathing, to control the breathing, as my grandma used to say.
Quando mi veniva un pensiero di paura, subito la nonna mi diceva, fai un respiro profondo.
When I used to have a scary thought, my grandma used to tell me, do a very deep breath.
Quando dovevo fare un esame e entravo in agitazione, mia nonna mi diceva: controlla il respiro, diventa calma davanti ai professori.
When I used to get an exam and my grandma used to tell me, just slow down, breathe in and go.
Quindi abbiamo scoperto che se noi mettiamo la nostra attenzione verso il respiro, cerchiamo di qualificare il respiro, già stiamo mandando impulsi positivi verso la mente e verso il battito cardiaco.
So if we realize that we can send a good message to our breathing, simultaneously we know that we are sending a good message towards the mind and the heart beating.
Ora vi voglio raccontare un divertente aneddoto che poi è finito su alcune riviste scientifiche.
Now I would like to tell you a nice and funny anecdote that it went on a scientific paper.
Quando stavo a Milano avevo 4 medici che seguivano, affezionati, che seguivano le mie lezioni di yoga.
When I used to live in Milan, I used to have 4 doctors who were following my lessons.
Un giorno in una lezione avevo detto che non credevo tanto nella muscolatura bianca e nella, come posso dire, nel fatto che non si potesse per esempio controllare il cuore.
And once I was raising a doubt that I did not truly believe about the white muscular part. Means that I did not believe that you could not change the heartbeat.
Allora in particolare uno di questi medici durante la lezione non si sentiva a posto perché lui diceva che la muscolatura bianca era involontaria e mi provoca e mi dice no, non si può dire così, tu me lo devi dimostrare.
And once during one of my lessons, one of these doctors was not really comfortable about what I said. And he questioned, well, if you're saying that the white muscular part is not just involuntary muscles, then you have to prove it.
Questo medico mi guardava con un gesto un po' di sfida, come dire, con un po' di delusione anche perché ero il suo maestro e dice: ma cosa dice il mio maestro?
And this doctor was looking at me in a deluded way, and he was sort of taking it in a bad way.
Così mi guarda e mi dice, erano tutti e 4 i medici, lavoravano nella stessa clinica, e mi dice: per favore, lunedì puoi venire nella nostra clinica che ci dimostri che tu controlli il cuore?
These 4 doctors were all collaborating together in a clinic. So that particular doctor said, okay, fine, you're saying that. Can you kindly come on Monday to prove what you're saying?
E così lunedì mi sono recato da loro e mi hanno preparato una stanza con tutta la strumentazione, elettroencefalogramma, elettrocardiogramma, apparecchio per la pressione, e umilmente io mi sono sottoposto ai loro esperimenti.
And then the following Monday, I went to their clinic. In one room, there were all the machines ready to take my ECG, my electropulse, my pressure, my body pressure.
Quindi mi sono messo in meditazione.
I started to meditate.
Ho cercato la calma e loro vedevano sugli strumenti che tutto era quasi fermo, quasi calmo.
And while I was meditating, they saw on their machine that everything was calm, slowing down.
Poi a un certo punto l'ago dell'elettrocardiogramma ha cominciato a muoversi in maniera strana, secondo loro.
And at a certain point, the line of the cardiac exams start to move strangely, in their opinion. It was sort of buzzing up and down in a frenetic way.
E poi dopo un po' ancora calmo, la linea più calma, e poi ancora zi.
And then all of a sudden, later, start to be calm again, moving normally. And then after a while, again, in a frenetic way, in an hectic way.
Interrompono le macchine e mi dicono, no, mi devi dire come fai.
Then they stopped the machine. They got rid of everything. And the question, now you have to tell us how you do it.
Gli dico, ma è così semplice, gli dico, è di una semplicità estrema.
It's so simple. It's so easy.
Quando pensavo a mia suocera, il cuore mi batteva di più.
When I was thinking about my mother-in-law, my heartbeat was more frenetic, was more hectic.
Quando pensavo alla mia pratica yoga, tutto era calmo.
When I was thinking about my yogic practice, everything was calming down.
I 4 medici mi dicono, ma così non vale, così non ci dimostri che tu controlli il cuore.
In this way, you are not demonstrating that you can control the heart, so it doesn't work.
Allora gli dico, ma scusa, gli strumenti che cosa ti dicevano? Che il cuore risentiva di qualcosa, si muoveva sì o no?
But sorry, didn't you realize, didn't your instruments told you that the heart was moving, that the heart was doing a particular work?
Quello che voi superficialmente dimenticate è che la mente e il battito cardiaco sono strettamente connessi fra di loro. Io il cuore lo posso controllare, anche se in maniera non diretta.
What you forget that the heartbeat and the mind are strictly connected. I can control my heartbeat working on the mind.
Quindi il mio aneddoto è questo. Io volevo semplicemente dimostrare che c'era questa unione fra questi 3 principi, no? E quindi in maniera diretta o indiretta comunque possiamo ottenere il controllo di cose che anche la medicina ufficiale direbbe di no, perché si dimentica di queste relazioni che ci sono fra gli organi e della potenzialità della mente.
So through this incident, what I meant to say is that either directly or indirectly, we can control the heartbeat through the connection, through the control of the mind, as they are connected.
Ho voluto semplicemente portare la vostra attenzione su una cosa che io ritengo importante. Dovete amarvi, dovete amare i vostri organi, dovete comprenderli nel loro comportamento.
I just want to bring to you an attention. You have to love your organs. You have to bring the attention to your organs.
Quando voi amate una persona, cosa fate?
When you love somebody, what do you do?
Cosa fanno i giovani con questo strumento divino quando amano una persona?
What do youngers with this divine instrument when they love somebody? What do they do?
Spediscono 30-40 SMS al giorno per dire ti amo.
They send between 30-40 SMS to tell them, oh, I love you.
Quindi un messaggio al giorno, speditevelo per ricordarvi del vostro respiro.
So do send yourself one message a day to remind you to take attention to your breath.
Mi fermo qui, vi ho detto che potrei parlare di giorni e giorni sul respiro.
I stop here, even though as I told you before, we could speak about the breath for days.
Io ho unito respiro e fuoco perché sono due cose davvero fondamentali nella vita.
I united the breath and fire as they are two main important things in life.
Ora sto passando al fuoco, che sarebbe molto importante, è molto importante prendersi cura del nostro fuoco in questi giorni in cui siamo così in difficoltà con le nostre difese immunitarie.
And now we are passing to fire, as it is so important and in this delicate moment to take care about our fire.
Innanzitutto capiamo di nuovo l'importanza del fuoco.
First of all, let's start to think about the importance of fire.
Inizi con una respirazione, la vita inizia con una ispirazione in cui prendi in prestito qualcosa, termini con una ispirazione perché prima di andarti devi ritornare quello che non era tuo.
First of all, life starts with a breathe in. So you take something from outside, and just when you die, you breathe out. So you have this thing that you took, you have to let it go.
Quindi questo per farvi capire che la vita è tutta un respiro.
Just to let you understand that life is a breath.
E ora voglio farvi capire che la vita è anche fuoco.
And now I want to let you understand that life is also fire.
Perché quando nasco il mio corpicino è caldo.
Because when I come to earth, my body is warm.
A mano che cresco con l'età, questo fuoco si rinforza e diventa forte, forte, forte, forte.
The more I grow up and older, the more the fire starts to come up and become stronger and stronger.
E poi a causa dell'età la forza di questo fuoco comincia a calare, a calare, a calare, finché un giorno si spegnerà e il mio corpo sarà freddo.
And then slowly, because of age growing older, the fire starts to lower down more and more till at a certain point it will be completely cold and I will die.
Per farvi riflettere un pochettino di più, lo ripeto, nasco col mio corpicino caldo, questo fuoco si sviluppa, poi cala finché un giorno si spegnerà.
So just to let you understand much better, I come into word warm. The fire will grow up higher and stronger. Then at a certain point, it will start to lower down till it will completely be extinguished and I will die.
Ho trovato la coppia di cose che sono la vita stessa, la coppia di cose più importanti da monitorare nella vita pratica.
I found a couple of most important things that you must control for all your life, which is breath and fire.
In Ayurveda diciamo che la nostra vita dura tanto quanto dura il nostro fuoco.
In Ayurveda, you said that our life continues till continues the fire to burn.
Quindi per cortesia prendetevi cura del respiro, ma abbiate tanta cura di tenere questo fuoco sempre in ordine, sempre giovane, se volete avere una vita che funziona bene e una vita che vi porta a consumare tutte le vostre giornate in bellezza, in salute.
So please do take care about your breath and about your fire if you would like to live a really full life and be in the beauty and in the harmony.
Quindi prendetevi cura del vostro fuoco, non offendetelo, amatelo, curatelo.
So do take care about your internal fire, do love it, consider it, thank it, be grateful.
Non sottovalutatelo mai,
Do
abbiatene cura.
not undertake it, never. Please do take care about it.
Pensate che importanza che ha e che collaborazione ha con le difese immunitarie. Il fuoco oltretutto mantiene la salute delle nostre cellule con la temperatura adeguata.
So to consider that the fire is even in strict connection with the immune system, and the fire maintains the correct body temperature and the connection between the cells.
Però appena c'è un'invasione di virus, il corpo intelligentemente alza la temperatura per creare un habitat in cui i virus non possano riprodursi facilmente.
And as soon as a virus or an enemy enters in our body, then we our body right away starts to rise up the temperature so that an invasion from outside will not survive.
Solo 2 pilloline per farvi capire da dove riparte il ristabilimento della salute, da dove può partire, dal prendere il respiro tra le mani e avere tanto cura del nostro fuoco.
Just 2 tips to start to take care about our health. Take care about your fire and bring connection with your breath.
Grazie di aver avuto la pazienza di ascoltarmi fino a qui.
Thank you very much for your patience to have listened to me till now.
Non voglio proprio essere io a prendere minuti preziosi ai nostri ospiti. Come si dice, gli ospiti sono sacri, quindi devono venire ancora prima di noi.
So I would like to be, it would like to be me to take time out of our guests. As it is a good custom, we should first of all take care about our guests.
Ora ho il compito di presentarvi ancora una volta un musicista a noi tanto caro che si chiama Gianni Ricchizzi, che si è diplomato a Benares. Prego.
As it is custom now, it's time, and I would like to introduce an artist. Gianni Ricchizzi was formed in Benares.
Bene, adesso vi facciamo partire un video, ascoltatevi questa musica, subito dopo ci sarà dalla Spagna Mimoun Boulafa che terrà la sua conferenza.
So now please listen to this beautiful music, and after that we will have Mimoun Boulafa from Spain.
Namaste. Gianni Ricchizzi è uno dei pochi musicisti indiani e non che oltre al sitar suona gli antichi strumenti vicitravina e rudravina. Nel 2015 è stato premiato alla più importante rassegna sulla musica antica sacra, il Drupad Mela di Varanasi in India. In quell'occasione ha ricevuto una medaglia d'oro dal Maharaj ed un attestato di riconoscimento per aver dedicato tutta la vita alla musica Drupad, avendo suonato su quel palcoscenico fin dal 1990. Alcuni dei suoi concerti in India e in Italia possono essere visionati su YouTube. Suonerà Raga Gunkali, suoni che esprimono lo stato d'animo della rinuncia.
ringraziamo Gianni Ricchizzi per averci offerto questo pezzo musicale così bello, suonato su uno strumento antichissimo e se non erro dovrebbe essere la rudravina, dovrebbe essere. È uno strumento naturalmente che veniva molto prima del sitar. Poi c'è stata con l'invasione degli arabi, c'è stata una fusione fra due strumenti che ha dato vita al sitar, ma questo è uno strumento molto antico. Bene, adesso dovrei presentarvi appunto Mimun dalla Spagna, però per Mimun abbiamo preparato un video un po' per farvelo conoscere, quindi il video precede un po' il suo intervento. Prego Pietro Dettole, fai partire il video su Mimun, grazie.
Traduco?
Sì.
Okay, so first of all, I would like to thank Gianni Ricchizzi, who was playing, if I don't get wrong, the Rudravida, who is a very ancient instrument that was just before the sitar. And now I would like to introduce dear Mimoun Boulaf, first of all with one of his introductory video. That will introduce him to you just before his presentation.
Mr. Bulafa Momin Abdullah from Spain. He is a yoga practitioner, Vice President of World Movement for Yoga, Executive Chancellor Representative, European Yoga Federation, organizer of the First World Yoga Congress 2019, sponsored by the Embassy of India.
Please, Mimoun, please. Now the stage is yours. Il microfono aperto o chiuso? Mimoun, please, can you open your microphone, please?
Hello to everybody.
Hello, hello.
Yes, my presentation, it will be today topic. It's a little difficult subject due to complexity of transcribing the Spanish legislation to collectivity. But I'm sure it will be served more than a one. The first, I will remember how yoga defined and what is India's position on the subject. I will try to simplify yoga as a sport in Spain. And finally, I will give my opinion about yogas today. I start with the speech with the Honorable Prime Minister of India, Sri Narendra Modi, at the 69th session of the United Nations General Assembly on September 27, 2014. He said, yoga is invaluable gift of ancient Indian tradition. It embodies unity of mind and body, thought and action, restraint and fulfillment, harmony between man and the nature, and holistic approach to health and well-being. Yoga is not an exercise, but to discover the sense of awareness with ourselves, the world, and nature by changing our lifestyle and creating consciousness. That way, it can help us to deal with climate change. Morarji Desai National Institute of Yoga is a fully funded by Department of Ajay's Ministry of Health and Family Welfare, Government of India. and some fundamentals of yoga. Yoga works on the level of one's body, mind, emotion, and energy. This has given rise to 4 broad classifications of yoga. Karma yoga, where we utilize the body. Jnana yoga, where we utilize the lighter mind. Bhakti yoga, when we utilize the emotion. And Kriya yoga, where we utilize the energy. Each system of yoga we practice fall within the gamut of all one or more of these categories. Every individual is a unique combination of these 4 factors. Only a guru can advocate that appropriate communication of the 4 fundamental paths. That is important to take it. What about yoga? In Sanskrit, everybody knows yoga is jog. Yoga can therefore be defined as a means of uniting the individual spirit with the universal spirit of God. According to Maharishi Patanjali, yoga is the suppression or modification of the mind. Swami Chitananda Saraswati, yoga is not a religion. It does not require to believe in any certain God or to chant certain mantras. It's an ancient science which leads the head in the body, peace in the mind, joy in the heart, and liberation of the soul. Salient feature of yoga. Yoga, universal practical discipline. Yoga as evolutionary process. Yoga as a soul therapy. Yoga is universal in character for practice and application irrespective of culture, nationality, caste, race, creed, sex, age, or physical condition. Neither by reading the text nor by wearing the garb of an ascetic, one can become an accomplished yoga. Without practice, no one can experience utility of yogic technique, nor can realize its inherent potential. Only regular practice, sadhana, creates pattern in the body and mind to uplift them. It requires keen desire in the part of the practitioner to experience the higher states of consciousness through training the mind and refining the gross consciousness. The yoga's evolutionary process. The yoga's evolutionary process is the development of human consciousness. Evolution of total consciousness does not necessarily begin in particular man. Rather, it begins only when one chooses to begin. The vices like use of alcohol and drugs, working exhaustively, indulging too much in sex, and another stimulation is to oblivion, return to unconsciousness. Indian yogi began from the point where Western psychology ends. If Freud's psychology is the psychology of disease, or Maslow is the psychology of the healthy man, the Indian psychology is the psychology of alignment. Yoga as a soul therapy. Yoga is not a question of psychology of man. Rather, it is a question of higher consciousness. It is not also a question of men's health, mental health. Rather, it is a question of spiritual growth. Yoga as a soul of therapy. All paths of the yoga, japa, karma, bhakti, etc., have healing potential to shut out the effects of all pains. Now, this slide, I take it from Ayush web page. Yoga is a symbol of universal aspiration for health and well-being. It is health assurance in zero budget. Narendra Modi, Prime Minister. The Ministry of the State's independent charge for Ayurveda, Yoga, Naturopathy, Unani, Siddha, and Homeopathy, Ayush Government of India. Yoga is a philosophy for achieving the purest form of self-awareness, devoid of all thoughts and sensations. Our ancient yoga master teaches us an art of living, a life for blissful experiences of even flow of happiness by moral of misery, removal misery of our life. Yoga is essentially spiritual. Its efficacy in the management and prevention of disease and the promotional aspects have been very established since immemorial time. Recent researches have shown effectiveness of yoga in the management of many psychological disorders, which have increased during the past few decades. Thus, yoga is emerging as one of the cost-effective and economic healthcare option in India and abroad. So, now let's see how the things goes on. The Ministry of Ayush is working on a proposal to give yoga asana the status of sport, to promote it and pave the way it's for the possible inclusion in Olympic Games. The National Board of Promotion and Development of Yoga and Naturopathy has recommended recognizing yoga asana as a sport. Promoting it as a sport will be another attraction for the young. So maybe the time we have Olympics in 2036 or 2040, yoga asanas may find a place in the mega event. Joint Secretary Ministry of Ayush, PM Ranji Kumar, said the proposal is currently under consideration and the ministry is in talk with the Ministry of Sport over the issue. Speaking at the sixth Indian Wellness Conclave 2019, Nurturing the Wellness Industry for a Healthier and Happier India, organized by FICCI, he said that with India targeting to become the 5 trillion economy by 2024, the contribution of wellness industry is poised to be 50 billion on a current growth rate. However, we should aim for a faster growth to make it $100 billion industry and the center of a new growth history, he said. Now, I did this presentation because at the end, I will give my opinion. Now let's talk about the Spanish legislation. Over 10 years ago, some teachers have invited to participate in the creation of professional qualification for teacher yoga. It was initiative at the request of the government. Some of those participants in the so-called team of experts to wrote this professional teacher, they did it not so much because they totally agreed with it, because they believe it necessary. but because when they realized that it had already been decided, they were decided to was best to stay. In fact, they accomplished many things that otherwise have been disastrous for the teaching of yoga. But there was something they never achieved. They couldn't prevent this degree from being part of the family of physical and sport activity. For yoga lovers, our practice is an ancient tradition. For administration, we are a physical activity. And this is where everything gets complicated with the certificate studies. The Royal Decree 1076, 2012, on July 13, the Certificate of Professional Instruction in Yoga was published. The certificate is valid at the national level, affected by the law of sport professions, and is introduced in the family physical sport and sport recreation activity, and is interpreted and adapted by each autonomous community. About professional qualification of instruction in yoga described in the Royal Decree 1034, 2011 of July 50, in it, all the regulations are exposed to present to a process of an accreditation of the competence to develop the professional activity of yoga. So, what about why aren't there more homologated traditional schools? To homologate a traditional school in the teaching of yoga, the regulation requirements depending on the number of the students. And it is necessary to have a very active administration. If there is not enough, the trainers are not required to have long experience in yoga, but they are required to be least graduates and with a pedagogic studies. Difficult to comply with a traditional school, which cannot pass to homologate its training, despite having many years of experience teaching the practice of yoga. Now we'll see what they ask for. For training space. Now we are talking about the area or any school or any center. The training space they need to have to be homologated. They need 5 areas: classroom, workshop of physical sports activity, workshop for first aid practices, yoga room, warehouse, passage. And in the first row number is square meter, 60 meter for the first classroom, 60 meter for the workshop, 60 meter for yoga room if you have 15 students. If you have 25, the classroom is 100 meter, workshop is 100 meter, yoga room 90 meter, warehouse 20, and passage 50. From formative space, module 1, 2, 3, 4, they are all require all these numbers, but only for first aid is different because it's could be done out of the center. What's the equipment required? The classroom physical sport activity need table and chair for teacher, trainer, table and chair for the students, blackboard, flip chart, audiovisual equipment, classroom material, PCs installed in a network connected to our internet, hardware and specific software application to assessment of the physical and biological, and so on. So media and all that. In the next one, we can see what needed for the classroom yoga. Mats, blankets, ribbons, blocks and the cushion of different size, stools or meditation sofas, stereo wireless, communication pocket, microphone, stop lamp, transport machinery, and all other lines, the 3 lines are for the first aid. Now, what the accreditation require? For the first model, Master of Specific Yoga Technique must be graduate, engineer, architect, or the corresponding graduate degree or other equivalent qualification. Diploma, technical engineer, technical architect, and the corresponding degree, title, or other equivalent titles for these 3 years. In other 2 modalities, programming the institutional activity or methodology of institution yoga session, they require the same thing than the first one. The only change for the second is 2 years, for the third is 1 year. And the first aid, a bachelor of medicine and surgery or correspondent bachelor and that, diploma, nursery, and correspondent this. So those are the requirements that the government is asking for if somebody wants to give to create a center. Now, what about those who are already teachers? When we are already yoga teacher or have finished our study, we can apply for a call in any community, register online, and present the documentation physically when they tell you. The documentation must justify prior to 10 years through certificates from the respective entity and few hours of study or a few hours of practice as yoga teacher. The minimum of hours to appear are 390. If what prevents are the hours of practice techniques of yoga classes, we are talking about 2,000 hours in at least 3 years. In both cases, the first aid course must be presented more or less 60 hours. When the certificate of professionalism registered, it is an official registry of the sport professional in each community. Now, this is the identification of the certificate of professionalism. They say we are a professional of physical sport. Activities, physical and sport recreation. There is no yoga anywhere. The third is qualification level 3. The units of competence that make up the certificate of professionalism. Now, that we'll see later. What general competence? I hope you see anyone here of those competences are job. Program, direct, and streamline yoga instruction activity according to guidelines established in the reference program, with a specific techniques and posture aimed at all types of practitioners and adapting them to their needs for their care and improvements of the body, increase perception of well-being and promote personal fulfillment in safe condition and with the level of quality of service to allow them to achieve their satisfaction. Same than yoga. He develops the professional activity as a freelancer or employed within the framework of the program with yoga. activities, both of the public sphere, non-governmental organization, foundation, association, and a private entity, whether large, medium, or small companies that offer leisure and free time services, tourism, and services related to body care and maintenance of personal development. Its activity is carried out in a town halls, association, gym, neighborhood community, prisons, education center, and related facilities. Tourist companies, hotels, spa, be able to collaborate within this interdisciplinary team in the development of the professional activity. The principle of the universal accessibility are applied in accordance with the current legislation. What the productive sector are? It is located in the sport, leisure, and free time, tourism, health, and well-being sector. Related occupational yoga of jobs, yoga instructor, support in physical condition improvement teams, support assistant in personal development teams. The necessary requirement that the duration of associated training, 550 hours. Now, we'll see, this is the training models and training units. Mastering of a specific yoga teaching techniques, 180 hours. 50 for fundamental ethical, 90 for asana and pranayama, 40 for relaxation and meditation. Then the programming of institution activity of yoga and methodology intrusion in yoga session, that is all administrative one. How you program in your class, how you diagnose your class. The real yoga is only the 180 hours. Those people, they become trainer in yoga. That's important to get it in your mind. Now, I give you, I'm sorry, I read everything because all is hard subject to retain in mind and not necessary. Today I excuse myself because we are fasting and I have not too much saliva to pronounce it correctly. I think that Spanish program is not very different from that other European communities countries. And my first surprise was that Spain is ahead of India making the practice of yoga sporty. That is very, very, very strange. That sounds me very incomprehensive. The second, India talks about yoga asana as Olympic, which is not the universal yoga. Yoga asana is a small part of some yoga, very few some yoga. That shocked me too much. This seems very interesting to me because it leaves us the way to negotiate the yoga of tradition, the universal yoga. Now, saving distances. Yoga was born in India. Football was born in England. But the football belonged to the world as much other discipline and culture. I say that because some people, they think the yoga, it will stay the same. Once the yoga, it becomes a sport, all of the federation, they will participate. And this will be disastrous in a few years for the universal yoga. Now, when I saw this, I went back because I'm practitioner of martial arts. And Japan was in 1868, was established the Meiji Emperor and opening for the foreign influences. In 1882, judo was created. In the era Meiji, they finished it with samurai era. When they translate jujutsu, that's the martial arts in the way of warrior, to judo, judo means the way of softness. So they translated what is a warrior to a person who is looking for his way in a soft way. In 1909, Jigoro Kano was the first Japanese member of the International Olympic Committee. The Kodokan private association is transformed into legally recognized body. That's why I said Morarji Desai National Institute as official. So in 1911, judo entered in the school physical education program. And in 64, judo start in the Olympics, in the 30 Olympics. Now, I don't understand how they can define correctly the yoga and they act as differently. So I think most of practitioners of yoga, they mislead about yoga asana. Asana is a posture, that's all. But yoga asana, that implies many other things. For example, if we we are lying down in the floor and we want to do Bhujangasana. Once we start to lift our body, our mind believe we are going to do it correctly. But once we start, the body say, no, you can't do it. Then there are interference between body and mind. In this moment, appear the breathing, pranayama. Pranayama has two meanings. One is the prana coming with the breath, and the prana, who is the body, is receiving every moment. The cosmic energy that transmits neutrons. Neutrons, they traverse the earth day and night. Now, in this moment, all the people who are listening to me now, or anyone, they are traversed by millions and millions of neutrons. That's why in my last communication, I said that prana, ki, chi, prana, leuma, ruh, all is neutrons. In physics, has the name of wake nuclear energy. So, returning to the Bhujangasana, we have the moment where the body say one thing, the mind say another thing, and the breath telling, let's go together. We have some consciousness that we are doing the stance. Then we must to concentrate in the stance. At the same time, when we say snake or cobra, that invite us to be a snake. Notice because the name is a snake. We must transform our body in our mind, in our imagination, that we are a snake or a dog or Matsyasana, a fish or lion. So also with the elements, earth, moon, sun, when we do Chandra Namaskar, Surya Namaskar, when we do Samya breath. So in each yoga asana, we have most of the part of meditation in action. Once we get the harmony with the body, the animal or the element we imitate, then we are doing yoga asana. But what about asana? Asana as a sport is some people who have ego, or some people they know to transmit to others, they do good stances. But the spirit that sport has is not the spirit that yoga transmits in the yoga asana. So my opinion, if they want to do a yoga sport, the name should change. Yoga is not for play. Yoga asana is to find, to make a man in connection with all elements, with all animals. So that's the principle of yoga, unity in diversity. In that, I have different meaning. First, I say in the chaos order. Once we have in the chaos order, then we start to make unity in diversity. The chaos is not bad, because the chaos means transformation. Whatever they have any chaos, then the light is becoming. So my opinion is that asana sport will be the name. That's my opinion, of course. But my opinion is that yoga asana sport is not the way. In any case, once we saw how the law functioned in Spain, in Italy, and many other countries. Maybe there are some people, they say, no, yoga, it will stay because us. No, in one generation, yoga, it will become a popular sport. Now, I suggest to the Federal European Yoga Federation to create a committee to defend what is considered to be defending. Those opinions that I transmitted now are personal opinion expressed only by my own behalf. I say that because I am in a board of European Yoga Federation, but I'm also a board in the World Movement for Yoga and Ayurveda. So they are not implied in those words that I transmitted now, but it is my opinion, and I hope many other masters, they will think about. That is all. Thank you. I don't know if normally in Symposium, some people talk, some people answer, but now that is all my opinion.
Thank you.
Mimoun, don't worry. It was important that you speak about this problem.
Sure.
And you speak so we can reflect, we can try to do something.
Of
was
course.
important. Was important.
Yeah,
Okay.
yes.
So I thank you very much. Okay.
You're welcome. Thank you for all.
Good.
For the staff.
Good.
Grazie
See you
mille.
soon. Grazie a te. Benissimo. Ok.
Mimoun.
Allora.
Hello.
Allora.
Hello.
Yeah.
How are you?
How are you? I am okay.
Me too. Fine to see you.
I would like to say something about your topic.
Yes, please. Thank you.
It is
Andre, we have 5 minutes. So you can speak. It's
so
good.
I had a long discussion in India because there is a big organization in India about yoga competition and yoga sport. And we had a long discussion until I convinced them to change the name of their federation. So now they call it Asana Sport Federation. They don't call it anymore Yoga Sport Federation. And I kind of think that we should be very careful not using the word yoga in whole meanings. If it is only about physical exercises. Let's call it asana and not yoga.
Of course.
Because it brings a lot of confusion to many people. And the other thing is we have to keep in mind that this yoga sport federation that changed its name to Asana Sport Federation. Now they are trying to go into Olympics. So I met the Olympic Committee in Geneva some years ago, explaining them that they should not mix up, they should be very, very, very clear in their mind to understand that if it is about asana, it is not about yoga. And the answer was, before we accept a new discipline in the Olympics, there is a long process that has to show that this asana competition are going on in, I don't remember, something like 20 or 30 countries before accepting to put a to deposit a file at the Olympics. So I've been fighting against that since years and years. And I guess it's really, really important now to stop calling asana yoga. If we talk about asana, we talk about asana. If we refer to Patanjali, for example, it is just 1 point out of 8, which means 12%. So if we take asana and not yoga, if we use the word yoga for asana, it means 88% is forgotten.
Sure.
So I'm very much insisting upon this, that we should not call yoga if we talk only about asana. And if these crazy people, they want to kill yoga by developing asana competition, what we can only do is trying to make them intelligent. But they're really fighting with the Indian government, because India has never won any medal in the Olympics, and they're looking for fame. So they hope that with those asana competition, they will have some international better image. And I also talk about this with the Minister of Ayush, who has nothing to do with yoga. It's just a show for him. And so anyway, what I insist is that we have to be careful. No more calling yoga when we talk about asana. Just let's call it asana.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Andre, thank you. Yeah. There is some other people that want to tell something about this argument. For example, Amy Blesio or Gisa Franceschelli, if you are online, or some other people that want. We have 5 minutes. Françoise from England. Amy Blesio, vuoi dire qualcosa, per favore? La tua opinione?
Su che cosa? Perché ero impegnata.
Non hai potuto seguire la presentazione di Mimoun, che ha portato fuori il problema fra yoga e sport. È intervenuto André e ha detto appunto che quando si usa solo la parola asana bisognerebbe prendere le distanze e non definirlo yoga. Secondo André, tu vuoi dire qualche cosa che...
Asana secondo me è parte dello yoga, perciò va benissimo. Il problema è come viene usato. Perché se viene usato come uno sport, allora hai perso il senso della situazione. del senso.
Ah, c'è qualcuno, scusa, Amelia, qualcheduno che fosse libero, Cristine,
Ecco.
Daniela, qualcuno che può tradurre Emi, per favore, perché è molto interessante anche quello che stai dicendo tu.
Yes.
Aspetta un secondo che faccio tradurre da Amelia.
Sì.
Ami tesoro, scusa, ti diamo un sacco di lavoro, ma dai, andare stasera.
È un piacere, un piacere, un vero piacere.
Ecco, sì,
Stavo
traduci
dicendo,
quello che stava dicendo.
stavo dicendo che gli asana sono ovviamente parte dello yoga, però dipende da come vengono utilizzati gli asana.
Asanas are definitely part of yogas, but really depends on how we do use asanas.
Perché questo lavora sul corpo, non solo sul corpo, perché comunque sappiamo che hanno delle radicazioni anche sulla mente, anche sullo spirito, dipende da come fai l'asana.
Because they do not just have a reflection on the body, as they do work much deeper. Really depends on the effort, on the intention you put in the asanas. They can work much into a deeper effect.
Però capisco che in questo periodo si parla solamente del corpo, e invece noi dobbiamo prenderlo in modo olistico la cosa.
But I do understand very well that recently we are just talking about the body, while we should we should look and refer to them in a more holistic way.
È una cosa molto più importante, cioè diciamo che sarebbe riduttivo pensare solo a una forma fisica.
It's a much more important point, and it would be just too reducive if we don't consider in a complete way, in a total way.
Perfetto, e mi si stanno aprendo anche gli altri che vogliono dire la loro. Hai finito oppure hai ancora qualcosa da aggiungere?
Volevo dire ancora una cosa che ho detto ieri, ma lo dico anche adesso, che yoga è tutto, ma tutto non è yoga.
I just would like to conclude with saying something that I mentioned also yesterday. Yoga is everything, but not everything is yoga.
Thank you. Anka sorry for your name, is a little difficult for me. Galovichova. Anka Galovichova, you want to say something in few minutes?
It is really very, I understand French representative very much and all others. But other side, when we, for example, we need very much moral revolution in our society, yama niyama. And when there will be some movement for yama niyama called yoga, maybe we can add that it is not only yama niyama, but must be, when we call it yoga, must be asanas, pratyahara, all this. But we should be very thankful to people who began such a movement for yama niyama moral revolution. So somehow I feel that such way Indian government or who is behind wish to motivate young people towards yoga.
Thank you, Anka, for your intervention. And now I see that Tinoji want to tell something. We have few minutes, because you have a collaboration with the.
I need to answer also to this.
Just to say that the competition was something that we saw in some congress that we have Mimoun and Bianchi and Hemi too, but we saw that is not a good way, and it's not described in the Sutras of Patanjali. I agree very much with Galavikova because always I say in the class, first of all, don't forget, and the Sutras Patanjali say so, first of all, if you want to pass pranayama from the asana, you have to see yama and yama. And I think that we must follow this no competition with about yoga, but we always have the support of Yoga Sutras of Patanjali, I think. Thank you very much for listening.
No, thank you to you. I think that
want to add something.
Wait. Would be important that we organize one meeting for that. Everybody, so you can discuss this argument that is very important for us. Okay, you can answer.
Yeah.
Andre.
So just to give you an idea that I have started a weekly class online about yamas and niyamas. And we have 240 yoga teachers coming.
Okay.
So it's a big point. Okay. Now, if there is, I remember telling this publicly in one of Gopalji organization in India, that if you want to organize competition, do competition about your yamas and niyamas first.
Thank you.
And the second thing is, Anka, forget about the idea that the Indian government is going to push on yamas and niyamas. It's one of the most corrupted government of the world. They are cheating, they are lying, they are killing people. Forget about that. Now, if there is a revolution that could be thought about, it has to be with spirituality deeply. Not about the different angas of Ashtanga, for example.
You can expose your idea that is correct, that is very important.
As a whole, not as a part. Because when we take it as a part, we come to conflict always.
We have a representative of Greece, Aishwarya. Do you want to tell something about this argument, please? You too.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, perfectly. Okay. Go on.
Hi, Anna. Nice to hear you. I would like to say something about that because I have a lot of years to say about the asanas. I'm coming from not only from yoga since I was a very young person, but I'm coming through since I was very, very young from the world of dance. So I will tell that asana and the sports, of course, and everybody that we can move, we can exercise ourselves, we can do completely beautiful asanas, and that's, I agree, it's not yoga, because everybody can do that, but yoga is what Amadio says before some time. It's the energy of the prana and the understanding of the prana, because if you are not get used of that, you cannot perform the asanas, because yoga is the pranayama, and this is the step ahead of just the body. Because in Europe, this is the great difference, because in Europe we didn't need to do yoga, because all the countries were doing perfect sports, perfect exercise, gymnastics and dance. This is the great difference. The difference that yoga is the pranayama, is the consciousness, is all that Indian world gave to us as a philosophy, that even we had some of that as a knowledge to our very old countries, like civilization of Greece and of Italy, of Rome, and also even of Galatz, of the France, a lot. So what we need is not the asanas. I agree completely. That's why I wanted to say that, because we can do anything for body, but this is the end there. The other one, nobody knows about how we never be taught how, as dancers, we never have been taught how we will breathe. This was by instinct. So this is the great difference of yoga. Thank you very much.
Okay. No, thank you to all. I appreciate everybody because it's important for us. And then I ask to have 10 minutes more. We finish 1 o'clock and we do the co-argument with Himalaya in the afternoon, because the argument is so important for us. So if some other people people want to tell something is welcome here. And I think that is important for us organize one important meeting in the European Yoga Federation for discuss, to choose the line to maintain. Okay. Thank you, Mary Sukuli. You know Sukuli, eh? Is correct, Sukuli? Okay. Thank you so much for your intervention. I saw now, Johan, you want to tell something or you want? Please, Johan, please speak.
Yeah, thank you. Hi, everyone, again today. The essence, the sacred essence of yoga has to be protected and developed in the world as is created from the origins. This is not possible to change. It's our responsibilities for the teachers, for everyone who practice yoga and Ayurveda to distinguish to the things, especially in Europe, because many things for competition. So yoga is a part of the metaphysical. It's an energy to give this energy in the body to balance, to open more the consciousness. Everybody of us know this. To practice yoga in the schools, I don't know where is the goal for this. We're not necessary to go in the school because yoga is not institutions. Yoga is divine light inside of every one of us. We have to protect this in an easy way to avoid the competition today and the future. And me as a member of the yoga movement and in the European Yoga Federation to support them, I do all my best to protect this because I belong from the culture too. We're Native American with them. The abuse of the words of bioenergetic medicine dances, which transform for us many things for competition. Yoga is reading. We don't read the books for that. It's more easy to transform yoga in a bureaucracy, in something that is not yoga. So I'm agree with who say sports for the posture. Okay, it's a medical way, but yoga is no medical like today. It's a medical. It's old knowledge included to take care of health for our body, mind, and emotions through the pranayama, for the prana, for the energy. But have to discuss this in the government, in the parliament, because first, they don't know what we're talking about. Second, they don't have the power to decide for the thousand years ago who received this knowledge. And third, we have to stay together more closer to invite the European Yoga Federations, the community international consciousness, all the federations all over the world to say yoga is this and this has to remain like that, to protect and save for the dignity, for the honor, and for the sacred knowledge that's available for everyone with no competition. This is what I say.
Thank you, Johan.
For everything. I'm available for that. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you. I saw Amelia want to tell something. Amelia is a teacher from many years, so she can express her idea about this argument. Please, Amelia.
Well, it's a tough argument, I have to say. And I totally agree with Joanne. Whenever we are talking about government's law, it's difficult to get and have a law, a sort of administrative law to whatever was an ancient knowledge, so antique. And it's like to speak in a language, somebody else is speaking another language. So it's difficult to understand each other. But at a certain point, there must be a sort of understanding. And I agree with Johan saying that all the major federation, organization, at a certain point, we should gather all together and to make clear that there are certain ways, and there is no white or black, but there are several shades in between, and we can find a middle point where the two can gather and can get close together. That is my part.
Amelia G.
Yes.
Amelia G, can you confirm that Swamiji is not present, so we can use some other 5 minutes?
Swamiji had, yes, he wrote he had some difficulties with the net. I know
Okay,
that where he stays in the Himalaya at this time, sometimes the net is...
Okay. I saw, before I saw Sarah that was present and was try to speak in this argument, but Sarah, you want to tell the last your idea about this argument?
Hi, thank you so much for the speech. Now, it's quite a difficult argument and it's quite difficult to find an agreement. But I think when we say unity in diversity, we said it all. So it's quite difficult to make a rule. Everybody from different country, different culture as well, different religion, different experiences. So what we need to try to bring as a teachers is probably the meaning of yoga. There is an instrument to make your life better, to enjoy life and to be present in life. So I know sometimes the ways don't seem so yogi, but if they show you the way to be happy in life, then I think we still need to be considered. Obviously, you need to know what you're talking about. So there are lots of teachers all around the world that they show themselves for what they are not. But I think that happens in every discipline, in everything we do. So if we stay pure, if we stay honest with ourselves, and that's what we need to do with the European Yoga Federation, I think that's what we need to transmit to people, knowing what yoga is, the root of yoga, and then enjoying life what yoga gives you.
Thank you, Sarah. I know that you have many things to tell, but I promise you that we organize one very good meeting for that important meeting with the participation free of the all European citizen. And now I need to close for this morning, and we start 2 o'clock all Italian time with one final guest that is Dr. Shishi Prasad, that is from India, from Dehradun, and we continue in the afternoon to finish our program. Thank you, Mimoun, that you put this discussion. Thank you to Andre, thank you to Amandio and everybody, Sarah and Amelia and Amy Blasio, everybody, Anka Galochikova, and everybody that was present in this discussion. Thank you. See you in the afternoon, 2 o'clock Italian time.
2 o'clock is in 1 hour or in 2 hours in Italy?
Now it's in 1 hour.
It's
1 hour.
Okay.
1 hour, because it's different in France?
No, it's the same.
Okay, same.
We are
1 hour.
Together, Amadio, so.
Andre, be present, that we have pleasure that you are with us. Thank you.
I'm
Thank
very
you. Thank
busy
you.
this weekend, but I do my best.
You know, yesterday you asked one thing, I give you the sure answer. We had, Pietro, 1,200 visualization views, quanti? Wait, now is 1,500 now. Our page, there are people follow English. And then we have a channel for Italian people. So I am very, very happy.
Of course.
Here, this platform is only for speakers, okay?
Yeah.
Bye. Buon appetito, Andre.
Thank you very much.
Ciao, caro.
Bye bye.
Ciao, ciao a tutti, buon appetito, buon appetito. Bye, bye. Ok, devo fare l'ascia o rimaniamo collegati? Mettiamo sulla musica.
Namaskar. Namaskar e un saluto a tutti voi da Barbara Zoretto, Roberta Ghitti, in arte Eva Omadeva, ma di questo ne parleremo domenica più dettagliatamente. Ospite special guest il nostro caro amico Giorgio Cutini. E poi un ringraziamento speciale al maestro Mario Bianchi che ci ha dato la possibilità di partecipare a questo grande evento.
Come primo intervento a questa conferenza abbiamo scelto di evocare l'energia di Sri Ganesh con un canto Drupad in Ragatovi. Pratana Sumara Sri Ganesh. Per primo ricordiamo Sri Ganesh. Jai Ganesh. Namaskar.
Nare Salve, vorrei presentarmi, sono Gianni Ricchizzi. Sono stato un pioniere nella diffusione della musica indiana in Italia. Infatti sono tornato nel 1985 dall'India, dopo aver vissuto e studiato là per 10 anni, conseguendo il diploma di maestro di sitar presso la Benares Hindu University. Nel 1990 ho fatto nascere il centro Sarasvati House di Assisi, dove oltre a insegnare personalmente ho invitato numerosi qualificati musicisti indiani a tenere concerti e seminari. Dal 2000 sono stato, fino a qualche anno fa, il primo insegnante di sitar in un conservatorio italiano, il Pedrollo di Vicenza. Chi desidera ulteriori informazioni può consultare il sito musicaindiana.it. Eseguirò il rag Hair Lalit con suoni che evocano la meraviglia e lo stupore nella visione delle luci di un nuovo giorno. Grazie.
Namaskar.
Namaskar. Namaskar e un saluto a tutti voi da Barbara Zoretto, Roberta Ghitti, in arte Eva Omadeva, ma di questo ne parleremo domenica più dettagliatamente. Ospite special guest il nostro caro amico Giorgio Cutini. E poi un ringraziamento speciale al maestro Mario Bianchi che ci ha dato la possibilità di partecipare a questo grande evento.
Come primo intervento a questa conferenza abbiamo scelto di evocare l'energia di Sri Ganesh con un canto Drupad in ragatorio. Pradana Sumara Sri Ganesh. Per primo ricordiamo Sri Ganesh.
Jai Ganesh, Namaskar. Siamo
Anam Ensemble. Vogliamo presentarvi una composizione in stile Drupad e in Raga Yaman, una invocazione alla Dea, Jaya Mangala.
The European Yoga Federation was founded 15 years ago. Since then, our motto is unity in diversity. Please listen to the main key points.
Connect, bringing together European yoga teachers and establishing delegates and representatives for each country, considering the social differences in various countries and support the needs. Equality, regardless of gender, origin, sexual orientation, social class, and religion. Overcoming dogmatism, fundamentalism, to promote universal understanding.
Vai.
Promote, encouraging a yogic lifestyle and a holistic approach to life as a tool for physical and mental wellness, a more spiritually elevated, peaceful, happy and physically fit society.
Integrate and unify. Integrating science and the art of yogic living, modern knowledges with ancient wisdoms for betterment of the world and global development. Recognizing, accepting and integrating the many different paths that lead to the same final goal, making sure that yoga will maintain its original purpose. Namaste.
Provide study of secular knowledge, philosophy and ancient text, Bhagavad Gita, Yoga Sutra and Veda. Study of techniques, modern developments in teaching techniques, incorporating scientific findings in medicine, psychology, etc. To guarantee a certain standard, an established graduation system to provide a minimum standard for yoga teachers training.
Ma ben ritrovati dopo il pranzo. Ami, ci sei?
Sì, eccomi qua. Welcome back to everybody. Just after our lunch break, welcome back to everybody.
Come state? Vi è piaciuta la mattinata?
How are you feeling? How was the morning? Have you enjoyed it?
Qualcuno vuole dire qualche cosa o anche darci dei consigli? Intanto stiamo aspettando che il dottor Shishir si connetta. Se qualcuno ha piacere di dire qualcosa, volentieri lo può fare.
If it's possible, I want to say greetings for you all. And thank you, brother, because Amadeo, because I'm so sorry I can't stay with you all the day today because I have a ceremony today for the full moon. Started at 6 and it's taking 2 hours to hour and a half in the night. Also, is going outside to dancing. But I thank you the prayer for you all, and I hope in the future to stay in the future today and in the future to stay connected, to switch each other our abilities and skills for the great jobs that all of you are doing for not only for yoga and Ayurveda but for life.
Thank you.
Because it's life, and yoga and Ayurveda has to be for life. It's a brief. It's the first engineering of life. Okay, so we natives call it another way, but we are in the same trail. And I stay for you for a little bit again, and then I have to go to prepare. And I pray for you, and I pray for everyone, and especially for this time. Not this time. I think what happens out of this meeting, out of this symposium, but I pray for you personally, one by one, for the Yoga Federation, for the United Consciousness, for all the yoga members and teachers and the practitioners, because you need the proof from the life, from the cosmos, that you're not alone. I know what you're doing. And when is my times to go, I will stay close to you. Doing well. You're not alone. Take care of you, and if it's possible, as soon as possible, when I go out from here, because I want to go out from here to continue my mission in this planet. Maybe I can embrace you personally. Maybe we can dance together. Maybe we can share the muscle of beauty, to walk in beauty, and to dance in beauty. This is it.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
You are so sweet. You know that I love you so much. Thank you. Now our guest is arriving. He is arrived. See you soon, Johan. With pleasure.
Agone.
Bye.
Agone.
Bye. So now we have a special guest from India, exactly from Dehradun, that is in North India. He's a doctor. He's a Ayurveda doctor, specialized in marma therapy. So, Christine, can you tell something about our friend Shishir Prasad, please?
Yes, sure, I can. Okay, we are extremely honored to welcome Dr. Shishir Prasad from Uttarakhand Ayurveda University, Dehradun. Being a very, very famous therapist, Dr. Shishir is appreciated by the World Association of Former United Nations Interns and Fellows, UN Headquarters, New York. Furthermore, he has teaching, UG, PG, and clinical experience in the field of Chalya Tantra surgery of more than 15 years, is on top of that founder president, International Marma Science and Yoga Foundation, Dehradun, and member expert committee on Marma therapy, Government of India. He has published various articles and journals, national-wide and international-wise too. And since I have got to know him personally for a Marma therapy workshop through Swamiji Amadio Bianchi in Sardinia in 2019, I definitely know that he not only is a very famous therapist, but also a very pleasant, empathetic personality and a passionate teacher too. He has also conducted Ayurveda Marma therapy workshops and guest lectures all over the world, including at Indian Embassy in Tel Aviv and Hague, and has also trained doctors, students, healthcare workers from more than 20 states, UTs in India. So I could now go on and on with the endless list, but I prefer to pass the word to him personally and open the stage for Dr. Shishir. Very welcome.
Thank you. Thank you, Christine.
Please, can you round your... poi potete dire... Esatto, in this way, Dr. Shishir. Fantastic, fantastic. Per favore, Amelia, se ci sei, digli che siamo veramente onorati, veramente felici di fargli un saluto, e lo rispettiamo molto, lo amiamo molto e siamo davvero contenti.
Dr. Shishir, we are really pleased and honored to have you here. Such a great presence you are. Really, we are really, really honored and pleased.
Thank you so much. The pleasure is all mine. The honor is all mine. Thank you so much, Swamiji, for inviting.
So, I only know about you. Scusa, parlo in Italiano. Sorry that I speak in Italian because there are many Italian people connected with us. And Amelia translate, okay?
Yeah, absolutely fine.
Okay, okay. allora gli dobbiamo dire le solite cose, cioè a noi piace tanto la coerenza e abbiamo invitato degli ospiti speciali che secondo noi sono molto coerenti tra quello che fanno e quello che sono nella vita.
We love coherence a lot, and we've been having as a guest all guests. We think that they live the life accordingly, and they got a coherence between what they do and how they live.
Quindi ho sempre...
Okay.
Please.
Okay.
Dr. Shishir, please.
No, I couldn't get the last sentence that Amelia had said.
Okay, sorry, I get it close.
Yeah.
So we really have, we called all people that they live their life in accordance to what they profess, what is what they're working on.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
So, per favore, dottor Shishir, raccontaci un po' la tua storia, come ti sei avvicinato all'Ayurveda, un po' anche, poi soprattutto anche perché hai scelto questo ramo dell'Ayurveda dei Marmani, che cosa è che è scattato in te che ti ha fatto tanto amare questa via?
So we're very much interested in your life. What did let you decide to get into Ayurveda, and how did you approach then the Marmani? Please let us know something about it.
Thank you, first of all, Professor Amadio, to have invited me in your esteemed symposium, and it's really a great honor for me to be present and speaking in front of the August gathering here. I know you have done a lot of work, and it was also a great pleasure personally for me when you visited us in India. So I'm thankful and grateful for that. And also the hospitality that you had shown when we visited your place. So thank you so much. Regarding my journey into Ayurveda, to be honest, first during my school days, I was like more interested in engineering line, and my passion was either to join army or engineering. But somehow, actually not somehow, I should say that my Sadguru, Anant Sri Baba, he wanted me to become a doctor. And from there on, actually I changed and decided to become a doctor. Then I did my graduation from Government Ayurvedic College, Patna, and then the post-graduation from Rajiv Gandhi Government Ayurvedic College, Paparola, Himachal Pradesh. So one of my areas of interest was definitely pain management. And also, before my graduation days, before joining the medical field, I had some schooling in the southern Indian state of Tamil Nadu. So we did come across some terms of marmam and varmam there, but I didn't know much about it. It was only the terms that were passing reference. So when we started studying in graduation days, we had a specific chapter about marmas there in Ayurveda and Sushruta Samhita, where a detailed description of the marmas are given and how to locate them, how to identify them. All those things have been mentioned in more detail in Sushruta Samhita. During my post-graduation days, as Christine had introduced me, so yes, I was a postgraduate scholar of Shalyatantra department. So surgery was one of the branch that I was studying, especially specializing in anorectal surgeries, which I do now also. Fishline ano and hemorrhoids and those surgeries I'm quite practicing in our hospital. So at that time, my guide, Dr. Anil Datta, is very good in pain management. So there I had the interest in pain management. And then later on, I read more about the marmas and started practicing when I joined the institutes here after doing my post-graduation. So the effect of marmas, initially only 1 or 2 marma points I used to do around 14 years back. So the effect, the feedback that I got from the patients was tremendous. And in general, in Ayurveda, it is said, that people have a general idea that Ayurveda takes a long time to act. And although it takes care of the disease from the root cause, but common people have the idea that it will take some time to produce effect. But nowadays, what people want is a quick and fast relief. So what could be, what is the method by which we can give them quick and fast relief, especially in pain management? There are other cases, yes, besides pain management, also the effect of marmas is quite deep. But this is how I developed and saw the effect in the patients, then started practicing more and more. And then explaining and teaching also, besides when I started getting the result, read some books, more detailed about the marmas. And the effect was quite instant in many cases. So when we are incorporating, when we are using marmas in our daily practices, in our clinical practices, then the patients not responding to conventional methods also start responding when we are practicing in marma therapy. So this prompted us to do more research, and I gave one of the topic of research to one postgraduate student, and this was the first clinical thesis on marmas, because earlier all the marma work was done in post-graduation, especially in relation to understanding the anatomy. But the clinical application of the marmas in research topics was still lacking. So this was the first clinical thesis, and this thesis basically led to many more theses now. So many people are now practicing marma therapy, and many people now have taken the references from that thesis work. And also in our department, we are doing in our college, other departments also now started. Initially, it was not so easy because earlier it was thought that marma means Maryanti iti marmani. So that means if there is an injury, it can be fatal. So people were afraid to use marmas. So what we did was we made certain protocols, we made certain application in an easy and easily identifiable, easily workable way, so that there's not much complication, there's no complications, no side effects. So the people could do it on themselves also. So it was like an armor to the patients where they can help themselves with the marma therapy, the beautiful science. So this is how I developed the marmas, and now still I'm a student of marmas, I should say, because I keep learning.
Dottor Cecir, ma tu oggi sei considerato uno dei maggiori esperti, tant'è vero che si è formata una commissione del governo e tu sei uno degli 11 persone che fanno parte di questa commissione, quindi se tu sei in questa commissione è perché tu sei veramente diventato un esperto di marma.
Well, Dr. Shashir, you are nowadays an expertise in marma, and in fact, the government has created a special committee, and you are part of this 11 people as a member of this committee. That means that you are an important person regarding that.
Yeah. Thank you, Amelia. And the government of India, the Central Council of Research in Ayurveda and Siddha, has formed a committee of 18 doctors. And in 18 doctors, this committee is headed by the Director General of the CCRS. And there are around 12 who are basically practitioners who have had clinical experiences, who know Marmas in more detail, and actually are able to give authentic knowledge, because it's very important to learn authentic knowledge, authentic ways of doing Marma practices. It's just not like you press anywhere and start explaining. And sometimes if you're not doing it correctly, yes, there can be certain issues. So that those things have to be taken care of. And that is why the government of India formed this committee, and we are deciding on the proper protocol, proper ways, which Marmas to do, in which diseases, where to do, when not to do. So all these things, there will be a couple of different schools of thought and put it into a proper guidelines, so that people who are practicing around the globe can get benefited from that, and there are no confusions in understanding actual Marmas, and not get sidetracked. Thank you.
Quando siamo stati lì abbiamo anche potuto beneficiare della gentilezza tua, della gentilezza dell'ospitalità di tua moglie. Noi tutti serbiamo un bellissimo ricordo di te e della tua famiglia, di te come professore, ma anche della tua famiglia, della tua dolcezza e della dolcezza anche di tua moglie.
When we were there and we had the chance to meet you, we had the beautiful chance to get in touch with you as a professional person, really a great professor, but also your very kind and beautiful family, your wife. They had welcomed us with a very sweet and warm welcome.
Thank you so much. Yeah, family is the backbone of success, and my wife, my kids. And whenever I'm doing any workshops, especially now the online webinars, my son also helps me in doing those live demonstrations, so that actually I'm able to tell exactly where the Marmas are, so that people don't get confused. So yeah, thank you, Professor Medio. And I remember Daniela Fulvio also joining us in India. So it was a really good time. GC also, I must spell it GC also. Yeah, so
we spent
nice.
Very good time together. And
Yeah.
the last question that I tell you, please, how you think about the future? Your future after this pandemic situation, what do you think? Cosa pensi? Come sarà il futuro andando avanti? Pensi che ancora ci incontreremo perché viaggeremo e magari faremo qualche viaggio insieme? O che cosa pensi?
How do you see then yourself in the future after this pandemic moment will end? How you see? Do you think we are going to see again, meet again, to work again together?
Even during the pandemic times, we are working. We are trying to help as many people as we can. We do have the hospital OPD duties. We do have a COVID care center also in our hospital. So we are working continuously. And when it was a complete lockdown last year, then I started doing more online webinars. I was not doing earlier any online courses in Marmas, because I always believe that it is better to touch and explain in more detail. But COVID changed those, and so we had to adapt. So also people wanted to learn more. People were asking for more. So this we adapted, and as I see my future, it is basically as a teacher, my future lies in the future of the students, and how my students practice and explore, and then go on and to serve the humanity. So a teacher's success lies in the successes of his or her student. So that is what I believe, and I'm quite sure that just more and more people, more and more students, more and more researchers, more and more medical officers, government doctors, and technocrats also getting involved in this Marma science, because I do get calls from different places. So we are expanding, we are reaching out to different parts of the globe, but it is an ongoing phenomenon. It is something which is a continuous process, and we have to do more research, especially oriented to Marmas, because people do want to see that, and we are on the lines. I know that there are certain doctors, some of my seniors also now doing PhDs in Marma therapy. So they ask me for research papers and ideas, what to do, where to do. So ultimately the goal is to serve humanity. So this Marmas has to reach the bottommost level. That means by bottommost level, I mean that those people who cannot afford the costly interventions. So since this is something which has to reach them, yes, it has to reach all strata, that is no doubt, but we cannot confine ourselves to one or two stratas. We have to reach across all parameters, across all societies, and in that we have to develop a team. And this symposium, I think, is a very good thing that we have. I saw yesterday also, we are a very good team. So an individual cannot do much, but it has to be a team effort. So with like-minded people like you, with your help and other people around the globe, I'm quite sure that we will be able to reach. And I'm also sure the way yoga is being practiced around the world, I hope that one day Marmas also is practiced in the same way and even beyond.
Thank you. Grazie per essere stato con noi. Siamo molto felici che tu abbia accettato di essere presente anche solo per qualche minuto nel nostro simposio. Ti mandiamo un grande saluto e un grande abbraccio tutti insieme.
Thank you very much, Dr. Shishir, for having been with us and for having accepted to be with us today. And it was a great honor, and we really appreciate it and send our best regards. Thank you.
Thank you to you too for translating.
My pleasure and my honor. Thank you.
Ora abbiamo il nostro rappresentante di Montenegro, perché ieri avevo fatto un errore, avevo indicato una lady come rappresentante di Montenegro e chiedo scusa a Stefan che è già presente. Vi voglio presentare Stefan Ivanovic, che appunto è il rappresentante nostro della Federazione Europea per Montenegro. Cristine, per favore, vuoi raccontarci chi è Stefan Ivanovic?
Certo, con piacere. Stefan Ivanovic is the representative, as you said, of Montenegro. He's one of our youngest representatives. What we really appreciate, because the young ones are the future, and they are our hope. They continue our work, or the work. Well, he is a yoga instructor, a student of specialist studies at the Faculty of Sports and Physical Education. He is co-founder and president of the Center for Soul and Body in Nikšić. I don't know if I pronounced that right, I'm sorry. Tell you a little bit more about his story, because he started very early to practice yoga as a teen. He discovered yoga with his father and mother, who were practitioners. And after high school, he decided to enroll at the International Yoga Academy for the training of yoga instructors in Belgrade. Together with his family in 2014, he founded the Center for Soul and Body and became its president even. Through the center, he cooperates with many experts in the field of personal growth and development, and provides people with comprehensive support in finding personal balance and development. In addition to the yoga classes he regularly holds at the center, he currently works as a personal trainer and advocates a holistic approach to human. Now, please, Stefan, I pass you the word to yoga and ADHD. Very welcome.
Hello. Good afternoon, everybody. I'm glad to see you here. And I'm really grateful to be around all you people. And I really do feel proud that you chose me as a representative of Montenegro, since I know that you have way more experience than I have. And therefore, I'm really grateful for this opportunity that you gave me a chance to be actually the part of European Yoga Federation. So I would like to talk to you today about yoga and ADHD. So basically, what is ADHD? How much do we know about ADHD? So ADHD, or attention deficit hyperactivity disorder, is actually a mental health disorder that can cause above normal levels of hyperactive and impulsive behaviors. And despite how common ADHD is, doctors and researchers still aren't quite sure what is the cause of this condition. It is believed still that it has neurological origins, as well as that genetics may have a role as well. Some researchers also suggest because of the reduction in dopamine is also a quite factor for ADHD. As well as there is some other researches that also shown that there is a structural difference in the brain, finding that those findings indicate that people with ADHD have less gray matter volume than the brain areas that help with speech, self-control, decision-making, and muscle control. What are the most common symptoms? So these are the most common symptoms, which are quite familiar throughout every human being, but almost every person with ADHD has all of these symptoms. So basically the first one is lack of focus, which is basically trouble focusing their attention on a single task or sitting still for long periods of time. They can become easily distracted, finding it hard to listen to others in conversation, overlook for some details, or not completing their tasks or even projects. On the contrary, there's a hyperfocus, and this is something which also can be a bad thing in a way. They can become unaware of anything else around them, making it easier to lose track of time and ignore those around them. This can lead to relationship misunderstandings sometimes, which we're gonna come to in a few minutes. So there's also forgetfulness, or actually the tendency to forget more often than the usual, let's say, people. That can affect, of course, career and relationships, and it can be easily confused with the carelessness or lack of intellect. But it's just maybe that some people are not quite familiar with ADHD or its symptoms. There's also impulsivity, which is basically like interrupting maybe sometimes others during conversations, being socially inappropriate, rushing through tasks, or even acting without too much consideration for the consequences. And there we come also with the relationship issues. They're just like sometimes issues that because I also have a ADHD, but like mild version. I'm going to come to that as well. Basically, sometimes we are talking over people in conversation, sometimes become inattentive or becoming easily bored, which can sometimes come across as insensitive or irresponsible or uncaring, and that can definitely affect our relationship with our family, with our friends, with our even loved ones. So basically, it's like really, really hard sometimes to maintain good relationship because of those things. As well, there is a huge lack of motivation, way more than usual people have, and also sometimes we can try to hard to focus on some area of our life, and therefore we just become unmotivated. It is hard for us to be actually motivated to do it because it is hard to focus. There's also like restlessness, as it's written there, restlessness and anxiety. Especially with the adults, we can like move around more frequently, tap with hands or feet, like just show some types of fidgeting of our body. There's disorganization, and everybody is disorganized in some sort of way, but there's like really lack of organizational skills with us, because sometimes it is hard for us to find logically and to try to maintain our tasks logically. So like from first step to the last step, we just don't know how to put it like step to step, because we go like first, then 10th, then 7th, then 5th, then it's a rumble in our brain. Ninth symptom is emotional fluctuation. Basically, we can become easily bored and have tendency to seek excitement on a whim. Some small frustrations can seem intolerable or bring on depression and shifts in mood. Sometimes ADHD is also mistreated as bipolar disease as well, but like there are some that's a different topic, of course. And of course, fatigue, because of the all day of hyperactivity, we just become a lot stressed and tired throughout the day. So there are 3 types of ADHD. Predominantly inattentive type, which is basically like it's extremely difficult focusing on finishing tasks and following instructions, and it is the most common type among girls with ADHD. The second one is predominantly hyperactive impulsive type, which is primarily hyperactive and impulsive behavior, and this can include fidgeting, interrupting people while they're talking, not being able to wait their turn. Also, some that inattention is less of a concern with the type of ADHD, because people with predominantly hyperactive impulsive ADHD may still have difficulties to find focus for tasks, especially because they want to be everywhere. And the most common type is combined hyperactive impulsive and inattentive type, and its inability to pay attention, tendency towards impulsiveness, above normal levels of activity and energy. And where is it set? So basically, 1 in 10 kids from ages to 5 to 7 actually have ADHD, are diagnosed with ADHD. That's one of the most common childhood neurodevelopmental disorders in the world. ADHD is generally associated with the problems at school, and children with ADHD often have trouble succeeding in controlled classroom settings. Boys are more than twice as likely as girls to receive an ADHD diagnosis. And in many cases, girls with ADHD may daydream frequently and be hypertalkative rather than hyperactive. Therefore, sometimes it's easier for boys also to diagnose that they have ADHD than with the girls. And regarding the adults, 60% of the adults with diagnosed ADHD still exhibit symptoms while they grown up. And treatment is important, because untreated ADHD in adults can have a negative impact on many aspects of their life, like trouble managing time, forgetfulness, impatience, can cause problems at work, home, or in all types of relationships. And now I said a lot about ADHD. Now let's see how yoga can help with ADHD, with people with ADHD. So the 3 main aspects, let's say, of yoga: pranayama, meditation, and asana. All those 3 aspects are quite important for everybody with ADHD disorder. Let's start with length of attention span. Yes. So focused attention meditation is like weightlifting for our attention. It helps increase the strength and endurance of our attention. So basically, all the meditations can help with the attention span. For example, one study found that people who listened to a meditation tape experienced improved attention and accuracy while completing a task, compared with those in a control group. As well as a similar study showed that people who regularly practice meditation performed better on a visual task and had a greater attention span than those without any meditation experience. Even meditating for a short period of each day may benefit us. because one study found that meditating just for 13 minutes daily enhanced attention and memory just after 8 weeks. So definitely, yoga can help a lot with attention span because we have troubles focusing on one particular task. It helps improve sleep. Sleep for ADHD persons, of course, is really important because it regenerates their energy for the next day. And sometimes people with ADHD tend to sleep more because of the lack of energy throughout the day. So one study compared mindfulness-based meditation programs and found that people who meditated stayed asleep longer and had improved insomnia severity compared with those who had unmedicated controlled conditions. Additionally, it also can help relax your body, releasing tension and placing you in a peaceful state, in which are you more likely to fall asleep. The third aspect, how yoga can help, is enhancing the self-awareness, because we have to be self-aware that right now we are maybe fidgeting, that we are maybe being restless, etc. So therefore, we also have to have self-awareness that sometimes some issues are just beyond our physiological response. So the idea is that gaining greater awareness of your thoughts and habits, you can steer them towards more constructive patterns. In one study, 153 adults who used mindfulness meditation for 2 weeks experienced reduced feelings of loneliness and increased social contact compared with those in a control group. As well, meditation may cultivate more creative problem-solving skills, which can help us, of course, to go through our life easier and easier. One of the really important things is actually controlling the emotions. Controlling emotions is really important because as soon as you don't have your emotions under control, it can impact a lot on you and your relationship. Therefore, some forms of meditation can lead to improved self-image and some more positive outlook on life. So, for example, there's one review of treatments given to more than 3,500 adults, finding that mindfulness meditation improved symptoms of depression. Similarly, a review of 18 studies showed that people receiving meditation therapies experienced reduced symptoms of depression compared with those in a control group. There's also one more study which I would like to mention, that people who completed the meditation exercise experienced fewer negative thoughts in response to viewing negative images compared with those in the control group. So basically, when you show them a negative image, they felt less negative emotions than those from the control group. There's one inflammatory chemical in our body called cytokines, which is released in response to stress, and it can affect mood and leading to depression. A review of several studies suggested that meditation can reduce depression by decreasing levels of these inflammatory chemicals, which is really important for, of course, everybody, not only for the people who have ADHD. Next one is, of course, obvious one, reduced anxiety and stress. That's the most common reason why people go to yoga in these modern lives. This is how actually yoga gained popularity, because today we are so surrounded by stressful moments and anxiety that we actually need to find calmness. We have to find peace for ourselves. So there's like one meta-analysis, including nearly 1,300 adults, finding that meditation may decrease anxiety, and this effect was strongest in those with highest level of anxiety. So the people who had higher levels of anxiety showed better results than those with less, but those with less levels of anxiety also showed positive influence of meditation and, of course, yoga exercises. I would go to something even more important. I think maybe the most important things in a physiological way regarding science and research. So basically, autonomic nervous system balance means that yoga plays an important role in reducing stress, reducing sympathetic activity and increasing parasympathetic activity, decreasing blood pressure, improving sense of well-being, and increasing anxiety levels. So there is a study of mindfulness meditation practitioners who showed an increase in the number of neurons in the brain hippocampus related to learning and memory. So, and a reduction in the volume of the amygdala related to anxiety and stress after just 8 weeks. Therefore, because it's way harder for us, especially for kids, to study and to learn new things, the good thing, which we're gonna review after, would be to put yoga into schools, to put it for kids, because it can help them actually to grow, to be better at their learning, and to actually learn easier. Therefore, they're gonna feel more motivated, they're gonna feel less stressed and anxious, and so on and so on. There's also some similar studies that have shown increases in the number of neurons and neural connections in the right frontal cortex, which is in charge of concentration, which is of course obvious thing for ADHD persons to have improved. Also the right insula, which is really important for emotion, and we said before that it's really important to control our emotions as well. And so also right parietal and temporal lobes of the brain, which are also combined with touch and sound. And why touch and sound? We, as an ADHD, persons with the ADHD diagnosis, we have really sensitive sensors. So basically whatever we see, whatever we hear, it can easily flicker our attention and we can forget where we actually are with our talking, where we are with our life right now, where we are with our thoughts. So when I'm studying, sometimes when I hear just another sound, which is not combined with, of course, with the studying, that can just lead me to the concentration, and it can lead me to just having to take more and more time to actually go back to the process of learning again. Go back to the concentration as well. Maybe some of these things are maybe noticeable right now when I'm talking. So we're gonna have a discussion after this about everything around this, and of course influence on the hormones. So as I said at the beginning, some researchers suggest that all the people with ADHD have less of the dopamine hormone. Dopamine is there's less dopamine in those persons. Dopamine is a reward hormone, and it also is important for it helps the brain to move signals from one nerve to another as well. So basically, the neural connection is better when there's dopamine as well there. So there is one 3-month study found that performing 1 hour of yoga for 6 days per week significantly increased dopamine levels. So this is really, really important, like to include science, to actually find the scientific versions of how can that influence our hormonal balance. As well, some studies have shown that yoga may have an antidepressant effect and could help decrease symptoms of depression. Because this may be because of yoga is able to decrease level of cortisol, a stress hormone that influences levels of serotonin, the neurotransmitter often associated with depression. In one more study, participants in alcohol dependence program practiced Sudarshan Kriya, specific type of yoga that of course focuses on rhythmic breathing. You also know about it a lot. After just 2 weeks, participants had fewer symptoms of depression and lower levels of cortisol. They also had lower levels of adrenocorticotropic hormone, which is a hormone responsible for stimulating the release of cortisol. As well as yoga has been shown to increase the secretion of melatonin, a hormone that regulates sleep and wakefulness. So all these hormones are combined, of course, for the ADHD persons. It's really important for everybody, not only with the diagnosed ADHD symptoms, to actually lower down and to balance, to find the hormonal balance. One other thing I would like to mention is chanting and vagus nerve activation, of course, with the amygdala. So, chanting which is like one of the most famous chants in the world, and when anyone is talking about yoga, one of the first associations is Om chanting. So chanting Om creates a vibration that stimulates the vagus nerve while relaxing the jaw, face, and neck. And the International Journal of Yoga has reported in 2011 study, a study of functional magnetic resonance imaging, or fMRI, with Om chanting. There was a significant deactivation of activity in certain areas of the brain associated with depression. The researchers found that the vibrations from Om chanting stimulates the vagus nerve, which then sends out the neurotransmitters and electrical signal that reduces activity to key areas of the brain, like the amygdala, associated with our flight, fight, and freeze response. In addition, the increased oxygenation of the blood from the vibration facilitates feeling of relaxation and ease in the flexor muscles of the body. So therefore, Om chanting is really important. In that study, they did inhalation inhaling and exhaling for 15 seconds, then chanting Om, trying to chant it for 15 seconds as well. Then again, inhale, and after that, they went through the mouth, through the teeth, and it showed quite an amazing response to the brain, as well as the breath. So slow breath, smooth breathing through the nose increases vagal tone. Nose breathing seems to activate the vagal receptors found in the lower lobes of the lungs that mouth breathing cannot access. Therefore, it's really important to breathe through the nose. Exhaling through rounder lips can also stimulate vagal tone while providing a cooling and calming effect to the nervous system. Let's go forward. So, as yoga is really close to Ayurveda, of course, I found some of the also scientifically proven ways that Ayurveda can help with people with ADHD. Two of which I'm actually using is Brahmi, or Bacopa Monieri, and Ashwagandha, or Indian ginseng, are two of the essential oils I'm using for myself to help me with some of the symptoms. And it's actually helping me a lot with the concentration, with the focus, with everything. It really helped me even in some way raising an intellectual sphere of my life. And therefore also ginkgo biloba, passiflora, and valeriana are also some of the plants which are used in Ayurveda medicine. So it can actually help with ADHD. There are also some other traditional herbs which can also help with the ADHD symptoms. But I wanted to just focus on this Ayurvedic sphere. So what are we going to do right now? We are going to we are going to review one study which I found really interesting. So the name of the study is Multimodal Behavior Program for ADHD, Incorporating Yoga and Implemented by High School Volunteers, a pilot study. So there was about 80 kids, but at the end, 64 kids completed the full program and completed the full questionnaires. There was 44 males and 26 female students from ages from 6 to 11. That research was done in a town called Hajibabad, 250 kilometers from Delhi. And they used Vanderbilt questionnaire, which was filled by teachers and parents, yes, at the beginning, to see what are actually some of the aspects of ADHD which those kids have. So they organized volunteers, high school volunteers, who were trained for 3-week period until proficient in yoga, meditation, and peer monitoring during therapy. From 5th week, they managed the program alone. So basically, those volunteers learned few postures in breathing techniques, which are subtle for 6 to 11 years old. And they did that program on after their education for 3 weeks. There was 1 hour sessions, twice per week for 6-week period. Yoga and meditation were 25 minutes, behavioral therapy, which is one of the most common therapies for the kids with ADHD, was 30 minutes, and they had 5-minute discussions about the class itself. Of course, additional practice was suggested at home. So, as I said, those volunteers were the ones who were holding yoga and meditation, and then they were observing behavioral therapy, how it's going. And from the 5th week, like 5th and 6th week, they managed to actually start doing it on their own. There was also like a control group of 3 healthy children, 7 to 11 years old, who participated in the 6-week program. So it cannot be quite confronted as a control group, as a regular control group for a scientific paper. But those kids were just there just to see, are there some specific improvements which are different to the kids with the ADHD. There was 47 or 47 of combined hyperactive and inattentive ADHD disorder. And there, like 8 of them were hyper-impulsive and 15 of them were inattentive. So most of them were actually combined. As we said earlier, that's the most common type of ADHD. So they tried to measure one of the things from here. So for all these exercises, they were trying to measure, like they were trying to score their their performance from 0 to 2. 0 meaning the specific aspect of the posture was not recognized and the child did not even make it an attempt. 1 meaning that the child attempted that aspect of the posture but performed it inadequately. And 2, child recognized the aspect of the posture and performed it at an adequate level. They did that at the beginning and they did that at the end of the program. Also, they measured breathing. Actually, how long could they maintain a humming after the meditation, after like all the classes they did. So that's also like concentration and prolonged breathing. Therefore, those scores were just there to see how they actually accepted and learned some of the yoga postures and some of the yoga techniques. And the results were amazing. So, as it said right here, 57 out of 63 of the kids, or 90.5% of the kids, had some form of improvement after completing Vanderbilt questionnaire at the end. But one of the most, one or maybe more important thing, that by teachers, 35 out of those 63 kids, or 55.5%, had no performance impairment at all. So basically, you couldn't notice any difference between the between kids who actually had, let's say, ADHD and the ones who hadn't had ADHD. And also the results were amazing because the scores did not vary by any gender, by age, or the ADHD type. So therefore, the results were just amazing. So this is the table where they actually said the performance improvement after 6 weeks. So they measured improvement in school performance as rated by the teacher, and this showed the distribution of performance improvement in the children after the 6-week program. So 90.5% showed some improvement in scores. This was done, this was a clinical study in International Scholarly Research Network done in June 2011, a pilot study by Mehta and al. So how can we add a conclusion to all this? So yoga can and should be implemented as a form of therapy for all types of ADHD to help kids and adults cope with personal difficulties of normal everyday life. Yoga should be implemented in as an additional therapy or just as a therapy itself, because we all know the power of yoga, what yoga actually can do. But even after all these years, we always can find some other benefit which can actually help us in these especially modern societies to improve, to be better in all types and sorts of way. And I would like to hear about your thoughts, of course, after this. And I would just thank you and to say namaste to all of you. And I would like to stop my presentation, and I would like you to discuss, of course, about this topic. I would like to start discussion by one important thing, which is, as I said throughout this conversation, as a kid, I was diagnosed with ADHD. I was really, really hyperactive kid. Nobody could stop me. I was talking and talking and talking without nonstop. And I was just blubbering sometimes that you couldn't even recognize what I'm doing. Sometimes I was a troublemaker. And sometimes I just wanted like to just to find some way to for somebody to pay attention to me, because like I wanted to be as attention deficit. I just needed attention to myself at those forms as a kid. I found difficulties really to study as a kid, but I was doing a lot of techniques, thankfully, to my parents, and I was going to one psychologist, which helped me a lot with my process of my life. What else things happened? When I started doing yoga, at first there was a lot of fidgeting. So I was just like trying to be calm, and I was like just laying in shavasana and just moving hands, moving feet all around. I just couldn't relax. But just after one time, as a kid, my dad had a pamphlet of a yogic man who was like floating in Padmasana, in lotus pose, from the ground. And I asked my dad, "Dad, are you going to learn to fly as well?" After that, I just remember that first time I actually felt the ease of meditation in Shavasana. I felt like I was floating. I knew that I wasn't. But at that moment, I knew that this was the feeling I was gaining to have. I was aiming to have the full bliss and relaxed state of my mind and my body. And as an individual, I found a lot of possibilities and opportunities to improve my life through yoga exercise and through yoga in general. Thank you for your attention. And I would like you to ask me if you have anything to ask me. I would like you to open a discussion, if you're up for it, of course, regarding this topic. I would be glad to answer you some of these topics.
Maestro, la tua voce non si sente.
Senti così, vediamo. Senti?
Sì,
Non
adesso
funziona? Oh, benissimo. Allora stavo dicendo a Stefan che ho molto apprezzato il suo intervento, la sua conferenza preparata molto bene, e ho anche tanto apprezzato la sua giovane energia. Noi nella Federazione Europea abbiamo bisogno di giovani.
Dear Stefan, Amadio G is saying that he very much appreciated your work, your presentation, but most of all, he really very much enjoyed your young energy. And in the European Yoga Federation is so much needed, such a beautiful, strong young energy.
Thank you so much.
Volevo anche, Stefan, a me lo puoi dire, a che età hai iniziato a fare yoga?
You can tell me now. How old were you when you started to do yoga?
I was 19 years old. So when I was 19, I actually started doing yoga. But my parents did yoga, as I said, like a long time ago. And when I was 19, I actually felt that this was the right call for me, because I can help myself to improve myself, and therefore I can help others to improve themselves. as I found maybe one of the most important journeys of my life is actually to try to help as much as I can other people to have the best of their own life. And therefore I actually started doing yoga for myself and for the people around me.
Fantastic. In Italia noi diciamo, specialmente degli artisti, quando gli artisti vengono da una famiglia di artisti, li chiamiamo figli d'arte. E siccome considero lo yoga anche un'arte, tu sei figlio d'arte.
In Italy, there is a way of saying when in the artistical world, when a son or a daughter starts to work in art as his own relatives and parents, we call them figli d'arte, means
The children of art.
Art, exactly. And you are a children of art, as I think that yoga is a kind of art too.
Io credo che
Thank
sia
you
anche
so
una grande... Prego, prego, scusa.
Yeah, I said just like thank you so much, and I really wanted, and I hope you don't mind. I really wanted to put in a lot of scientific research into this because I think science is going to be one of the best ways for a modern man who doesn't know a lot about yoga to accept yoga even better, you know.
Sì. Normalmente la media degli occidentali quando iniziano a fare yoga è addirittura oltre i 30 anni e anche di più quando lo scoprono. Quindi tu sei un bel esempio per gli altri.
Normally, the average age that people in the West start to do yoga is approximately 30 years. So we can say that you, at your 19 years, when you started very young.
Quindi, Stefan, ricordati che Amadio tifa per te.
So please remember, Stefan, that Amadio is putting a lot of energy on you. Really appreciate you.
Thank you so much, Amadia. I really appreciate all those nice words.
Grazie, grazie. Io chiedo al pubblico che lo ha seguito se per caso c'è qualcuno che ha voglia di fare una domanda a Stefano. Non fatevi riguardo, se avete voglia di chiedergli qualche cosa.
So Amadio G is saying to the public who's here inside the Zoom room, if any of you would like to ask something to Stefan, please, you can join now.
Esattamente.
Esattamente.
Perché tu parli un po' italiano?
Io parlo un po' italiano, però io non so molte parole. Io ho studiato la lingua italiana alla scuola prima e seconda, però io non so molte parole.
Però parli abbastanza bene.
Okay, I might have a question.
Yes, of course.
Stefan?
Yes.
Okay, I was wondering if, because to me it was always like a mysterious sickness, so to say, because there ADHD, as is in Germany, has so many components, and I think you find, like in nearly every person I know, I find at least one symptom of this so-called sickness. So I was always a little skeptical. Is it a sickness or is it a... Yeah, can it really be proven in the brain, like for?
Yeah, so it is really hard to actually. So it's a neurodevelopmental disease, which is recognized in all the world. Like it's one of the most common ones in the world. So autism and ADHD are the most common ones. It is recognized as an actual disease, and. For example, I didn't had maybe so severe symptoms, and everybody has, as you said, like some people have at least one symptom. Everybody has at least something. But for these 10 symptoms, which I said, for example, you have to have at least, let's say 5 or 7, maybe even of them, so that you can actually say that you have ADHD. But that's also, there are some clinical studies which show the way to actually research how can you say that somebody has ADHD? There are some tests, and you actually, if you want to say that somebody has ADHD, you have to do multiple tests so you can actually say that somebody has ADHD. It's not easy to say that somebody has ADHD in any way. As you said, like, because sometimes we're just inattentive in this world. Because right now we are just bombarded with a lot of information right now, and therefore we just predominantly become inattentive in a way. But like, it's a neurological function for every kid. As I said before, in one research, it said that there's a lower levels of dopamine in those persons as well, and therefore people who have ADHD also have tendency to become for substance abuse as well, because they want, like, is it alcohol, drugs, tobacco, something like that, because they need to increase levels of dopamine as well. So to conclude, I think my response is actually that you need to do a complete several tests so you can actually confirm that somebody has ADHD. The bad thing about it is that in USA they're using Ritalin or Adderall as a stimulative drugs, which are basically like methamphetamines, and I forgot the other one. But nevertheless, those are basically drugs, and you are giving drugs to kids. So if yoga can help, why don't we start with yoga?
Sure. Yeah, thank you. I think you answered a little bit of my question, but I think at least as a child, I used to have that too. I couldn't stand still for 1 second.
Yeah.
For instance, but
that's actually quite good, because most of the ADHDs are diagnosed with children. So basically, you have to differ: is it just childful playfulness, or is it hyperactivity? Because every child is hyperactive by all means, but there are some other aspects which you should consider. This is all I have as my personal information and as the information I found throughout those research studies. For more information, I don't think I can give maybe more direct answer than this.
Okay, thank you so much.
Grazie, purtroppo. Io dico purtroppo perché l'argomento è stato molto interessante e avevo visto forse che anche Anca avrebbe potuto fare una domanda, ma il nostro tempo è finito, dobbiamo andare alla come si dice, al conferenziere seguente.
Thank you very much. Very interesting topic. And even though it may requested an extra time, unfortunately, we don't have any more time. I saw that Anka probably would love to ask something, but unfortunately, we don't have time, as we do have to go to the next speaker. But thank you very much.
Yeah, I would like to say, just like to Anka, if you want to ask anything, you can ask me personally after this. So just so you know. Thank you so much for your time. Thank you so much for this opportunity. And I'm going to follow you back here on YouTube.
Thank you.
Bye. See you soon. Il prossimo è il rappresentante del Portogallo, Amandio Figueiredo, che conosco da tanto tempo, quindi fra noi c'è anche un'amicizia molto profonda. Volevo pregare Cristine di per cortesia di dirci chi è Amandio.
Yes, thank you. It is a great honor and pleasure for me to welcome Amandio Figueiredo, the representative of Portugal, as Amandio already said. Amandio has been practicing and also studying later on yoga and other Eastern arts since the 60s, and Ayurveda from 1982 onwards. Now he's professor of Hatha Yoga and Ayurveda and yoga therapist at Prema Yoga in Portugal, and additionally directs and teaches Ayurveda in various associations and health schools in Lisbon and Santarém, and yoga also in the teacher course of the Portuguese Yoga Federation. Not only is he founder member of numerous associations related to yoga and Ayurveda, but also the director of Department of Ayurveda and Yoga Therapy of Portuguese Yoga Federation, PU. He also participates as a practitioner and trainer in some European yoga meetings, for instance, Switzerland and also in Germany. And he's founder member and full member. And now I would like to make room for him himself. So please, Amandio, we are very curious to learn about yoga therapy and yogapathy. And yeah, thank you so much for coming.
Thank you very much, Christine. It was a beautiful introduction. Thank you, Matthew. Thank you all the presence and all the books that I've listened. And Matthew, please, if you want to say something before I start. Okay. I would like to start with a minute of silence of the victims of the coffee around the world, and especially now in India, please, just a minute of silence. Thank you very much. Maybe I would like to start for practical things that I do every day since the 80s when I started working with Sri Sri Swami Satchidananda Yogi from Madras. And I would like to share this little shortcut that I do every day, except the last one, because I'm fit, I don't need to do Pasta Dauti every day, but the other ones I do, and this movie is not the Tratak, that's the only that appears here. So if I can put and share with you in this video. It was after 20 minutes of Gandush.
Thank you. See, this is one of the most important kriyas that is known as Shat Karma. And I don't know if the teachers of yoga teach the students to do that. In the courses that I give, always, even in a yoga therapy course, even in the yoga course, who I am responsible for the disciplines of Hatha Yoga and Pranayama, all the students have to try, not all of these shatkarmas, but Nauli, Jalaneti, maybe Vyutkrama and Chitkrama, because it's easy with drinking for the nose and outside for the bowels and bars. And it's too easy to do Nauli, and then we do Trataka with the candle, a few minutes. Now I'm going to present to explain one part of the situation of yoga therapy in here and in Portugal. We know that we have allowed about the alternative therapies, traditional medicines, such as naturopathy, phytotherapy, traditional medicine, and not yet only Ayurveda and yoga therapy. But the recognition, official recognition of the state by the health minister is that phytotherapy and naturopathy is my license is official that, and I do that with naturopathy and phytotherapy with Ayurveda and yoga therapy. So there is 1 to 2 ways here that will be maybe recognized. Yoga therapy as one discipline and Ayurveda another one. But they are included in the official course of naturopathy occidental and phytotherapy occidental too. It appears to the introduction to traditional medicine and as well as Ayurveda. But the discussion, because there are a lot of doctors, of allopathic doctors that utilize some kind of exercise of yoga, even meditation, the psychiatrics especially, and neurologists and orthopedists and the psychologists recommend to do yoga. And sometimes they have in my classes people who they come recommended by the allopathic doctors. And they only want to that the pain that they have or the health problem that they have goes away with the exercise of yoga. But there are other ones who, after doing some lessons of yoga, recognize that yoga transforms completely his existence, and they want to know what is yoga and why yoga has that profound touch in the person. And that's why when we stop the symptoms with yoga, we can take that yoga as therapy, and then stop. People goes away, never comes to the yoga classes, or sometimes comes, other times don't. But there's ones who understand that the origin of his problem of health comes from the mind and is reflected in the body, and there are something connected, and they are not a separated person. And that's why we call that yoga therapy is the way that after or during the the healthcare that we are doing with the person, they want to go to study yoga as Yoga Sutras Patanjali. That's the principal point of reference as other ones, like Shiva Shamita, Narada Shamita, Hatha Yoga Pradipika, Bhagavad Gita, the Upanishads, but they want to know and to understand what is yoga. And then we start to go ahead forward with the sutras of Patanjali. Now I want to maybe something that I'm sorry, Amelie, do you want to translate?
Do you need my translation somehow?
Because I try to put this in English. Then, if you want, at the end of each slide, you can translate for Italian.
No,
You just you can just speak in English, and for the Italian people there is another channel, so just
okay.
you can go straight ahead. Thank you very much, Amandio.
Thank you. It's okay?
Brilliant. Great. Yes.
Well, bearing in mind that the World Health Organization has study carried out in various hospitals and other health centers on the application of yoga, we can see some factors that positively influence health. Yoga can be considered a regular weekly activity most of the time as physical activity with one or more sessions. Some people do frequently classes, someone do at home to what they learn in the classes, especially those who have pain. The analysis of the benefits of regular Hatha yoga practice in the area of scientific studies, in particular with regard to the prevention of disease of civilization and the improvement of physical fitness related to health. I'm sorry for my English, is not very good. The practice of yoga can do some balance like this. The systolic blood pressure is controlled, improve the cardiorespiratory system, the set of transformation and chemical reaction through which the process of the synthesis, degradation, or decompositions of cells are carried out, metabolism, anabolism, and catabolism, especially when the aging cell has a power capacity to remove the normal amount of free radicals formed in the body with the age, correct posture, reduce back pain, prevent obesity, decrease the blood glucose, combat stress and depression, relieve chronic pain. In tests, in this context of the yoga is the strength of yoga aimed at health and quality of life. Use asanas as a reference for therapies as it uses the first three koshas and as two simultaneously. So if any pain, any problem of a knee or something in the body, we in yoga therapy, we know that we are working with an Annamaya kosha, Pranamaya kosha, Manasmaya kosha. Create a group of asanas like pranayama and dharanas according to each case. The background and explanation, the etiology of the most. The etiology of most of the disease is in fact identified with the wrong lifestyle of current generations, as it has low physical activity, hyperkinesia, and inadequate nutrition. Bear in mind that you are never working on a symptom for its disappearance, and from there you will consider the person cured. We are not only to put away the symptom. We don't do that in yoga therapy. Give the healthy recovery process in a holistic way always. The symptom of origin disappears, but all causes must work with each other. Yoga therapy is a complete or complementary system for various treatments with the purpose of training and making people aware of following a healthy path. Its three main tools: asana, pranayama, mental attitude meditation. Chikitas in Sanskrit word that means treatment of problem or disease. As yoga therapy addresses and cures physical and mental health problems, we can consider yoga therapy as a form of chikitsa. Yoga therapy, chikitsa, yoga chikitsa. Sri Aurobindo, in his book, The Synthesis of Yoga, writes, the main process of Hatha Yoga are asana and pranayama. For its numerous asanas or fixed postures, first, all of it cures the body of restlessness, gives you extraordinary health, strength, and flexibility, and seeks to free you from the habits by which you are subjected to the ordinary physical nature and keeps you within the narrow limits of your normal operations or movements. By several auxiliary but elaborate processes, Hatha Yogin therefore tries to keep the body free of fallen impurities and the nervous systems unobstructed for breathing exercise that are its most important instrument that we hear from other speakers before. Yoga Sutras of Patanjali says, Kahendriya Siddhir Ashuddhi Kashaya Tapas. I'm sorry for my Sanskrit too. Kaya, the body, Indriya, sense of organs, Siddhi is perfection, height and power, Ashuddhi, impurity, Kashayat, during the extrusion, gradual extrusion, Tapas of austerities, reducing perception of the sense organs and the body with the extrusion of impurities by means of authorities, tamas, sattva, and rajas, are the gunas that we can, in Ayurveda, in Ayurveda and yoga therapy, we use to make the person responsible for his health. Yoga can be a diagnostic method. Yoga is a useful tool in diagnosing many clinical problems that we can hear and see in the investigations, scientific investigations in the websites. It has a specific set of logistics for observation. As in conventional medicine, it looks for certain things in the patient, either superficially or internally. Investigations are correlated with the diagnosis. Usually, when some people ask me to do an Ayurvedic consultation and then with yoga therapy, I always ask to give me the all papers that they have for laboratory, clinicals, or the doctor says, to transfer the Occidental ways to the Ayurveda and yoga therapy. Nowadays, mechanical technology is a vast source of diagnostic tools in order to be accurate and fast. So we are a number, not a person. You have to see this and do this and take this in medicines. Unfortunately, we tend to rely more and more our technology, sometimes unnecessary and expensive. Our innate, natural, and intelligent skills in diagnosis are being lost in the technological process, as we know, machines. It is important that the correct balance is maintained, and eminent physicians stated that with all our varied instruments, useful as they are, nothing can replace the watchful eye, the alert ear, the touch of the fingers, and the logical reasoning conclusive of our observation that we do in questionnaires of Ayurveda. The study of ancient texts of yoga and Ayurveda give a different alternative approach to clinical problems. It would be excellent if the doctors were also prepared with the knowledge of yoga for the benefit of both doctor and patient. Both yoga and medicine have excellent clinical technologies to diagnose diseases. What differentiates the methods is the subtle of perception. When we diagnose some person, we are looking at her with all the minimum movements that they do, the eyes, everything is important in the observation. Yoga therapy as a method of making people aware of health recovery and subsequent prevention through the teaching of practices of yoga is more or less guided by starting from the person discomfort, mental and or physical. Orient your healthy balance holistically. Indicate which asanas or which sequence of asanas will serve in the future. According to TVK Desikachar, yoga therapy is a process of self-empowerment where the person who suffers with the help of the yoga therapist implements a personal and involving yoga practice which not only addresses the disease in a multidimensional way, but also aims to alleviate their suffering from progressive, non-invasive, and complementary way. Depending on the nature of the disease, yoga therapy can not only be preventive or curative, but can also serve to manage the disease or facilitate the person's healing at all levels, physical, mental, and spiritual. Yoga therapy combines the unique and precise health needs to each person with the yoga practices, following its own tradition and also medical science combining specific curative effects, as the speaker before me has said. The science now is connecting in all parts of with yoga. Yoga therapy sessions may include breathing techniques, postures, meditation, relaxation techniques, or promoting behavior changes. Yoga therapy can be anyone and everyone, whatever the situation is. No one has more health nor an equal health situation. Yoga therapy sessions are individually guided and each person knows about himself. So Sometimes we do collective sessions of yoga therapy, but I do one by one these related yoga therapy sessions. With yoga therapist, we experience a companion who will work toward health and or healing. As we can see, an example of Western medicine has made progress, but he has become very close. An example of the medical treatment of sciatica is usually seen as extensively herniated intervertebral disc requiring lumbar surgery. It knows the therapeutic effect of yoga asanas, and I have these problems during my recuperation from the military hospital, when I had an accident, and so on, and I had a sciatica problem, and I treated with the yoga. Okay, only with yoga asanas. That work, the yoga asanas, that work by releasing compression of the sciatic nerve caused by the tension of the piriformis muscle in the buttocks that we can see here. Is a compression, and it is affected that we can see the piriformis here. It's very, very compressed when we have a sciatica problem. But on the clinical yoga point of view, for example, we must understand that the meniscus on the knee, it's another example, can take up 15 years or more to heal on its own. I can testimony that because I had a problem too in the same leg with I have the sciatica, and they wanted to operate me, and I don't bless because I'm trying to recuperate my problem in the knees, in the knees. However, nowadays with arthroscopic surgery, the same knee problem can be resolved in 10 days. That's why the combination of traditional and modern medicine can help very more quickly to recuperate the health of each person. The modern medical system has replaced almost all traditional steps of medicine because of its rationale, because it's too much rational, I suppose. It proved to be more effective in saving human beings from fatal contagious infectious diseases. However, the rapid increase in the incident stress-related illness has posed a major challenge to the modern medical systems. It is here that yoga seems to make a vital contribution to the modern medical systems. Together, we'll do better. But on the clinical yogi point of view, for example, we must understand that the meniscus on the knee can take up to 15 years or more, and health is not, I'm sorry, and I think it is, sorry. So we see how to, with yoga therapy, to work in the koshas. Hanamaya koshas means the food shell. Kriyas, we do that. Traditional internal clinic techniques that I do with Shatkarma. Yogasanas, body postures. Next, pranayama kosha, that is the breathing, control of the element composed of the breathing, prana. The energy, vital energy, with 5 movements that yesterday, and this year we hear talk to the Dr. Kumar, I think. He talks about when we breathe, we have apana, samana, dhyana, udana, and prana. Different types of breathing, deep, slow, systematic, and regulated with or without retention. Manomaya kosha, the mental. Dharana and dhyana, meditation. Vijnanamaya kosha, understanding the nature of problems through the self-analysis with the Jnana Yoga. Ananda Maya Kosha practices joy in all circumstances, Karma Yoga, trying to reach the inner core of the me alone and recognize the experience that Ananda is the basic fabric of this universe, including my me, I, and I. So we can, when we observe all the yoga health concepts, we know that we are not working on all the observation aspect, but all the 5 aspects, and maybe we can see that align that for the mental way and the upper way, the external way that usually we use. And all photos are coming for the website, except this one. This last one is for the Matter of Health by Dr. Krishna Hamani. It is an excellent Ayurveda book. So I think I have one more slide, but I think my time is at the end. If someone wants to
if you want to tell something more, you have 5 minutes again.
So I go to the traditional. Just a moment. Thank you.
Calculate 5 minutes, huh? Not more.
Yeah. So the traditional and is known the principles of ahimsa and satya means in life. We start with Purushastras that maybe everyone knows: Dharma, Hartha, Kama, and Moksha. Some couple that we can do. Human being is what is heart in yoga, self-realization in Ayurveda for conducting and promote the good health. Longevity is the name. Everybody knows the philosophy that is the base, Samkhya is the base in yoga and Ayurveda. So Ashtanga Yoga, Yama, Niyama, then Asana, Pranayama, Pratyahara, Dharana, and Dhyana, they are the hangas. The Panchamahabhutas, the elements, head, hair, fire, water. You're gonna do the Vata, Pitta, Kapha doshas, and the gunas that I spoke, has Sattva, Raja, air, and Ether, the Vata, Pitta, and Kapha. The flavors, that is very important to the, sweet, sour, pungent, salty, bitter, astringent, and the characteristic more is that the elements, the quality or cooling or eating, and they have the flavor of rasa, virya, power, cause digestive vipak, and the most, and one very important is pravaka, the mental effect. And now I finish.
Okay, Tino G.
Thank you very much.
I thank you for your presence another time, because you was with the founder of the European Yoga Federation, and if I remember correct, you was founder of with me, founder of European Ayurveda Association too. Okay.
Yes,
you
it was in
present.
the 2004 in the Religion Congress in Barcelona.
Fantastic. So,
and you have been in Portugal in the Congress in 2003 and 2007. Yes. Thank you very much.
Yes.
All of you.
Thank you to you, Tino.
Thank you.
I hope to do many things with you in future again, together.
Yes. within this area, I want to work a lot with you, Ayurveda, and especially yoga therapy. It's my investigation.
Thank you so much.
Thank you,
Thank you
Amanda.
so much. A very good emotion to meet you again. So now we have our moment, musical moment, special music moment. We do 2 lectures and then 15 minutes of art, music, dance. So now is Master Krishna Das. We dedicate this moment to Master Krishna Das. Thank you. Che belli, guarda che belli che sono le mie segretarie.
I would like to introduce Master
Please.
Krishna Das.
Please.
Thank you. Master Krishna Das is a master of sitar and other Indian musical instruments, such as surbahar, sarangi, harmonium, etc. Widely known and appreciated both in India and in Europe, he devoted his life to music. Krishna Das is a connoisseur and an interpreter of the ancient Veda philosophy, whose deep intuition and powerful emotions he transmits through his music. Krishna Das is a composer of transcendental music, the music of the soul, which is also found recorded on his several CDs and cassettes. The aim of transcendental music is that of inducing the listener through the means of mantra yoga and nada yoga into a state of profound meditation and relaxation. During his long stays in India, Krishna Das was the pupil of great spiritual and music masters. He was initiated by the great master Pandit Ravi Shankar.
Saviturvarenyam Bhargo devasya dhimai Dhyo yo naha prachodaya Om Bhurvuvah Swaha Saviturvarenyam Bhargo devasya dhimai Dhyo yo naha prachodaya Om Bhurvuvah Swaha Saviturvarenyam Bhargo devasya dhimai Viturvarenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimai Yo Yo Naha Viturvarenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimai Yo Yo Naha Sugandhim Pushtivardhanam Uttarukraneva Vandana Nityo Muchiyamamita Om Shanti
Il caro Krishna Das, che sarebbe stato con noi con gioia, è impegnato in un seminario e non ha potuto essere con noi, però ci ha concesso di poter utilizzare le sue musiche. Ricordo che Krishna Das era tra di noi, tra i fondatori, fra i vecchi fondatori 15-16 anni fa delle nostre associazioni internazionali come l'European Yoga Federation, come il Movimento Mondiale per lo Yoga e per l'Ayurveda. Ricordo anche la grande amicizia che c'era fra Krishna Das e Tiziano Terzani. Andavano nell'Himalaya insieme, si conoscevano e se Krishna Das me lo consente io mi ricordo che Tiziano Terzani aveva scritto un documento prima di morire e aveva detto a Krishna Das di suonare nella sua cerimonia funebre, che poi lui ha fatto ed è avvenuta a Firenze. Con Gloria, questa persona che ha scritto poi, Gloria Giordani, che era una giornalista come del resto lo era Terzani, che ha scritto tutti i più bei libri su Terzani. Abbiamo organizzato l'anno scorso una bella manifestazione nel Teatro Odeon di Firenze, così dedicata a questa cultura, perché siamo tutti appassionati di questa cultura. Bene, ora un altro ospite eccezionale per il luogo da dove viene. Grazie a chi vuole tradurmi.
Tradurlo? Quello che hai detto adesso?
Sì, grazie.
Okay.
Sì, anche di Terzani.
Okay. Well, we would like to thank Master Sri Krishna Das, who allowed us to listen to his beautiful performances. Unfortunately, he's in a place at the moment where he cannot get in touch with us, but he sends us all his best regards, all his best wishes for this symposium. Amadioji is saying that Sri Krishna Das was in between the founders of the European Yoga Federation. And so it's great to have him here in his presence. And also, he reminded that Swami Sri Krishna Das had a great friendship with Tiziano Terzani. And he was reminding how Tiziano Terzani, just before his departure, left a message, left a testament where he wanted for his funeral, Master Sri Krishna Das performing his amazing music. And just a few years ago, with Miss Gloria, another great journalist, just as Tiziano Terzani was, they gather all together in remembrance of this fantastic person and all the beautiful things they all did and performed together.
Sì.
Penso di aver
Gloria Giordani, che
Gloria
è una giornalista, scrittrice, che ha scritto molti libri su Tiziano Terzani. E con Gloria Giordani, Diego Manzi e altri appassionati dell'India è stata organizzata questo bellissimo evento in un teatro storico di Firenze, dove volentieri abbiamo portato tutta la cultura lì, nella città storica di Firenze, cultura indiana.
In a few years ago, then, in an historical theater in Florence, many people in love with India and all the Eastern world, they gathered together. And there was Diego Manzi, a student of India, Indologist, and there was this lady, this journalist, Gloria Giordani, and there was Amadeo G. And they had a great convention, great time together.
Grazie, sei veramente non solo brava, sei un tesoro. Come tu traduci, per favore, come tu faccia a seguire proprio anche quando faccio le frasi così lunghe, rimane un mistero. Traduci.
Amadeo G, he was saying that he was asking me, how do you manage to remember when I speak and I make such long sentences and I manage to translate that? It's because we are in so long.
Ora abbiamo un ospite eccezionale perché viene dalla madre Russia, viene dalla Russia, si chiama Andrei Lobanov e è un personaggio davvero interessante, davvero particolare.
And now it's time to introduce a very important person, Andrei Lobanov. He's coming from Russia, very interesting person.
Nella nostra federazione rappresenta la Russia e siamo così felici di avere anche un rappresentante russo con noi.
And for our federation, the European Yoga Federation, he represents Russia, and we are really honored about his presence.
Daniela Laudani, per favore, vuoi dirci qualche cosa su chi è Andrei Lobanov, per favore?
Yes, of course, with pleasure. Andrei Lobanov from Yoga Lam, Russia, is one of the founders and leaders of yoga movement in Russia. He is a physician, psychotherapist, cardiologist, resuscitator, reflexologist. He is a yoga master with more than 40 years of practice since 1978. Yoga master and yoga teacher with 35 years experience, yoga therapist, and he also the author of Yoga Lam, System of Yoga of the Modern World.
Please, Andrei, open your video, open your microphone.
Namaste, здравствуйте.
Namaste, everyone. Good evening.
Я очень рад видеть вас всех и участвовать в этом серьезнейшем мероприятии, связанном с йогой.
I'm happy to see you all and to participate in this great event connecting with yoga.
Мне очень радостно от этого, что я участвую сейчас в таком большом собрании людей, которые близки по духу и по занятию.
I'm happy to be a part of this gathering of people who are so close to me, to my soul and to my mind.
Я, наверное, приступлю сразу к своему изложению.
I think I will go straight to my lecture.
Чтобы понять вот систему йоги, я немножко отойду в такую даль космическую.
To understand yoga as a system, I will go in a cosmic space.
Система человека и система Вселенной, они взаимосвязаны, это единое.
Human and universe are connected. They are the same system.
Поэтому рассматривать человека и системы его саморазвития без понимания связи человека с большим миром, это неправильно.
That's why to consider yoga without its connection to human and to the world, it's a wrong approach.
Сейчас современные ученые понимают, что мир устроен достаточно сложно, и система мира, мироздания, она многомерная система.
Modern scientists understand that the world is complicated and it has a lot of connections, a lot of sides.
И состоит она, по крайней мере, из 4 элементов.
And our universe consists of at least 4 elements.
Первый элемент – это информация или информационная среда.
The first one is information or information space or medium.
Это энергия.
The second one is energy.
Третье – это носитель материальный, на которых размещаются эти субстанции. Ну, эти вот два.
The third one is the material carrier, which contains the information and energy.
И есть четвертый элемент, который связывает и соединяет их все вместе.
And the fourth element connects all these elements together and keeps them together.
Современные ученые открыли этот элемент. Один из русских ученых, Najib Valitov.
And one of Russian scientists, his name is Najib Valitov.
Он написал диссертацию, вернее, монографию на тему вот этой вот связывающей все во Вселенной субстанции.
He discovered this substance which connects everything, and he wrote a monography about it.
Римский папа оценил эту работу.
And the Pope appreciated his work.
И прислал благодарственную грамоту этому ученому.
Sent him a letter of gratitude.
В ней было написано, что этот ученый открыл Бога.
And in this letter was said that this scientist had discovered God.
То есть научно доказал его существование.
And scientifically proved the existence of God.
Вот те явления, которые можно объяснить с помощью этого явления или этого процесса, не процесса, субстанции, с помощью понимания вот этого явления можно объяснить очень многое, что существует во Вселенной.
And knowing about the substance, we can explain many things about the universe, about how it works and what it consists of.
В разных культурах это называется духом Вселенной или вселенским духом.
In different cultures, we call it spirit of universe.
Человеческая система, как и любые порождения вселенской системы, она устроена подобным же образом.
And human system is a part of this universal system, and it has same structure.
И также присутствуют все 4 этих составляющих в человеке.
And human also has these 4 elements in his system.
Другой ученый, который, к сожалению, ушел из жизни, тоже русский ученый.
Another Russian scientist who unfortunately passed away.
Его имя Илья Герловин.
His name is Ilya Gerlovin.
Писал свою монографию на тему парадигмы жизнеспособных и развивающих систем.
Wrote a monography called The Paradigm for Viable and Developing Systems.
Он на микрочастицах создал модель Вселенной, устройство Вселенной.
He created a model of structure of the universe.
И в ней рассматриваются как раз те правила и законы существования всех систем, которые живут во Вселенной, существуют во Вселенной.
And this model, this theory contains universal principles which all the systems in the universe live on.
И если системы подчиняются этим правилам, то они становятся жизнеспособными, то есть здоровыми.
And if a system corresponds to these principles, this system becomes viable and healthy.
И жизнеспособность является условием для развития системы.
And viability is a condition for development of a system.
Развитие системы подразумевает собой эволюционное развитие, то есть в согласии, в соединении со вселенской, с материнской системой.
By developing, I mean evolving in harmony with the universal system.
И это заложено в физике Герловина.
And physical theory of Gerlovin contains this knowledge.
Как бы существование вселенского кода развития.
And he also tells about universal code of development.
То есть во Вселенной есть информация базовая, как бы сценарий, по которому развивается мир.
The universe has its basic plan, its scenery, how the world develops.
И отдельные его составляющие, отдельные его системы.
And how its system, its parts develops.
И большую роль как раз здесь играет вот эта возможность человеческой системы, в данном случае о человеке говорим, соединяться с этой силой вселенской.
And human's ability to connect with this power of universe, with universal energy, plays a huge role in this theory.
Человеческая система тоже многослойная система.
Human system has also many levels, many layers.
И она объединена субстанцией, которая созвучна или которая является как бы созвучной с мировой душой или вселенским духом.
And these levels of human system are connected by a substance which is a part of universal spirit.
И это называется душой.
We call it soul.
Или психика.
Or psyche.
Психика как раз имеет такую функцию соединять, связывать и создавать вот это вот соединение с любой информационной средой, с которой она входит в контакт.
This is the function of psyche, to create a connection to any information which she contacts with.
И эта природная способность к соединению с информацией создает сознание человека, то есть его заполнение.
And this natural ability of human psyche to connect to different information actually forms and creates human's consciousness.
Если рассматривать слово йога как значение соединения, создания связи, то это как раз природная способность.
And if we say that yoga is connecting, creating a connection, so this is a natural ability.
И этой способностью наделены все люди.
And everyone has this ability.
Только они этим не управляют.
But very few can control this ability.
То есть мы являемся продуктом соединения со всеми информационными средами, которые нас окружают.
So we are the result of connecting to various information objects that surround us.
И они создают нас, нашу личность, создают то, что окружает нас, и создают нашу жизнь.
And they create our personality, our life actually, and circumstances and everything that surrounds us.
Эту способность познавать и управлять отчасти, используя эту способность,
Using this ability, we learn and get to know and with the world and try to control it.
Использовали многие люди, которые обладали таким желанием изучать, исследовать себя и окружающий мир.
Yeah. And many people who wanted to discover the world and to explore themselves used this ability.
И исследуя таким образом окружающий мир и себя, они открывали и создавали системы саморазвития.
And exploring the world and themselves in this way, using this ability to connect, they created different systems for human development.
И такие люди и такие системы были созданы и существуют в разных культурах, у разных народов, на разных континентах.
And such people and such systems exist in all countries, in all cultures, on different continents, and during all human history in every epoch.
И они существуют под разными названиями.
These systems have different names.
Мы знаем больше сейчас, популярность приобрела индийская йога.
One of them, the most popular and famous nowadays, is Indian yoga,
которая является одной из систем саморазвития.
Which is one of development systems.
Она система вот этого соединения, непосредственного контакта с информацией.
This is a system of contacting to information, connecting to information.
Может быть управляемой. Эта система, как раз система управления вот этой вот способностью делает ее способной, позволяет управлять системой человека и ему развиваться.
The system of yoga empowers us to control our ability to connect with different information and to develop ourselves and to manage our own system.
Это является наиболее адекватным способом взаимодействия с информацией.
And this is the most adequate way to interact with information.
Если мы используем слова, понятия, то там много возможных искажений и непонимания друг друга.
When we use words and concepts, there are a lot of distortions and mistakes and misunderstanding, and that's why we can't understand each other well.
Но если мы непосредственно соединяемся с информацией, то мы имеем знание внутри. Я есть это.
But when we connect with information directly, we get the knowledge about the object.
Это позволяет совершать в дальнейшем правильные действия, правильно выстраивать свою жизнь.
And when we have this right knowledge about the reality, we can act in the right way and create our life in the right way.
И эту способность как йога, как система йоги, используется многими религиями.
And many religions also use this ability. This is yoga actually. This ability to connect to information.
Для создания той связи, и тех целей, которые присутствуют в той или иной религиозной системе.
And religions use it for their own purposes according to their worldview.
И мы имеем понимание той или знание той йоги, которая пришла к нам из Индии.
And now we have the knowledge of yoga, which came from India.
И большей частью эта система связана с религиозной культурой Индии.
And mostly the system is deeply connected with Indian religious culture.
И чтобы войти вот в эту традиционную индийскую культуру, вернее, в систему индийской йоги, которая является одним из инструментов религиозной философии.
And to enter this system of Indian yoga, which is one of the instruments of Indian religious philosophy,
как бы органично нужно понимать, что мы должны войти в понимание этой культуры.
we have to understand this culture.
И это затрудняет как раз возможность для многих людей познакомиться с управлением собственной жизнью.
And this makes it difficult for many people to get to know the technology itself.
И по разным причинам, из-за религиозных разногласий, из национальных, культурных, многие не захотели бы войти в эту технологию, использовать эту технологию йоги для управления своей жизнью и развития.
And because of cultural, national, and religious and other differences, many people don't want to use this technology to control and to govern their lives.
Поэтому возникает необходимость адаптировать те знания, которые существовали и существуют в разных системах саморазвития.
That's why it's necessary to adopt the knowledge from different systems.
И перевести их на более понятный язык и более доступные или универсальные для всех людей.
And make them more universal and understandable for people.
Это даст возможность многим людям использовать эту технологию и развиваться, изменять мир.
And this will open the possibility to use this technology and to change life and to change this world for many people.
И такая система станет наукой о здоровье и развитии человека, универсальной.
And such a system will be a science for development, for human development and for human health and for humans' harmony with this world.
Такой прообразом той системы, которая была создана около 2000 лет назад, является йога Патанджали, как наука.
One of such systems is Yoga Patanjali, which was created more than 2000 years ago.
Патанджали как ученый, мое видение его такое.
On my point of view, Patanjali was a scientist.
Он создал систему того, как человеку овладеть этим управлением, этим состоянием соединения, то есть йогой.
He created a system, technology, empowering a person to control the state of yoga, the process of connecting to information and to different information objects.
В ней рассматривается как раз способ того, как переключиться с неадекватного способа взаимодействия с информацией на адекватный способ.
And it contains a technology how to switch from inadequate way of interacting to an adequate one.
Это использует как раз знание того, что у нас есть разные ментальные механизмы, с которыми соединяется наша психика.
This technology is based on knowledge that in our system, in our mental structures, we have different tools, mechanisms, how to interact with information.
Если мы соединяемся с понятийным аппаратом, словесно-образным, то мы получаем неадекватный способ взаимодействия.
If we connect to the intellectual mind, which uses words and images and concepts, our interaction with the world and with ourselves is not adequate.
То есть это то, что описывает Патанджали читтавритти.
Patanjali calls this chittavritti.
Для того, чтобы остановить работу этого механизма, используются особые технологии.
To stop this mechanism, there is a special technology to do this.
Который переключает на другой механизм. Он называется чувственно-интуитивный механизм.
And this technology let us to switch on another mechanism.
То есть это непосредственное соединение с информацией без понятийного аппарата, без развертки в слова и образы.
This is our intuition or intuitive mind, which connects us directly to information without expanding it into expressing it into words or images or concepts.
И в таком случае мы можем взаимодействовать напрямую, соединяясь, используя психические инструменты.
And in this case, we can interact directly with this information using our psychic tools.
К психическим инструментам мы относим три инструмента главных.
There are three main psychic tools.
Это внимание,
The first one is attention.
это воля
The second one is will.
и вера.
And the third one is faith.
Внимание, оно разделяется на несколько видов, которые используются в технологии йоги.
There are several kinds of attention.
Внимание, которое способно чувствовать.
The first one is able to feel.
Которое способно различать.
Another one is able to distinguish.
И которое способно разрывать ненужную связь.
And the third one is able to break, to interrupt the connection we don't need to have.
Соединение вот этого ментального механизма, который называется интуитивный механизм,
Connecting with the intuition,
с чувством, то есть с психической функцией,
and connecting the intuition with the psychic functions.
Если мы направляем ее и удерживаем эту связь длительное время,
If we direct this connection and keep it for a long time,
мы входим в объект, начинаем с ним глубокое проникновение в этот объект.
We connect to an object and go deeper into it.
И здесь мы различаем несколько стадий погружения в объект, вплоть до соединения с ним, самадхи.
And here there are several stages of this going deeper into the object, and the deepest one is samadhi.
И слияние с объектом и с его информационным, и с его информацией.
Connecting to the object and its and the information it contains.
Позволяет глубоко понимать, познавать этот объект и управлять им изнутри.
Empowers us to learn about this object, to get to know it and control it from inside.
Для этого используется много различных технологий, которые позволяют подойти вот к этому процессу соединения.
There are a lot of different technologies which let us to prepare to this process of connection.
Эти подходы связаны с состоянием и уровнем развития человека и даже человечества.
And these technologies are connected with the level of the development level of a human or actually humanity.
Патанджали разработал 8 ветвей этой практики.
Patanjali worked out 8 limbs of this practice.
И для того времени, для того понимания, которое было и ментальности тех людей там 2000 лет тому назад, существовала вот эта вот система наиболее адекватна.
And for that time and that mentality which people had 2000 years ago, this system was adequate.
5 подготовительных ветвей.
There are 5 limbs which prepare the practitioner for higher levels.
И непосредственно 3, которые участвуют вот в этом вот процессе соединения.
And 3 limbs which are directly connected to this process of uniting, of connecting.
И когда человек овладел этим процессом, он начинает использовать его в своих целях, в разных целях.
And when a practitioner mastered this process to connect to information and to control this ability,
И здесь очень важно найти
he starts to use this technology in his life.
И здесь как раз очень важно найти правильную цель, куда применять эту технологию.
And it's very important to find the right purpose, the right goal for this technology to use.
С чем мы будем соединяться?
What we are going to connect.
Если мы соединяемся с различными идеями, с различными представлениями, которые существуют в мире,
if we connect to different ideas or concepts which exist in the world,
мы становимся как бы продолжением этих идей.
We become a part of this idea.
Но цель, вот вытекающая из, опять же, знаний, которые дает нам Патанджали,
but the purpose which comes out of the knowledge that Patanjali had given us,
это важность соединения с глубинным центром нашего существа.
It's connecting with the deepest center of ourselves.
Этот центр как раз связывает нас с вселенским сознанием, с вселенской системой, с материнской системой.
And this center connects us to the universal consciousness, to our mother system.
И как раз когда мы получаем такое соединение глубокое, мы начинаем входить в иной мир, то есть мир большего сознания, чем мы себе представляем как личность.
And when we get this connection, we enter a huge world which is much bigger than the world which our personality lives in.
И личность как бы подвержена различным влияниям различных идей, различных систем, которые пытаются эту личность увести от этого центра.
Our personality is often influenced by different ideas which try to lead it away from this center.
И важно как раз научиться управлять этим процессом для того, чтобы не отклоняться от целей, от этой главной цели.
And it's important to study how to control this process, not to get away from this purpose.
Поэтому способность к соединению, то есть состояние йоги, сначала применяется для изучения и управления собственной системой, всеми ее структурами.
That's why on the first level, this ability to connect with information, we use to get to know our own system and to govern it and to control it.
Это позволяет управлять мне в дальнейшем моей собственной жизнью.
And this empowers us to govern our own life.
И соединившись с этим центром, мы получаем доступ к ресурсам всей Вселенной.
And when we are connected to our center, we have the access to resources of the universe.
При определенной настройке с использованием технологии йоги можно получить знание своей миссии, для чего мы родились на этой земле сейчас.
And using a special technology, we can learn about our mission, the reason why we were born on this planet.
И тогда человек будет счастлив, потому что он находится на своем месте, он выполняет свою миссию, и у него есть необходимые для этого ресурсы. Ему дает их Вселенная.
And this makes a person happy because when he is on his own place in life, he has the resources and the support from the universe.
Примерно такое вот представление, которое заложена в основе системы йога-лам.
And this is the vision which lies in the basis of Yoga-Lam system.
Это достаточно простая схема.
It's quite a simple scheme.
И для того, чтобы понять это и мотивировать себя к развитию, достаточно вот этих вот неких знаний, научных знаний.
And to motivate oneself to development, you can use this knowledge, and it's enough.
Особенно это работает в тех странах, где есть некие сопротивления другим культурам и другим религиозным философиям.
This system is especially good for the countries where other cultures and other religions are not very welcome.
В частности, это касается и России.
And it counts Russia too.
Поэтому возникла вот эта система Йога-Лам, как авторская система.
That's why Yoga-Lam system appeared as an original system.
Некая современная версия с целями и технологиями, которые понятны для современного человека.
And this is a modern system which has goals, objectives, and methods which are understandable for a modern human.
Она имеет три таких уровня.
Yoga-Lam has three levels.
Первый уровень это называется системная йога.
The first level is called systems yoga.
Это даются знания, минимальный набор знаний по управлению психофизическим организмом.
And it has different systems, like a minimum which a person needs to maintain and to control its psychophysical organism.
Система управления глубинными стратегическими мышцами, которые удерживают нашу основу позвоночник.
It contains a technology of controlling spine muscles, which lie very deep, directly near the spine.
Это очень эффективная система восстановления позвоночника и суставов.
This is a very effective system of restoring spine and joints.
Их развитие.
And it's developing.
Она получила название гомеопатическая йога-лам.
And it's called homeopathic Yoga-Lam.
Это происходит соединение с глубинными мышцами, которые расположены непосредственно на позвоночнике.
And it's based on connection with the muscles which are deep, which are the deepest layer of spine muscles.
Это базовые элементы, на которых дальше строится следующий уровень.
This is the basis, and next levels are based on this technology.
Это уже включение йога-познания.
The second level is yoga of knowledge.
Мы используем технологии, психосаморегуляционные технологии.
We use psychic self-regulation technologies.
В основе которых как раз присутствует йогическое соединение.
Based on the state of yoga, of connection.
И это позволяет изучать те структуры, которые находятся в системе человека, пранические, ментальные и каузальные.
And this led us to study other structures of our system besides physical body, so we can explore our energy layer, our mental dimension, and causal body.
И эффективно ими управлять.
And besides, we can control these dimensions.
Третий уровень – это выход на возможность взаимодействия с различными информационными средами разного уровня, высшего уровня, чем человеческое сознание.
The third level contains technologies which give us the possibility to interact with different consciousness and with also higher consciousness.
и выход на свою индивидуальную миссию.
And also finding our own mission.
Для этого мы используем особые технологии, разработанные, как сделать вот эту связь с внутренним учителем, с внутренним сознанием, глубинным нашим сознанием.
And here we use technologies which empower us to connect to our inner teacher, our deepest self, our consciousness.
И тогда человек развивается по тем индивидуальным своим как бы сценариям.
And to develop oneself according to his individual plan, individual script.
И он свободен от зависимости от различных систем и внешних каких-то факторов обучения.
And this makes a person independent from different systems and different schools.
Знание находится уже вот в этом источнике, внутреннем источнике.
He has an inner source of knowledge.
Это делает человека независимым, автономным.
And this makes a human independent.
И способным развиваться вот в той индивидуальной программе, которая у него есть.
And this empowers a practitioner to develop according to his individual mission and individual script that he has.
Это делает мир многообразным, и люди, которые вот таким образом развиваются, они отличаются очень от какого-то стандарта, который многие стремятся.
And this creates diversity actually, and everybody lives not in a standard, but in his own way.
Вот в этом многообразии в различных форм проявления как раз единство, складывается единство.
And this diversity and this variety of different forms and individuals leads us to unity.
Возможность обогащать друг друга таким глубинным знанием, то есть угощать друг друга самим собой.
And this gives us a possibility to enrich each other with deepest knowledge and to treat with yourself.
И это дает миру краски, многообразие, красоту.
And it gives to the world colors, beauty and harmony.
И система Йогалам, она еще заложена вот в программу, которую я уже говорил, она называется проект Мирая.
And Yogalam system is included in a project. I already talked about it. The name of this project is Miraya.
Он возник в конце 80-х годов.
I started it in the end of 1980s.
Как некий проект изменения сознания человека, который влияет на сознание планеты, на экологию планеты.
And the purpose is to change human consciousness to an ecological one, because changing human consciousness influences the ecology of the planet.
И вот эта система, которая называется Йогалам, она является инструментом для такого сознания. Она называется экологическое сознание, которое не будет разрушать мир, потому что оно понимает его единство и устройство всего со всем.
And the system Yogalam is actually an instrument for creating such kind of consciousness, for creating ecological consciousness. And this consciousness is aware of connection between all parts of this world, all living beings in this world. And knowing this, a person never will destroy this world and never will be aggressive to other inhabitants.
И для этого как раз проведена та работа в течение почти 40 лет к тому, чтобы адаптировать йогу, сделать ее универсальным, чтобы она стала доступной для многих людей.
And these 40 years I have been working, making yoga universal and open to many different people.
Чтобы люди могли сами управлять своей собственной жизнью.
So they could govern their own life.
И это невозможно без соединения с мирозданием, с природой планеты и с окружающими людьми.
And this is impossible without connecting with the planet, with the nature and other people.
Вот такое сознание это является неким эталоном для вот этого проекта Мирая.
And such consciousness is a kind of ideal consciousness in this project Miraya.
У нас что-то время закончилось уже, да?
Do we have any time left? Нет, похоже.
Нет еще? Я могу продолжать?
No. But I thank you so much. Grazie, siamo felicissimi di averli avuti. Ti fai dire per favore il nome dell'interprete?
Okay, we thank you very much for your for being here with us, and also please can you tell us the name of the interpreter? Your name, please.
My name is Yulia.
Yulia.
Julia?
Yes.
Thank you, Julia. Thank you. And thank you, Andrei. I saw your effort, Julia. You were so nice translating. And com'è, chiedi all'interprete com'è a vivere con un maestro così.
How it is to live close to a master like Andrei is.
Как это ходить рядом с мастером, как ты. Very interesting.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We wait for you in future in some other organization, some other symposium, congresses. No? Digli che loro saranno molto graditi nelle future manifestazioni che faremo.
You are more than welcome, and we will be very happy to have you for our next and future conferences and congresses.
E se possono, se non si annoiano, se possono fermarsi fino alla chiusura della manifestazione, ci fa molto piacere.
And also, if you have time and if you don't mind to stay till the end of this event, because at the end we have a general greeting.
Да, такая возможность есть. Я большое спасибо за возможность участия в этом конгрессе, в этом собрании людей.
And thank you very much for the possibility to participate in this symposium.
И я буду рад продолжать это сотрудничество, и чем могу помочь в развитии йоги, это моя миссия, моей жизни.
And I will be very glad to participate in next events and to help to develop yoga, because this is my mission.
Sure.
Спасибо.
Now we are brother for two time. Okay. Ora passiamo al prossimo ospite che viene dalla Bulgaria, è il nostro rappresentante della Bulgaria.
And now it's time for our next guest from Bulgaria.
E vi sto presentando Stefan, come lo chiamo io e basta, però è Stefan Ilcher. E chiedo a Cristina gentilmente di presentarlo, di dire due parole su di lui.
Certo, con piacere. I am delighted to introduce our representative for Bulgaria, Stefan Ilchev. He's a doctor specialized in internal medicine and nephrology. Stefan has been practicing yoga since 2003. And in 2005, he completed the training for yoga instructors at National Sports Academy, Vasilevsky, and Bulgarian Yoga Federation. Then, in 2013, he completed a training course for yoga teachers at the Kavainiadam Institute, India. Since 2006, he has been in the management of Bulgarian Yoga Federation as deputy, chairman, and chairman of the board. Stefan is organizer and participant in a great number of national yoga seminars and training courses for yoga teachers. He is a great follower of the classical yoga described in the text of Yoga Sutra of Patanjali, the Hatha Yoga Pradipika, Geranda Samhita. And we are very happy to have him here. And now I pass the word to you, dear Stefan, and to your speech about the yogic diet. Okay, thank you so much for being here.
Dear Stefan, before that you start, you was in Lonavla, so I think you met Dr. Bole.
Yes, yes, I met him there.
You know that 4 or 5 years ago, Dr. Bole died.
Yes, I know.
You know. Okay. Only that I want to tell you. So, noi ci siamo incontrati tanti anni fa in Bulgaria, dove abbiamo organizzato insieme un congresso proprio con la Federazione Europea.
We met a few years ago, right in Bulgaria, where we organized a congress for the European Yoga Federation.
All'epoca, se non sbaglio, all'epoca lui forse era presidente o comunque responsabile.
And if I don't get wrong, at that time you were sort of like president or responsible for that.
Ed è stata una bella esperienza emozionante in una città storica che è stupenda, che è Plovdiv.
And in Plovdiv, this ancient city, so beautiful, we had such an amazing and beautiful experience.
Prego, Stefan, fai il tuo speech, la tua conferenza, per favore.
So now, please, Stefan, have your speech. It's your time. Thank you very much. We are delighted to listen to you.
Could you allow me to share the screen, please? I want to share my screen, my presentation.
È già pronto? Gli dico che può?
Può.
Okay, you can, yes.
Okay, my talk will be on the food, its importance, and according to yoga, the way of eating. So let us start. How do we live and how do we eat? Some main rules. We know that moderation in everything is good and excess with anything is bad. We are on one road which we don't follow every time. So we have to make the difference between knowing the road and following it. We should follow this path on right knowledge and right eating. We are gifted with free will, but we do not use it properly because we are victims now of the modern way of life or the fast food. Yoga shows us the way to a healthy lifestyle. There are some different eating patterns between the West and East. These patterns are on the type of diet, lifestyle, values, habits, and the way of thinking. What is Western nutrition? The nutritional value is based on the substances of the food, proteins, fats, carbohydrates, vitamins, microelements, and their amount according to the needs of the body. There is no any ban on the source of food. The goal is only physical health. According to yoga, food is a symbol of the creator or God. All beings are born and sustained by food. Not only nutritional value is important, according to the Eastern view, but also their source, season of cultivation, geographical feature, as well as individual psychophysical constitution and taste, which is important for the behavior and the thoughts. What are the rules according to yoga? In the yoga literature, the food or ahara is included in the yamas along with ahimsa, satya, asteya, etc. The recommendations are for yuktahara or appropriate and mitahara or balanced nutrition. Yoga literature emphasizes not only the physical, but also the mental effects of the food. Mitahara means an intake of pure, sweet, oilated food first offered to the creator. 1/4 of the stomach should be left empty. According to yoga, there are two types of food. The food is divided into wholesome and unwholesome, or healthy and unhealthy food. What is the healthy food? It is sweet, with cooling effect on the body, easily digestible, tasty, nutritious, well oilated, in accordance with the dosha constitution. Unhealthy food is bitter, spicy, salty, hard, dirty, spoiled, difficult to digest, too hot or too cold, and unbalancing the doshas. According to the quantity of the food, yoga scripture says that 1/2 of the food should be solid, 1/4 water, and 1/4 of the stomach should remain empty. This means conscious eating and accurate assessment of the required amount of the food, avoiding overeating. And one has to have a mental attitude toward the food, first offering it to the God. Let us have a quick glimpse on the three gunas. Every living being is a manifestation of a three-dimensional energy or gunas, sattva, rajas, and tamas. Sattva means purity, creativity, bliss. Rajas means excitement, impatience, and pain. And tamas means ignorance, darkness, immobility. The quality of each object on the earth, in the universe, is determined by the dominant guna. Thus, food and its consumers are divided into sattvic, rajasic, and tamasic. So we have three types of people. Those who control their senses are sattvic people. Those who are passionate and prone to different types of entertainment are rajasic people. And the angry, the insatiable, and the lustful people are tamasic. How food is described in Bhagavad Gita? Food which increases vitality, energy, strength, health, joy, and cheerfulness, which is tasty and oilated, nutritious and pleasant, is liked by sattvic people. On the other hand, bitter, sour, salty, spicy, hot and dry food is preferred by rajasic persons and leads to suffering, grief, and disease. Tamasic people consume old, tasteless, smelly, unclean food. Sattvic food is recommended as a supporting the self-knowledge and self-realization, the main goal of life. One who practices yoga without controlling his eating habits suffers from many diseases and does not progress in the practice. How is digestion done? According to Western understanding, water and food are sources of energy. This energy maintains a constant body temperature and internal environment so that the body can function properly and optimally. According to Eastern understanding, food is divided into 4 types according to whether it can be chewed, sucked, licked, or drunk. The 3 rasas. These 4 types of food we described are transformed into 3 forms or rasa. The first part of rasa nourishes the subtle body, the mind, the intellect, and the ego. The second part, the second rasa, nourishes the 7 body tissues, lymph, blood, muscles, fat, bones, bone marrow, and semen. And the third part is disposed of as waste products, carbon dioxide, sweat, urine, and feces. What is the function according to concerning the digestion of the 5 pranas? This transformation of the food we have described into rasas and its assimilation is regulated by prana. The function of prana prana is responsible for the intake of the food. The function of samana, digestion and assimilation. Dhyana is responsible for spreading the food all over the body. Apana is responsible for the separation of the waste products. The function of Udana concerns the thoughts, emotions, learning, and speaking. Some yoga rules for proper eating. Each of us is an individual, and food has its own individual characteristics. Our nutritional requirements depend on our constitution, dosha constitution, temperament, time, place of eating, our mental and physical needs. We can understand these requirements through self-observation and experience. When to eat. According to yoga tradition, one should not eat up to 3 hours after having a meal, but we must comply with our own needs and requirements. One of the famous rules is eat when you are really hungry and drink when you are really thirsty. Another rule, do not eat while focusing elsewhere. We should be concentrated on what we are doing in the moment. And the last rule, dominance of the right nostril, which means that it is good for our digestion to eat when our right nostril, according to Svara Yoga, is dominating. How to eat? Physically rested and mentally calm. Well-chewed food leads to proper secretion of digestive juices and good absorption. We have to have rest after eating and avoid hard work. After eating, we have to lay on bed for a little while. We have to lay on our back to do 8 breaths, then turn on our right side and to do 16 breaths, and then turn on our left side and do 32 breaths. And after that, we can go and do what we want. How much to eat? According to the ashrams or the lifetime periods of according to the ashram, the human life is divided into 4 periods: student life, household life, retirement, and renunciation. So the quantity of food should diminish with going to the life set. When a person is young, he or she can eat bigger quantity of food, but when he's getting old, the amount of food should be very less. Second rule, to satisfy the appetite, but without lethargy. Neither to stay hungry nor to overeat. And only 1/2 of the stomach should be filled with food. What to eat? The sattvic diet is vegetarian, which means avoiding any products that involve injuring or killing animals. The diet should be clean, which includes natural, organic, clean, and fresh foods grown in harmony with nature in good soils, ripened naturally, consumed mostly raw or cooked, but with respect and devotion. Sattvic diet is with moderate amount. Even sattvic food in excessive amounts has a tamasic effect on the body and the mind. So we should observe not only the quality, but also the amount of food we eat. Some examples of sattvic food: vegetables. You can see different kinds of vegetables: artichoke, arugula, asparagus, broccoli, Brussels sprouts, chicory, cabbage, alabaster, lettuce, spinach, carrots, cauliflower, celery, parsnip, cucumbers, pumpkin, turnips, green zucchini, potatoes, Chinese cabbage. Cereals: basmati rice, beans, sprouts, barley, soy, millet, oats, wild rice. Nuts: almonds, cedar nuts, sesame, cashews, macadamia nuts, walnuts, peeled sunflower seeds. Fruits: apples, apricots, bananas, blackberries, figs, melon, grapefruit, grapes, pineapples, plums, raspberries, strawberries, coconut, cranberries, mango, raisins, cherries, oranges, papaya, peaches, tangerines, watermelon, different fruit juices, maple syrup, milk, but only yogurt, homemade yogurt is allowed. Legumes: black beans, green beans, lentils, colorful beans, locust beans, mung beans, dal beans. What is rajasic? What is rajasic food? We can see here coffee, black tea, onion, garlic, canned food, all fermented food, bottled juices, brewer's yeast, cheese, chili, eggs, eggplant, kefir, lemon, malt syrup, mango, olives, peanuts, butter, peppers, pickles, peas, rhubarb, rice syrup, salt, sour cream, sugar, all types of sugar, sugarcane juice, tomatoes, vinegar, yogurt, but only homemade and fresh is allowed. Tamasic food: alcohol, meat, all types of meat, frozen and canned food, reheated food, margarine, food from microwave, food with preservatives, who contains preservatives, sweeteners, and colors. All types of mushrooms are tamasic food. The effect we have not forget the effect of the food on our thoughts, on our mind. Food determines our morality, behavior, mental attitude, and value system. Clean food means clean organs, which means stable mind, and at last freedom from mental conflicts, and our goal in our practice and in our life, blissful state. Let us follow this path. Thank you very much for your kind attention. Okay.
Stefan, thank you so much. Thank you.
Very much.
Okay, so only I control the time, because if you have time and you want to tell something more, you have 15 minutes, I think. 20 minutes. Or Stefan, do you want to speak about some other thing, or you want to speak with these people that is present and some question if they want to ask to ask something to you? What do you prefer?
Yeah, I didn't present to a whole day today. I didn't listen all the speakers, but I liked the talk of Andrei Lobanov and his system he mentioned, and it is very interesting. And I'm planning to connect with him and to have some more information about this system. It was very interesting. But I'm ready to answer some questions if.
Very good, very good. Wait, you know, your photo, your references of Andrei is in the page of European Yoga Federation. Presence in Europe. Our representative people are in this page, so you can go there, take information about Andrei. You can write, you can phone to him. But now, if you want to do some question to him, it's a pleasure for me.
I don't have any questions right now.
Ok, ok. Una domanda la faccio io. Se qualcheduno dei presenti, lui ha dedicato questa bellissima presentazione all'alimentazione ed è stato importante perché è stato l'unico a farla.
As you were the first to take such an important topic, which is food, regarding food.
Perché la Ayurveda dice diventiamo quello che mangiamo.
As also in Ayurveda, it is stated that we become what we eat.
E lo yoga dice diventiamo quello che pensiamo.
And the yoga said we become what we think.
Quindi siamo quello che mangiamo, siamo quello che pensiamo. Il suo intervento è stato importante per noi.
So basically, together we become what we eat, we become what we think. So your topic, your role in this part is so important.
E quindi volevo chiedere alle persone presenti se qualcuno ha voglia, visto che Lui ha ancora un quarto d'ora di tempo che non vogliamo toglierglielo, perché ogni ospite ha il suo tempo che l'European Yoga Federation gli ha destinato ed è suo e lo utilizza come vuole. Quindi se c'è qualcuno che vuol fare qualche domanda a Stefan è un piacere enorme.
Okay. During all the Congress and the conference, the European Yoga Federation gave a specific time to all our guests. And it is so important for us that every guest has got the right time for himself. So, dear Stefan, you do have 15 minutes left and they are all for you. So we request to all the guests that are here in this Zoom room, if you do have some special requests, some special question to Stefan, it would be very interesting.
Stefan, thank you for your lecture. And I have a question. First of all, I hope if we have a vegetarian diet, that we will not become vegetables. This is just... So I have a question. The question is, you explain the different type of food according to the three gunas. And now, I suppose you know that the not only yoga tradition, but is talking about the state of nirguna, when we are no more into the condition of the gunas, when we are no more conditioned by gunas. So my question is, did you ever search what should be the food for being in that, for helping to be in that state of nirguna, no more influenced by gunas? Do you know anything about it?
To be honest, I haven't searched and I don't have any information. But I think it is only my opinion that in this state, the food is there should be no need of food, or if the practitioner takes, it should be of very less amount, maybe only water and some amount of milk. But honestly, I haven't did any research.
I understand.
But if you have any information, it will be a pleasure for me to.
I have very few informations about this. That's about 40 or 35 years ago. I was living with a group of sadhus from the Nat Sampradaya, and they didn't eat at all, but they were still cooking, and they were chewing the food, and after chewing it, they just split it out. And that's the only... I had a friend also, he was a Swami, and I remember staying with him for around 12 years, and I never saw him eating, but he was drinking like 3 liters of milk every day. But that's the only thing I know.
What you say has its logic, because with only chewing the food and not swallowing, when we are chewing, we are nourishing our subtle body. Mm-hmm. We are taking only the prana from the food. So the physical body, there is for the physical body there is no need for material food. Only our subtle bodies need prana taken from the food. Maybe that's why they do so. Very interesting. to me.
What I have experienced with this is I've done something like 24 to 26 days fasting several times. And it was bringing a big difference in the perception, in the quality of sleep. I slept very little. And so there was a few days where I was exhausted. And then slowly it really developed sensitivity. But after 20 days, I started feeling very weaker and weaker physically. And I had to go back to food by 25 or 26 days.
Did you do any spiritual practice in this during this period?
Well, this is my daily life, so.
No. When you are fasting.
Yeah, I mean, fasting or not fasting. Yes, of course.
Because when I'm fasting, and my practice is hard, I mean not only asanas but also pranayama and meditation. The need for food are very, very small. I don't feel hungry. So maybe when one is meditating more and doing more pranayama, one can live with very small amount of food.
Okay. And my last question about this is, did you ever try to compare this? You know, there is a whole movement today of people who have stopped eating, and they stay a lot under the sun. And I have a friend in Australia. She has stopped eating for 25 years, something. And so I don't know if you ever studied this type of new way, maybe it's old way, but it appears now, with the study that you've done on the gunas, and I mean the food according to yoga. Did you ever made any comparison or?
No. But we have in 2008, I think, we have as a guest this Indian man, I forgot now his name, who is eating only sunlight, and he hasn't been having food for maybe 40 years. Well, it is very interesting. He has had, I don't know, I haven't heard from him a lot of years, but he did
Surya Yogi?
No. I'll try to remember. He had hard pranayama practice and sun gazing.
Stefan, tu sai con chi stai parlando, vi conoscete fra voi due, perché a me fa molto piacere che voi vi conosciate fra di voi.
Dear Stefan, do you know the person you were talking to? I mean, do you know already each other? Because it's very nice if you can get to know each other.
He's Indian person.
No. I ask you if you know André Riel, that is representative for France.
Of course, yes.
And
we met.
if André Riel know you.
Okay.
No,
we met in Amsterdam at yoga therapy conference 2 years ago.
Fantastic. Good. André, your
Where
question
are you staying, Stefan? Are you staying in Sofia or do you live?
No. I don't live in Sofia, in Veliko Trnovo, in the middle of the country. We talked when we met in Amsterdam, and we told me about Nidra Yoga and your staying in India and your trips there?
In fact, I lived in Rila in Bulgaria. I stayed in Rila in Bulgaria many years ago.
Yes, I
Molto
remember
bello.
now. You told me. Yes.
Molto bello che ci incontriamo fra di noi in giro per il mondo. C'è ancora una domanda che vuole rivolgere Amy Blesio.
So nice that we all meet around the world somewhere, sometime. There is one more question, and it's made by Amy Blaise, who would like to make a question.
It's not a question. I just like to welcome you. We met you in Bulgaria during the event organized by Kirill G. You remember?
Yes, yes,
So,
yes.
welcome in
Loved it.
Federation.
Loved it.
Namaste.
Some other person have a pleasure to tell something again, or we close this lecture? You can close. You can close. So, siamo molto grati a Stefan per la sua conferenza, per la sua presenza e speriamo di continuare così tutti assieme proprio sul sentiero e sulla via che ci porta a unificarci con l'universo, di poter continuare a camminare insieme.
We are very grateful to dear Stefan, and it's very nice that we keep on walking together on the path that lead us to unify all of us together.
Come sapete, ogni 2 conferenze noi abbiamo un momento di arte.
And now, as you know very well, every 2 conferences we do have an artistical moment.
Però ho interrotto Stefan che forse voleva dirci qualcosa.
But maybe I interrupted Stefan and you wanted to say something to us, dear Stefan, before we close your time.
I just wanted to thank you for this perfect organization, Swamiji. It is very well done.
Thank you. Ma questo incontro è stato meraviglioso perché voi tutti siete meravigliosi, cioè conferenzieri, chi si è occupato della segreteria, e poi vi presento la persona che sta dietro le quinte. Guardate chi c'è qua, che è un ingegnere informatico e lui è responsabile dell'immagine, della trasmissione ed è una persona importante perché il merito della qualità di questa trasmissione lo dobbiamo a lui.
But this meeting, this symposium has been just perfect because all of us, we were here, the speakers and the secretary, and most of all, we would like to thank you, dear Pietro, because behind the scene it's been organized in so magnificent way, without his perfection, everything runs smooth thanks to him. And I would like to say something also from the secretary.
Only European Yoga Federation has an engineer, informatic here. Ok, e che cosa vuoi dire tu?
Volevo dire... Vai Sara, vai.
No, dillo, vai.
No, tu.
Vai. È il nostro angelo custode, tutto va bene perché c'è lui.
Traduci che così capiscono anche gli altri.
Is our angel custode, come si dirà Sara?
Non lo so, Gioia.
Care angel, I think. Caring angel, something like that.
Angel. Without him, wouldn't have been possible all this.
So thank you to all, ma non è ancora arrivato il momento dei ringraziamenti ufficiali. Per favore, prego tutti di fermarsi fino alla fine, possibilmente, perché nella cerimonia finale mi piacerebbe tanto che ognuno di voi ci facesse un saluto esprimendosi nella sua propria lingua.
Okay, but it's not time for the ending thanks yet. We still have many things to do, I would like to request all of you to stay with us, not to leave, to stay till the end, because we are going to for a together farewell all together. So please, please stay on. Thank you.
Ora il momento artistico è dedicato a Rossella Fanelli, una meravigliosa artista che si esprime attraverso uno degli stili classici dell'India che si chiama Kathak.
And now the time is for Rossella Fanelli, a dancer, a performer she's going to present one of the typical Indian dance called Kathak.
Namaste. My name is Rossella Fanelli. I am a Kathak exponent, and I was living in India for a long time and learning this beautiful art of classical Indian dance. Today I am very happy to be part of this festival, Be Yoga Beyond. And I thank you, the Federation of Yoga, European Federation of Yoga, and I just invite you to watch and see a small glimpse of my dance. It's like an offer to you and the beautiful art, which is our energy and which is our power to a better world. Namaste.
मैं तो सावरे के घर
Rossella Fanelli. come direbbe il nostro amico Johan, dopo un momento di bellezza, di nutrimento per la nostra anima, ora è arrivato un altro momento molto importante. L'ultima nazione a raggiungere la Federazione Europea di Yoga è stata la Turchia.
And just as our dear friend Johan would say, to be in beauty, we just nourished also our soul with such a beautiful dance. And now another important moment is about to start. The last nation that enjoyed the European Yoga Federation is Turkey.
Ultimi, ma non ultimi in qualità.
The last, but definitely not the least in quality.
Il maestro che ha dato il suo consenso si chiama Yogi Baba Adnan Ananda Chabuk, e prima di presentarvelo facciamo passare un piccolo contributo, un piccolo video sulla sua realtà, sul suo ashram.
So just before we introduce, a small video about his ashram.
E prima ancora di presentarvelo, vi voglio dire di aspettare, perché alla fine ci sarà una stupenda sorpresa.
And just before we introduce him, I would like to tell you to wait till the end, as also an important surprise is waiting all of you.
Quindi invito Yogi Baba Adnan Ananda Chabuk a impossessarsi di questo stage e a fare la sua conferenza.
E Daniela lo presenta.
Sì.
Yeah,
Per favore Daniela, sì, Daniela presenta il maestro Yogi Baba Adnan Ananda Chabuk, per favore.
Yes, of course. It's a pleasure to introduce to all of you Yogi Baba Adnan Ananda Silvio Chabuk, alias the Mesopotamian yogi. He was born in the beautiful city of Mardin in Turkey, the cradle of various civilizations, cultures, and religions which live in harmony and unity. Obviously, this cultural richness of his homeland nourished his soul and existence, and he treated his life journey through matching the logical aspects of the Occident with the emotional aspect of the Orient. This led him to choose the ancient yoga philosophy as his path of existence. And after attending many training programs and learning yoga from various teachers, healers, gurus, and masters all over India and in the Far East for 10 years, he dedicated himself to serve humanity through yoga. In 1996, he started to teach yoga in Istanbul, Turkey. And in 1997, he established and founded a yoga school, which he named after one of his gurus' school, Siddhashram Yoga Center. He is the Doyen master who started and spread yoga in Turkey, and in 2012, he founded the non-profit Yoga Foundation in Turkey. He owns an authentic ashram in Taurus mountain of Alanya, Antalya, in Turkey, where he teaches classical spiritual yoga together with his wife and the other master of Siddhashram Yoga Center, Madame Lourdes Chabuk. Other than teacher training programs, they also host yoga purification camps in this ashram, which is the only authentic ashram in Turkey.
Thank you, Daniele.
Pleasure and honor.
Buonasera, Swami Amadio Bianchi.
Buonasera, namaste. It's a great pleasure for me.
Namaste, namaste to everybody, to all great masters. We have been here with the organizers, European Yoga Federation, and all the participants and givers who made this first symposium a success. Very happily we've been with you for these 3 days. we have learned actually a lot of knowledge from different masters and enjoyed the different yoga practices, music, dance performance during this 3-day symposium. As you know now, you have mentioned me, of course, I am from Turkey, from Istanbul, Anatolia. I have studied in Academy of Arts in Istanbul, and I was the first hippie in Turkey, just to mention, to have a little fun. I am 68 generation, from 68 generation. I spent some time with the hippies in London those years and traveled in Europe by hitchhiking. Where did we go? Why do you play so much? Come on, do this. No restless.
There was something.
Yeah, something okay. What did you do? This corrected. Corrected. I don't know what you did.
It doesn't come.
It should come. I'm sorry, but trying to come back.
No, not worry. You are the last time is yours.
Sorry, because my lady is very good in technology. She's expert, but the first time she touched something and it went wrong, I am happy to see that.
No problem. No problem.
Now we were talking about, I have been in around Europe and doing hitchhiking and with the hippie groups, etc. And I traveled around the world because I was adventurous, those young age, 68 generation. And then at last, when I was in New York, I came across yoga at last, thank God. Before that, I was doing about 15 years Tai Chi Chuan, Chinese yoga, which was also very exciting and valuable. But when yoga entered my life, suddenly I realized that Tai Chi went out of my life. I don't know how it disappeared. But I realized how important yoga system was. So I thought myself, now I have to take this serious. It is not just simple process. It's not a gymnastic. So I decided to go to India. I went to Swami Sivananda Ashram. In Kerala, I became a yoga teacher. And I continued to travel around India. And I was fortunate to be accepted by Sadhgurus and Kundalini masters. And I was blessed with Shaktipat. And I decided to spread yoga in my birthday, Turkey, in my birth country. I started the school, as you have mentioned, Daniela mentioned, and we trained yoga teachers with my wife now for 25 years. And by the way, I have to mention that before all the friends and masters were mentioning about the asanas and yoga, and it's very, very important where you're discussing, and I have to add 2 words to it, because yoga is not asanas, asanas is not yoga, but yoga, as everybody know, all the masters will know, it started in Himalaya with many thousand years back with the rishis. They were the oldest rishis, oldest yogis, they called them rishi that time in India. Yoga started as a meditation. There was no asanas at all. It was only meditation. thinking, looking for the secret of life in silence. It was meditation. But of course, because they stayed such a long time on sitting position for meditation, sometimes days, so they were so stiff and they have to open their system. So they saw the snake, the tiger, the monkey, how they move. And they said, okay, so I have to stretch too. So this is how the asana starts. Actually, asanas had came to yoga life, yoga system much later. So absolutely, yoga is not asanas. Yoga asanas being after to help the body after meditation to open the joint and the muscle relaxation. So you have agreed, and I agree with the subject, that we must protect yoga authentically in the world. Absolutely, we should not call it asanas. Now, when in Turkey we talk with my students, and sometimes on television they ask me about yoga, I say yoga is not a gymnastic. It has to be known, but it has exercise in it. It is one of the limbs. 8 limbs is exercise in it. But without exercise, you can do yoga. But without yoga, exercise is nothing. It's just gymnastics. So I agree, we have to hold on this 1,000 years of a very valuable system and method of humanity as a yoga system. And I have understood lately that yoga system, in fact, it is the only system who has understood man completely in his all 7 bodies. No any other system has described man as yoga did. So we didn't discover actually yoga. Yoga has discovered man, I should say. So I have a lot of respect and love for yoga, and I will continue to do my duty to spread yoga around, and we are doing so with all our will and desires. And now I will say, however, I return back. As our time is limited, I will not discuss too much details about the subject because it is very short time, but I will try to explain the most important subject in some details about Kundalini awakening and the good side of it and side effects, determined side. As you know, yoga is actually for awakening Kundalini. The target of yoga is awakening the Kundalini Shakti for man to discover himself, to understand the secret of life. This is what yoga is for. So the Kundalini system is just to speed this process, is speeding this process. The Kundalini comes actually, as everyone knows, from the old Indian tantric system. Tantra as a word, ta means world, worldly, tra means freedom. So Tantra means free yourself from worldly attachments. So Tantra has this valuable meaning. So if you do Tantra, you free yourself from worldly object and attachment, so you become free. This is what is yoga about anyway. So symbolically represented as a serpent coiled 3.5 times around itself and have the tail in her mouth in Muladhara. The first coil represents the past. The second coil represents the now, and the third coil represents the future. And the half coil represents the timeless, the time beyond. So it's very important to see that during this process, awakening, it generates electrical impulses with pranic cosmic force. Usually, its seat is at Muladhara. However, according to the stage of spiritual evolvement of the practitioner, it may reach and settle in different higher energy centers like Svadhisthana, Manipura, or other upper chakras. When a seeker starts his spiritual practices and is ready, the Shakti energy will move up from where it was seated to the next energy center. So it's not always definitely from Muladhara up. Wherever it has, by the time came silently without noticing even, but from that point it will wake up. So the channels in which the Shakti travels should be clean and unclogged. This is the whole secret about it. If the nadis, which are the most important, Ida, Pingala, and Sushumna, are clean, then it will have no problem. The movement, the Shakti energy, will move nicely up to Agnya Chakra. Now, it's easier when the Shakti moves to Agnya Chakra if the nadis are clean and the person is spiritually practiced and he's in that lifestyle. But from Agnya Chakra to Sahasrara, it is the most difficult part. That is not so easy. So the practitioner may get help from a master. If he has a master, he will be very lucky, or he has to continue diligently practices, devotions, seclusion, austerity, and purity of oneself physically, mentally, and spiritually. But sattvic lifestyle is a must. He has to be purely living a lifestyle. He cannot live like an ordinary man. Actually, if you do yoga, you are not anymore living like an ordinary man, because yoga will bring you that. And if you are on Kundalini path, absolutely you are more to be more purified, because it is not, you cannot joke with Kundalini. If it moves, then you are in trouble. So you have to be pure, clean, and open the path for Kundalini. Now, the activation of pranic force, sometimes when it's awake, it brings some metaphysic faculties, which will be gained by the person, as also in our system, not only the nadis and the chakras, Sushumna, but also every cell of the body has all the intelligence and knowledge of the whole universe, every cell of our body. So in that case, it's not only the chakras will bring the metaphysic power. Sometimes even cells of the body, if they are purely cleaned, they can give some capacity, talented to this person. And people think, oh, I got Kundalini. It is not Kundalini, but anyway, he is clean to a certain extent. So the practitioner gets some metaphysical power, super intelligence, increase in his psychic abilities, precognitive power, healing power, etc. Unfortunately, however, those who have in some way have awakened some of the energies, but are not devotedly spiritual, they will enjoy and take pleasure in such a powers for their material benefit. They can also become magicians in the stage and make, perform, make money, magicians. But therefore, people can easily be fooled by their metaphysic capabilities and may seem as enlightened person, but in reality, they are not. A real enlightened being gains metaphysic powers automatically as a gift, but will not show his capacity for his gains if not necessary for a person. This is why we need to know and be able to differentiate the authentic guru from the who pretends to be around us, which is right now is quite, in that sense, very chaotic. There's many masters and gurus around and we don't know who is who, but we have to differentiate that if we know the subject. Awakening Kundalini Shakti involves serious practice of pranayama, the control of the life force. This is very important. Purification of the physical, mental, and energy bodies, of course. The nadis, of course. The body should be in balance, three bodies in harmony state. The physical, mental, and spiritual energy body. The energy can be awakened on its own natural process, like some childbirth, where either or both the child or mother can be awakened at the same time. It's very interesting. And the children are more spiritual until the age of puberty. When they reach this age, they should be guided in their spiritual path. Yogis in India, which I have also met and witnessed, gurus, they go around in villages and holy sites, and when they see a child who has this spiritually inclined inside, they see the energy of the body of the child, they ask the permission of the parents to adopt him, to educate him as a yogi already from that age. This is quite known and often in India, and I also saw that. So it's very interesting. We have to watch the children before the puberty, if they inclined attitude, and according to educate them. Because experiencing deep sorrow or deep love also can awaken Kundalini. Deep devotions, recitations, prayers, accidents, interestingly, undergoing serious medical operations, various body experiences, severe shock also can awake Kundalini. But of course, prayers and mantras in any religion faith are very powerful and awakening Shakti energy. When the Shakti energy stricken by lightning or electric shock somewhere to survive, a life becomes spiritual and positive. The shock has condensed the physical, mental, and etheric bodies and became a solid at the same time an etheric entity. Sorry, I talk about the what do you call it, striking the electrical shock, the lightning. Actually, I'm sorry, my language sometimes I forget. Now, the awakening process has many forms. Naturally and technically, as in technological terms, it can be automatically or manually be turned on. Example, Kundalini awakening can also happen by spiritual guru's touch. The practice of kriyas, sadhanas, and classical practice of Raja Yoga. The positive effect of outcome of the healthy Kundalini awakening are tremendous and aesthetic. Now, the not so pleasant side effects, if the path is not clear, as we mentioned earlier, and not open when the Shakti energy moves upwards, then problems manifest, suffering, and disease starts. Side effects from psychological, unrelated, mild, severe headaches, body aches, severe sweating, sudden chills, burning sensation, shivering, uncontrollable laughs, crying, depression, even to the extent of suicidal effect, unfortunately. And schizophrenic tendencies, skin disorders, sleeplessness, etc. Body may also sway like a pendulum during pranayama and meditation. Practices or uncontrollable body movements of unknown causes, which we have witnessed in our classes quite often with some students. I have seen and have helped a few students, people actually with this kind of cases. I can mention some. One day, someone called me and told me that his brother is behaving strange and the family wants to put him in mental hospital, in fact. But they didn't want to do it at once. They have heard about me and they called me. And I gave them appointment to see them the day after. But then they told me that they are desperate and they cannot wait one day more. So, okay, I told them, welcome tonight. And when they came, as soon as they arrived, I saw and he was about 30, 35 years old, a young man. He was crying like a child and was saying that I feel I am a God. I am Allah. I am God. And then, but cryingly. And when I go to the street, all the trees are talking to me. That's what he's telling me. Oh, I said, okay, I understood at once what his problem was. I asked him how this started. And he replied me that he followed on YouTube videos on Kundalini yoga. Then I told him, okay, do not worry, and that nothing is wrong with you. Just come to join my yoga classes as much as you can. And luckily, in short span of time, he became well and balanced and became a yoga teacher also. He started writing spiritual texts and poems. Second example, another lady, woman, who was taking private classes from me. And I've had to make a joke out of this because it is a little funny situation. When we were doing the class with her, suddenly she will start to have some sound. If I say Om, if I say Allah, if I say anything spiritual, she will make a strange orgasmic sounds. And oh, then I see my wife from the other room running, coming here to see what's going on. And so stop, nothing's going on, because she hear her from the other room. This lady screaming really with that kind of sound. It was very funny. And anyway, so my wife understood there was nothing wrong. And then I put her at the back of the classroom when we had more students. I told her to sit at the back side. And we did classes and tried to not use too many spiritual words. But at the end, of course, we did chant Om. When I started to chant few Oms, the lady started again with this very interesting sound. And of course, all the students, they open their eyes from meditation and turn back, everyone at the same time, very scared, scaring because they were in silence. They get very scared and look at her and say, "What's happening, Koja, teacher?" I said, "Oh, don't worry. She has just some energy movement to her body. It's nothing serious. Don't worry about it. It will be okay." And they told me, "Oh, are we going to be like that, teacher?" I said, no, you are not going to be like this. Don't worry. This doesn't happen often. It's just some cases can happen. It's okay. Don't worry about it. So they were calmed down. So there's many interesting activities in this Kundalini Shakti movement because we deal with it. I have to just mention it as a little fun also, but these are serious. It happens. One day, one lady called me from Ankara, the capital city, and she was doing yoga class with her teacher, which I never know, neither the girl or the teacher. And she told me when she was in Sirasana, headstand, Shirasana in a headstand, suddenly her body started to move both ways like a pendulum, all the way down to the floor, but both sides, which is physically impossible to do for the physical body. And the teacher got shocked because he didn't know about Kundalini probably. And she was shocked, she didn't know. So she called me. And I told her what to do. I told her, do not worry about it. You are very fortunate because you are still smiling and talking with me. You are okay, you are balanced. And I told her what to do. So Kundalini energy, really when it moves, the person has to be very strong. That's why Hatha Yoga is put together. Hatha Yoga has put together for the reason that the yoga practitioner has to strengthen his spine, his muscles, and he can sit very powerful in his position when Kundalini awaken, then will not hit him down or give him a problem. He will be so strong as a Hatha yogi, so the energy will go smoothly upward. This is why Hatha Yoga is also important. Unfortunately, modern medicine does not know about the energy body, so cannot fix the problem with improper awakening of Kundalini Shakti. Example like Gopi Krishna of known Indian yogi, which I was when I was in India, I went to visit him, but he had passed away, but I had read all his books. He had practiced meditation many years, and suddenly when he awake up, the Kundalini awakened, he was not in a good shape. It did not wake up correctly. There was some blockage in his system. So he suffered for 12 years, heat and hot, and he was suicidal, etc. Really. So after 12 years, luckily, he met a guru, which he helped him to balance his system. So this system is not to be left in modern medicine hand, because if the person has Kundalini awakening, and he go to the hospital or go to modern medical, as they don't understand the energy body, they medicate the person, and after he's medicated, his energy body will not be corrected so easily anymore. So we have to do something about the subject that if people has this Kundalini Shakti awakening, maybe not fully, but halfway awakening has a trouble, we have to have some knowledgeable people like all of you to help those people, to not let them go to the hospital because they will not be treated in the right way. I have to say that. So like 1,000 years back, the known Turkish doctor and healer, Ibn Sina, maybe some of our friends will know, he has said that the doctor who does not know about energy body cannot become a good medical doctor. That was 1,000 years back. So really, in the modern medicine, they have to start to learn about the energy body. Otherwise, humanity is suffering unnecessarily from this awakenings. Now, therefore, forcefully practice this Kundalini Shakti without preparation is very dangerous, and it needs guidance and really determinable practices with actually, what should I say, Kundalini practices. It should not be done with a yoga teacher because the yoga teacher will not be able to handle it. It has to be practiced with Kundalini master or with a master. Then he is in a healthy hand. Because, but I see today they risk. Everybody is going on YouTube to learn Kundalini and etc. Kriyas, but who is controlling? Who knows what? I have to make another joke about this. When I talk to my student in the class, I tell them, okay, you can choose your way to go on Shakti practices. One way is we take the bus from Istanbul and we go to Rome. We call it Roma in Turkey. We go to Roma. And this bus is Patanjali Yoga. It's the 8th yoga, very safe, no dangers. Because if you follow Yama Niyama, Asanas, Pranayama, and by the time, because you have to practice according to the system which is correct, Yama Niyama has to be learned absolutely. Without that, you don't go to yoga. That is a must. Yama Niyama, then Asanas, Pranayamas. After do this section, you have to do it for 2 years to be ready psychologically and physically to enter the Kundalini practices, which is Pratyahara, Dhara, and Dhyana. So the system is perfect, but then if you follow the line, you are safe. So I told my student, we sit in the bus, we go with Patanjali's yoga, that is the bus, to Roma, we go in 8 hours. Safe, not risk, not too much risk. The roads are clean. We go to Roma in 8 hours. And the second form, we go to with Kundalini Kriyas. Kundalini Kriyas, we take a Maserati. That's Kundalini Kriya, Maserati. 4 hours from Istanbul to Roma. Okay. And then, but it has more risk. It's faster. The traffic is faster. Maserati is faster than the bus, but it's quicker. Okay. Then the third one is Tantra. Tantra sadhanas. Because you can learn the sadhanas from a Tantra master or Kundalini master, but sadhanas really for Kundalini awakening. There are particular sadhanas, very powerful. Yes, if you do that, then you are in a rocket. We shoot you from Istanbul to Rome in half an hour. You go to that rocket, but that is Tantra. It's a sadhana, but it's big risk. It can explode at any time. It's a rocket. So 3 ways doing in yoga system to awaken Kundalini. I describe to my students to understand. It's also fun. I like to make fun in my teaching. Therefore, as well as all the awakened gurus have said, Kundalini yoga is the most dangerous type of yoga practice. As the great Patanjali has advised to follow the 8 steps of yoga, Ashtanga, where one starts with a dedicated practice of the yama and niyamas first and foremost. I say that Kundalini yoga is the most sensitive and disciplined type of yoga, which is properly practiced can lead to experience eternal bliss for sure. Now, the true meaning of yoga is bring forth out through divine self, of course. All of what we are seeing in the physical world are materialized illusions. we are a collective vibration of frequencies, and so as the whole of existence. The physical body that we see is just a casing or a cover of our inner true self, our divine self, which for ages has been longing to be set free. The time has come for all human beings to be awakened. Therefore, first and foremost of all is self-realization, as Paramahansa Yogananda has stated. As we elevate ourselves from these negative emotions and adjust to our lifestyle productively accordingly, the Kundalini Shakti will have a pleasant journey, meeting Shiva, attaining Nirvana, hopefully eternal bliss. When we become fully awakened, we have more compassion, austerities, and love to all creations. As the teachings of great masters, compassion from great Gautama Buddha, love from Christ, Jesus Christ, and wisdom from all creators, as taught by Hazreti Muhammad, peace be upon him, with my love and great respect to all of you. Namaste. I can say a few more words if I don't know the time, but
Yes, time already.
time already? Okay.
2 minutes.
2 minutes?
Yogi Bhagwan,
Yes.
please don't tell anything about the surprise.
No, I don't know. The masters did very well indeed. I have learned as much as I could.
Not about this surprise that we offer, that you offer to all of us. Okay? You want to tell something more, or I can start?
I am in your servant, but I had something in my mind. I have to check what did I thought to say. Okay, one thing I would like to say that Rumi, he lived in 1200. Rumi, everybody know Rumi, Mevlana.
Yes.
And in his same period lived Yunus as another master, very known in Anatolia, and Bektashi Veli, Hazreti Bektashi Veli, and others. But interestingly, they all lived at the same time. They had appointment to meet at that time in this world, all of them, and great masters. So they would do a meeting. They come together like we do, humbly, we are doing. They come together physically and discuss. And in one of this meeting, they discuss what is Allah. Big question. What is Allah? At that time, Yunus say, I put my skin and bones on me, and I called myself Allah.
Yunus.
No, I called myself Yunus. I put my skin and bones on me, and I called myself Yunus. And Rumi say, oh, I wish I met you last year. If I have heard what you said, I would not have written my Mesnevi. I worked on it 1 year. I written the whole book. I would not have written it because that word, it said it all. So it's very interesting. I just wanted to mention that.
Yes, very interesting. Thank you so much. So, thank you so much for your speech.
You're welcome.
And now we start with the surprise, okay?
Oh, we will start with, okay, now.
After, please be with us till the end. We are, after this surprise, we are all together.
Yes.
Okay, please, please.
Do I have to mention the surprise also, or you do?
No, not now. After,
okay.
If you want to tell some word, after,
okay,
after you can speak. Now, surprise, okay?
Very well.
Wait.
Can I ask a question first?
Yes, of course.
No.
No, I don't say anything.
Yes, it's something very interesting.
I imagine that is interesting, but we have no time now.
You mentioned that your place has the name of your guru, and then you mentioned you have Shaktipat. Are you talking about Swami Nardanand?
No, it's another master. So
okay, forget it.
Thank you.
Thank you, Andre. Okay. Now, go with the surprise.
Dear friends, this is Mercan Dede from Turkey. Behalf of our beloved Adnan Baba and many brothers and sisters, I would like to congratulate European Yoga Federation's Be Yoga Beyond first symposium. I hope the next symposium At least one of them will held in great Anatolia, Turkey. We will have an opportunity to show you this magical land and give an opportunity to diversity, love, and kindness all together. Thank you. Namaste.
Doldur sufi kadehleri aşk ile. Kadehimiz candır, hepimiz bir can. İçelim de aklımız çıksın baştan. Doldur sufi kadehleri aşk ile. Diyar-ı Masiva'dan geliriz biz. Evvel tek idik, şimdi bir olduk biz. Uyardık, uyurduk, uyandık aşka. Doldur sufi, yağmıyor içimiz. Gel dedi sultanımız, geldik işte. Küfreden eylem, etmesin şikayet. Şükür biz de aşık olduk nihayet. Dolduk dede, yürekleri aşk ile.
Yogi Baba, Yogi Baba, Yogi Baba, please open your microphone, Yogi Baba. Open your microphone, please. Non sentiamo, non è aperto il microfono. Okay. Yogi Baba, now, if you want to tell some words about Anatolia and about Dervishi, you can do.
I will not say much, of course, but a few what I can say, because as you see, the dervish is turning on the left side, to the left side. It is the spiritual, making spirituality. It is a deep devotion. It is a very intensive devotion to Allah, to the Creator, the creation. So also the left hand is open to take down the love, the barakat, what is the barakat? Generosity and the knowledge, and give it to the earth, to the people at the same time. So this is actually the person is turning with love to his creator. It's a very intensive devotion. It is a Sufi system of Rumi, and now it is practiced quite a lot. It is a kind of awakening, of course, the Shakti. I can say that in Sufi system. Any question? Maybe I can answer. I don't know. What do you say?
I think no question, no answer, because quello che abbiamo visto ci ha riempito l'anima, il cuore, e secondo me dobbiamo portarci via questa emozione così com'è, senza domande né senza risposte. Traducimi per favore.
Because no question, no answer. We leave it to the intense moment we lived, as whatever we saw really fill up our heart and our soul. So we just keep this sensation inside. No head, no question, no answer.
Non so come, Yogi Baba, non so come ringraziarti per la tua presenza e per la bellezza di questo dono che ci hai fatto.
We are happy for this unity.
Yogi Baba, so thank you very much.
Thank you, Mirjan Dede, to our Sufi friend who did this presentation. Very valuable. He's very known and has a good quality. I know him personally. We thank him, and we thank all this community, the beautiful meeting, and we hope for the future this family will grow for the peace, for the
Yogi
knowledge.
Baba, but now is your community too. You are our brother now.
I accept, of course. If you accept me, I accept, of course.
We accept you all.
Love to all of you. Love to all of you.
Thank you so
Love
much. Thank
all of
you.
You're welcome.
Only.
And this is, now I have to say something to Turkish friends who are watching us also I don't want to forget about them. We have a lot of students watching us. Sevgili arkadaşlar, bizi seyrettiğiniz, dinlediğiniz için, katıldığınız için sizi sevgiyle kucaklıyorum. Bütün Türk toplumuna, Anadolu halkına bütün sevgilerimi iletiyorum. Sevgiyle kalınız. Tekrar görüşmek üzere.
In turco. Qualcuno, Yogi Baba ci ha dato l'esempio. Ognuno di noi faccia un saluto nella sua lingua. André, un saluto in francese, per favore.
Yogi Baba gave us the example, so please, each and every one of you, give us a greeting in your own language. Please, André.
Ah.
En français, please.
Je vous souhaite à tous d'être extrêmement heureux et de découvrir le cœur de l'amour, le cœur de la spiritualité. Que Dieu vous bénisse. Merci.
Fantastic, André. You all the time, you are fantastic. Barbara Zoletto e Roberta sono due artiste italiane meravigliose che fanno musica indiana che abbiamo conosciuto e ci hanno seguito. Barbara Zoletto e Barbara, fate un salutino in italiano.
Grazie, tanti saluti.
È stato veramente un grande piacere.
E poi conoscere tutte queste
belle persone.
Anime grandi che illuminano il mondo, e ce n'è sempre bisogno.
E sempre di più ce ne sono.
E siamo tanto grate. Saluti a tutti.
Grazie. Stefan, in your language, some greeting, please. In your language, original language.
Da pozdravim sve prisutne, da još jedan put zahvalim svima što ste tu i također veliki pozdrav za i prijatelje i nekoga s kim sam radio, neću ponovo da se vidim, profesoru Jadranku, želim sve da pozdravim, zaista još jedan put iz divne, tople Crne Gore. Pozdrav svima, namaste.
Thank you. François, in English. You are England. Apri il microfono. Open the microphone. Go, François, sorry.
Thank you for this wonderful soul-nurturing encounter. It's been such a pleasure to meet everyone, and it's been heart-opening, mind-opening, every opening. And thank you, everyone, and for future events. Thank you, Amadio.
Thank you to you. I love you, you know. E di Vampa in Italian.
In italiano.
Sì, in Switzerland, but it's Italian part of Swiss.
Un saluto a tutti da Lugano, Svizzera, e ringrazio questo bellissimo simposio ricco di tanta luminosità, e auguro a tutti tanta gioia della magnificenza della vita e del mondo. Quindi grazie a tutti e buona continuazione.
Anka Galovicova from Slovakia, in your language, please.
Veľmi dojatá, všetkých, čo ma počúvate z Česka a Slovenska, tak veľmi dojatá vás zdravím a som moc šťastná, že sme si našli cestu k sebe všetci a spojili sme sa a teším sa na ďalšie takéto perfektné stretnutia. Moc ďakujem.
So now Amandio Figueiredo in Portuguese is from Portugal.
obrigado, amor, universal, não violência, muita felicidade.
Ashwarya Devi is Greek. Please, is for you.
Πολλά ευχαριστώ από την Ελλάδα για αυτό το υπέροχο συμπόσιο, για αυτή την ευκαιρία. Νιώθω υπερήφανη που είμαι σε αυτήν την υπέροχη ομάδα τόσο φωτισμένων και αγαπητών ανθρώπων. Ευχαριστώ από την καρδιά μου. Ευχαριστώ.
Fantastic. Tarja from Finland.
Kiitos tästä todella mielenkiintoisesta ja hienosta symposiosta. On ollut mukava nähdä, kuinka eri puolilla Eurooppaa tehdään työtä joogan edestä ja niin hienoja ja upeita ihmisiä. Toivottavasti nähdään pian uudestaan tällaisissa merkeissä. Kiitos paljon.
Kiitos.
Sukadeva from Germany.
Danke für das wunderbare Symposium. Mögen alle glücklich sein, mögen alle frei von Krankheiten sein, mögen sich alle um das Wohlergehen anderer kümmern, möge niemand an Sorgen leiden. Wohlergehen sei mit allen, Friede sei mit allen, Fülle sei mit allen, Erfüllung und Wohlstand sei mit allen. Führe uns vom Unwirklichen zum Wirklichen, von der Dunkelheit zum Licht, von der Sterblichkeit zur Unsterblichkeit.
Thank you, thank you. Sara from Sardinia in Sardo.
In sardo.
È qui che ti voglio.
Saludo a tutti e primo denno pide un saludo Sardinia.
Amelia from Abruzzo, in abruzzese. Vai.
Un saluto a tutti e grazie.
Gisa Franceschelli, la tua collega abruzzese, non sa parlare abruzzese, di qualche parola tu in abruzzese.
È stato, grazie Mattia, è stato veramente tanto emozionante stare qui con tutti voi in questo grande simposio.
Daniela Laudani from Sicily.
No, io non riesco a parlare l'italiano, sono solamente nata in Sicilia, quindi posso solamente parlare in italiano o in altre lingue.
Stefan from Bulgaria.
Скъпи приятели, нека с силата и любовта на йога да направим България по-хубава страна и да вървим по пътя заедно. Благодаря ви.
Андрей from Russia.
Спасибо организаторам за мощную работу, за то, что вы организовали такой симпозиум, всей команде, Амаду, как организатора с большим, огромным трудом. Я понимаю, как это сложно. Спасибо, удачи, процветания.
Спасибо. Jadranko from Croatia.
Hvala puno na ovom prekrasnom simpoziju i stvarno je ovo jedinstvo različitosti i sve zemlje prekrasno je vidjeti kako zajedno u istom duhu dišu, razmišljaju, osjećaju i uživaju to jedinstvo. Hvala puno.
Pranam. Rossella from Italy, dancer of Katak. Rossella, apri tutti i microfoni. Sono chiusi tutti chiusi. Open your microphone, Rossella, open your microphone, please. Tutti chiusi. Open your microphone, everybody open your microphone, please. Rossella, apri il tuo microfono. Sono tutti chiusi, non si può riaprire. Chi c'è che ha il microfono aperto? Tutti chiusi, tutti bloccati.
Namaste, grazie. C'è una sovrapposizione di voi. Questo simposio è stato veramente un'unione nel divertirsi partecipare ancora in futuro. Grazie.
Marco Bianco, apri il tuo microfono e prova a dire qualche cosa.
Grazie.
È aperto.
È stato un onore partecipare per me in mezzo a tanti esseri di così tanta luce. Grazie ancora e spero che si ripeta presto un evento così bello come questo. Grazie.
Grazie Marco. Christine from Germany.
Ich freue mich sehr, dass ich an diesem wundervollen, bereichernden Symposium teilnehmen durfte und freue mich auf ein nächstes Mal. Es hat echt viel Spaß gemacht und alles Liebe an alle. Mögen alle Glück und Harmonie erfahren. Namaste.
Amadio in Sanskrit.
Vai.
Ekam sat vipra baudha vadanti. La verità è una, ma i saggi gli danno tanti nomi. I love you all. Okay? Thank you so much for being present, and I hope you in the next. Amy, now, Amy, please. You can present the chant of Guru Stotram, please. We finish with the chant of Guru Stotram, please.
Prima voglio dire qualcosa in questo periodo e volevo dire che prima di metterci tutti davanti a qualsiasi tremenda prova,
Aspetta una cosa, aspetta un attimo. Amelia, puoi tradurre per favore?
No, lo posso tradurre io poi se vuoi, va bene. Amelia, prima di metterti davanti a qualsiasi tremenda prova, la vita ti dà i mezzi, gli strumenti per poterla superare. Volevo dare questo di messaggio perché in effetti tutto il mondo è sotto una dura prova. Che è successo?
Non lo so. Un cane. Mi sa.
Deve essere un cane.
Maestro è il mio cagnolone come al solito.
Anche al cane facciamo un augurio.
Grazie mille.
Scusa un secondo, solo un ringraziamento grande anche ai due traduttori che traducevano in italiano, ad Andrea e Daniela, che sono presenti anche loro.
Eccomi qua con la mia cagnolona di 1 anno. Grazie a voi, grazie a voi.
Io volevo ringraziare tutto, anche l'organizzazione, il staff, tutto, Amadio che comunque ha riunito tutte le persone e anche i tecnici, perché per questo grande evento sono molto contenta di essere parte di questo grande evento. Bene, ora io parlo, questo l'ho detto in italiano, sì, anche che i tecnici.
I tecnici, il nostro ingegnere informatico che è stato responsabile della trasmissione.
Tutto, lo staff completo, state veramente perfetti, bravi. Quindi adesso io canterò questa poesia dedicata a tutti i maestri, qualsiasi tipo, anche la vita ci è maestro, quindi anche rivolto alla vita stessa. Gurur Brahma, Gurur Vishnu, Gurur Devo Maheshwara, Guru Sakshat Parabrahma Tasmai Shri Gurave Namaha. Om Dhyannamulang Guru Murti Pujamulang Guru Padam Mantramula Guru Vakya Mokshamula Guru Kripa Akandamandalankaram Vyaptayena Charam Charam Tappadam Darsitanyena Tashmahe Shri Gurave Namaha. Manataha Sri Jagannatha Madguru Sri Jagat Guru Mahatma Sarvabhutatma Tashmahe Shri Gurave Namaha. Jnana Shakti Samarudam Tatvamala Vibhushitam Bhukti Mukti Pradattam Cha Tashmahe Shri Gurave Namaha. Stavaram Jagamam Vyaktam Yakinchit Sancharancharam Tappadam Darsitanyena Tashmahe Shri Gurave Namaha. Chinnamayam Vyaktam Sarvam Trailokyam Sancharancharam Tappadam Darsitanyena Tashmahe Shri Gurave Namaha. Chaitanyam Savatam Shantam Vyomatita Niranjanaha Bindunada Kalatita Tashmahe Shri Gurave Namaha. Sarvashruti Shiroratna Samubhasita Murtaye Vedantam Puja Suryaya Tashmahe Shri Gurave Namaha. Gurur Brahma Gurur Vishnu Garudevyo Maheshwara Guru Saksha Parabrahma Tashmahe Shri Gurave Namaha. Tashmahe Shri Gurave Namaha. Tashmahe Shri Gurave Namaha. Om Shri Gurvyo Namaha. Om Shri Gurave Namaha. Om Shri Gurvyo Namaha. Shanti, Shanti, Shanti. Om. Hari Om. Hari Om a tutti.
Hari Om a te. Hari Om a tutti. Grazie, grazie.
Grazie.
Alla prossima.
Il mio cuore è pieno di gratitudine per tutti voi. Io non ho voglia neanche più di dire niente, me ne vorrei andare con questo canto dentro di me. Grazie, alla prossima. Namaste.